All right. We are live. Second Tatum Clinic, Tatum Offensive Coordinator Clinic, today on April 15th. Today's going to be great. Today's going to be jam-packed full of resources, education, scheme, program building, plays, whatever you'd want. We got it today. If you're here through Twitter, you're here through the emails that I sent out, welcome. If you're through Facebook, great. Every place I've sent out, I think I've sent out the schedule. But I will get through, once the guys start getting in and rolling in, I will try to go through the schedule again, just so we know when and where guys are. No one is canceled as of this morning, which is a great sign, knock on wood, that no one does. I think I've communicated with like 14 out of the 16 speakers, but some of those guys are super busy at this time of the year, so it's not to be unexpected. So with that being said, if you're a veteran of these live streams, make sure that you go ahead and sign in. All I need is your name. I need where you coach, what you coach, and then, like obviously like school and like city state. So go ahead and sign in so I can see where people are coming from. This is like the first 2 minutes of a extremely long day, but it's going to be a fantastic day. The lighting's not great right now, guys, because it's dark over here and it's light over here. So like this side of my face is super dark, but I have a lamp on. It's not helping, but it's all good. For those that don't know, which I wouldn't know, I don't know how you would get in here and you don't know who I am, but I'm Coach Ian Tatum. I'm the offensive coordinator and offensive line coach at Walkertown High School here in North Carolina. We're a two-way high school in Forsyth County. We're outside of Winston-Salem. If you're not familiar with North Carolina, it's like 2.5 hours, give or take, north of Charlotte. It's right, and it's like maybe 30 minutes from Greensboro, if you know where that is. Just got this job in February, coming from North Rowan High School, which was in Spencer. We're outside of Salisbury, North Carolina, for those that know North Carolina geography. But this is my 8th year of coaching. First year it's my 3rd year as an offensive coordinator. First year calling it. So really excited for getting it going. I want to do this clinic, offensive coordinator clinic, just to be like, hey, I want to have some coordinators come on and kind of talk through how they do things, right? My last clinic was just offensive line coaches, which went fantastic. And a lot of guys loved it. There's a lot of great feedback for that. So I was like, well, shoot, let's get another one, right? So I wanted to do offensive coordinators. Really just help me out too, So that's what we got, a great lineup of speakers. Go ahead and sign in. Like I said, check in right there. Just post a comment. Who are you? Where you been at? Where you coach? That I love those things. I love checking in with you guys. I like to see where we're, how far we're spreading with the reach of this channel. So I know we got a lot of North Carolina guys that are signed up. We got a lot of international guys. So if you are one of those international guys, I'd love for you to let us know. But other than that, guys, this first 30 minutes just getting in and just chilling and getting to know each other, getting to sign in, and then we're going to roll at 8:30 with our first speaker, okay, which would be Coach Ray Dayton from Lackawanna College in Pennsylvania. Coach is awesome. Okay, so make sure that you're here for that. I'll be checking my socials, guys, making sure that if guys have any questions or anything like that, I can answer them. But everything's pretty self-explanatory. I don't know if Coach Sam Astley, I think it's Astley, is here yet, but he is from England, and he has been very faithful and loyal, and he should be here today. one of our international coaches. I appreciate the love and support from him. If this sounds good, guys, go ahead and like down below. It really helps. So it lets me know, hey, this sounds good, because I don't know if it does or not, because I'm not doing like tests and stuff. So let me know if it sounds good. Make sure you go ahead and sign in the comments. There we go. Hey, Coach, for some reason I can't open the clinic file. It said the file's too big. Okay. All right. Let me try to send another one. I'm trying to avoid sending too many emails because I don't want to annoy guys. But you got to have it, right? Let's see. I will send the clinic schedule. Sound is coming through good, by the way. My man. I appreciate you, Coach Campbell. Oh, not Campbell, but Chapel. There we go. Let's see. I got to do it on my computer. All right. Yeah, make sure you sign in, guys. And I will take care of that for you, Coach. You should be getting an email very soon. Let's see. All coaches. Already having technical difficulties this morning, but that's why I have this 30-minute buffer period, right? Schedule. Sorry for that. This one should work. This is one I've been posting on Twitter and stuff. There we go. All right, Coach, you should be coming through pretty soon. But sign in, Coach. Where you at? Where you coaching at? Let's see. Sounded good, Coach. Thank you, Coach Cooley. Coach Cooley is one of our speakers. So shout out to Coach for being here early this morning. It's all good. Remember, let me know where you're coaching at. Guys, I have my water because I got to stay hydrated this morning. Make sure you're drinking water to get your fluids in, guys, because that is very important, right? Oh. All right. Also, let me know where you're coming from, like how you're watching. Like if you're on the email chain, let me know that. If you just saw it randomly on Twitter, let me know that. If you randomly saw it on Facebook, also let me know that. Just so I know how, like, the reach, and if advertising it other places that actually works. That's pretty valuable information for me. Let me see. Yeah, hit me up, guys. Let's talk. Let's talk. It is not raining today, which is good. Here in North Carolina, it is overcast and outside. 59 degrees. And I say that because obviously we stretch all across the country and the nation, obviously, and the world. So interesting. All right. So, Coach Chappell, thanks. I was able to open the new schedule. Cool. I'm from Orlando, Florida, and I found this one from Twitter. I also listened to the OL Clinic. Coach, I appreciate you. Hey, being there from the OL Clinic, my guy. Let's see. Yeah, guys, 8:30. At 8:30, we're rolling. All right. Coach Ray Dayton, offensive coordinator from Lackawanna College. We'll talk about dash protection, his dash protection, and pass plays go along with it. So that'd be really awesome. I can go through the schedule. Everybody should have it. If for some reason you don't have the schedule, let me know and we can get that to you. Let me get there. All right. Make sure we're signing in. 8:30, Ray Dayton. 9 o'clock, George Pachucy. I'm just pronouncing these names. I don't know if this is how they pronounce your names, guys, and I don't want to offend nobody, but I'm not an English major. George Pachucy, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Mid-Valley High School in Pennsylvania. He's going to talk about his double concept. Interested to hear about that. Coach Morgan's the head football coach at Edward Waters University in Florida. Big pickup right there. He's going to talk about interviewing for an offensive coordinator position. So it'll kind of give us some insight as to what coach is looking for, what coaches are looking for when they're interviewing offensive coordinators. At 10 o'clock, Coach Joel Hirsch, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Fort Valley State University. He's going to talk about quarterback play and drills. Coach is very detailed, very organized when we were going through our test run. So that's going to be a really good one to be there for. And it happens to be the offensive coordinator for my O-line coach from college. So that a little connection right there. Then Coach Cameron Avery at 10:30, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks and running backs coach at Wilson Fike High School in North Carolina. He's going to talk about triple option paired with RPO system, which I think will be very interesting. And then at 11 o'clock, Coach Ty Rogers, the O-line coach, run game coordinator at Hershey High School in Texas, turning the game into a track meet with outside zone. This one will be very interesting because he is a holdover from last month's clinic because he was not able to get in. So he wanted to come back. So he's coming back to speak on that. 11:30, Coach Erik Teague, which is the new head football coach at Reidsville High School in North Carolina. He's going to talk about how to structure play calls with RPOs. And then at 12, we'll take lunch break. We're not ending the stream. We're just, y'all can go. I'm going to be here just talking, chilling. But, yeah, there's like 30-minute where there will not be a specific speaker. So if you want to go do something for 30 minutes, get some lunch, chill, that's fine. And then it will come back at 12:30. And Chris Zablocki, head football coach at Sheboygan Falls High School in Wisconsin. He's talking about keeping the defense on their toes by making punt a part of your offense, which is very unique. So I think that would be really cool. At 1 o'clock, Coach Andy Freeze, the offensive coordinator at Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology in Indiana. He's talking about 7-man play action pass. And then at 1:30, Coach Brett Guminsky, the offensive coordinator at Iowa Wesleyan University, obviously in Iowa. He'll talk about utilizing deep choice in your offense. At 2 o'clock, Coach David Wilkinson, offensive coordinator at Bourne High School in Texas. He's going to talk about this 12 personnel offense, which I love 12 personnel, so I'm really interested in being there for that. 2:30, Coach Caleb Corrill, I'm putting Corrill, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach at Mount St. Joseph High School in Ohio. He's going to talk about quick game option routes. And then at 3, Coach Shawn Cooley, which is in the chat right now. Coach Shawn Cooley, offensive coordinator at Hickson High School in Georgia. He's talking about gap scheme RPOs. And then at 3:30, Coach Josh Yoder, the offensive line coach at Brownsburg High School in Indiana. He's going to talk about wide zone. And then at 4, Coach Dom. I don't know how to say Coach Dom's last name, but it's like Guglielmo. I don't know. I don't want to. Anyway, he's head coach at Cuthersville High School in Missouri. We'll talk about program building, which is going to be huge for a lot of guys. At 4:30, Coach Matt Goggans, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Bowie State University in Maryland, HBCU. Talking about creation of explosive plays using tempo, formations, and motion, and incorporating that into your practice plans. So that'd be a little bit of an organizational type one, which would be really good. And then at 5, the last official speaker will be Coach Garret Wingate, offensive coordinator at Northern Nash High School here in North Carolina. He's going to talk about his power raid offense, which is awesome. So you need to be here for that one. Make sure that you are here for everyone if you can. If not, it's all good. I think all but a couple of these will be put on my YouTube. A couple of coaches asked me not to with their sessions, which is totally fine. So, but all these will pretty much get put on my YouTube. Yeah, and then at 5:30, free talk with me. If you want that last 30-minute session, if you want to come on and talk, just one-on-one or two-on-one or whatever, you come on and talk with me, be on here live with me. You can come on, just ask, and I'll DM you the link to speak. and you can come and hang out with me. So that's the last 30 minutes is going to be. But we have a full day of great speakers. Guys, 10 guys here watching. I know there says 10 guys, but there's not 10 comments of who you are, what you coach, and what high school and where it's at in the country. And it's crazy. So make sure you like in the stream. Make sure you subscribe, right? We're at 644 subscribers as of this morning. Really interested to see how many we go up through this. But make sure you like and then comment those things, guys. Check in with me. Don't be boring and just hanging out. Make it interactive, right? 15 minutes in, 15 minutes to our first speaker. And while y'all are typing, like you should be, I'm going to go ahead and invite Coach Dayton. He can come on when his time is ready. If there are any speakers in the chat right now, I will be DMing you like 10 minutes before your session starts with the link. And then you can come and just once you click the link, it will bring you in like the background, and then no one will see you, and then we can kind of transition from there. But like maybe 2 minutes before your session starts. All right, Coach Marcelo K. Newkirk, free agent coach, Rockingham County area, previous wide receiver coach. Coach, I appreciate you being here. Shout out to Rockingham County. That's where I'm from. I grew up in the town of Mayodan. But I'm not going to meet Michael. Let me put that out there. But appreciate you joining us, Coach Newkirk. Put you up right there. Excuse me, guys. I got something in my throat. And then Coach Wayne McCoy, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach at Cary High School. Good morning, Coach. North Carolina in the house. First 2 to 3 first comments from North Carolina guys, of course, we're the best. Appreciate you, Coach. Let me see. Let me send this to the coach. All right. Keep going, guys. Keep going. And also, make sure you share out the stream if you want to whatever socials you want. It doesn't matter to me. Retweet it on Twitter. Post it on Twitter. I mean, you can just go hit the share option, right? It's a public stream, right? It's different from the last one. This one's a public stream, so if you want to, share it, it's all good. Doesn't bother me. Feeling good, guys. It's Saturday. It's a good day to be Saturday. Coach says good. A little bit of random information, just because I'm just talking. My in-laws just got off a cruise, so they're blowing our group chat up. But if you are a cruise person, let me know as well. I love cruises. All right. Coach Larry White, head coach, offensive coordinator at Prince Edward County High School in Farmville, Virginia. Shout out to you, Coach. Appreciate you checking in, hanging out today. If anybody knows me, they know that I'll have a lot of love for our local coaches. I got love for everybody, but I got special love for our local coaches. And what that means to me is all the states within a 2-state radius for the most part. Of North Carolina. So what I count as Virginia, West Virginia, obviously North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee, right? So appreciate you, Coach, from Farmville, Virginia. Good morning, Coach. Coach Julian Jones, offensive coordinator and wide receivers coach at Bryant High School in Bryant, Arkansas. Our first That's still south. I think it's still southeast because they're in the SEC, Arkansas. But Arkansas, first Arkansas coach to hang out today. Appreciate you. 10 minutes until coach comes on. Keep rolling with the comments. Make sure we're liking the stream. Appreciate that, Coach McCoy. Let me see. How's everybody's off season going? That's a big thing right now. How's everybody's off seasons going? So weightlifting right now for most people, probably. And then I know here in North Carolina in May we go spring ball. So get to get those guys outside and do some work. McCoy says, yes, sir. Guys, only 3 people have liked the stream so far. There's 9 guys in here. It's a travesty. We're up to 646. Make sure you subscribe, guys. Hey, my goal is to try to get to 1,000 before the school lets out on June 12th or whatever it is. I don't know if we'll get there, but we're going to try. Coach Damian Ivory, Grand Rising. I'm assuming that's Grand Rising High School. Coach, give me a little more information if you would. Like what you coached, stuff like that. So I assume that's Grand Rising High School in somewhere. But yeah. If this is your first clinic, let me know. If this is your first live stream, let me know. Otherwise, everybody's a veteran. Right? I love this time of year, guys. I love clinics. It just makes me like really get like, I don't know, like I really miss football. And so going through stuff, I'm going through like stuff like that, like this, stuff like that makes me like really get ready for like spring ball. Coach Joshua Stewart, head coach at Delco High School in Delco, Idaho. Coach, you are coming from a ways away, and I love it. What time is it in Delco, Idaho right now? What, 6? 5? Appreciate you hanging out. Grand Rising, me saying hello. All right, cool, Coach. I assume you're Coach. 6 a.m., my guy. Yeah, some of my international guys were like, yeah, we're staying up because, time difference. So he says, I'm not on a staff, but I'm here to learn. Hey, that's all you can do, right? That's all you can do. That's all you can do. I coach quarterbacks. Awesome. That's an area that I've been studying pretty hard this offseason, being the offensive coordinator. My guy, Coach Fawcett. What's up? Morning, Coach. Good morning. Coach Fawcett, tell everybody where you're from and where you coach at, though. If you're excited for today, make sure you hit like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you comment. Oh, I'm just looking at my dog over here on the couch. Sleep. I would turn it around, but he probably jumped. He's like this big. So he's like curled up on a blanket right now. Oh, to be a dog. I don't even have my earphones in. I can't hear anybody. Nobody's on, but I haven't had my earphones in. I know a lot of guys are on spring break right now, or this is the end of their spring break. So if you are on spring break, congrats. You made it through. You only have 40 days left. I think we're at 38 days. Not that we're counting down or anything. We're at 38 days left. $13 guys up in here, guys. It's awesome. Make sure we're still checking in. What's your name? What position do you coach? And where at? Let's see. Coach Fawcett, currently in Florida, but on my way to Nebraska. Experience with linebackers, quarterbacks, and wide receivers. I'm interested. You have to put it on there, nothing personal, Coach. But I'm interested to see why you're moving from Florida to Nebraska. All right. Got 3 minutes. And then Coach is going to come on. Hope y'all are excited. If you have Uncle Sam, no doubt. I hear you. I appreciate your service, Coach. Coach Calvin Custis, grad assistant at Fraser High School in Michigan, future equipment manager at CMU. Heck yeah. I didn't know that, Coach. That's awesome. Hey, I love doing equipment. I do equipment for where I'm at now. I did equipment the last school. I enjoy it. Not being a full-time equipment guy, no, I got a coach, but I enjoy being in charge of equipment, having the whole equipment room to yourself and organize it and take inventory. I like that kind of stuff. Some guys don't. So I kind of like try to find my niche right there, right? But yeah. All right, guys. So from here on out, we're going to be kind of rolling with speakers, right? So Coach will be on in a minute. If you have questions, okay, you can type them in, and if Coach can get to them, he'll see the questions, or I can stop him. If you have questions, make sure that you do ask them, because this is going to be very, interactive. And I love how the viewers just jumped up because everybody's waiting on Coach. Coach, what's going on?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm great, Coach. I'm great. It's Saturday, so
yeah.
Coach, Ray Dayton, I'm gonna let you do your own intro, and I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Okay, I'm the offensive line coach and offensive coordinator from Lackawanna College. I've been I was at Erie Community College last year, but I've been here at Lackawanna previously for 3 years before that. So I've always kind of been an O-line guy, and then I was our offensive coordinator this year had some health issues, so I stepped in the middle of the year. We ended up 7-3, and we went to a bowl game, ended up losing that. But I'm going to talk about our dash concept that we call Toro. If I can get to how do I share my screen? What I gotta do? How do I share my screen, Coach?
Yeah, you go hit present. It should be down the middle down here. Hit present, and then you have a share screen, and you can pick a tab or your entire thing. There you go, and I'll add that. There you go.
Okay. Okay. So we just call this our dash series or our Toro play. We run Toro, and then we run 2 other plays out of this series. We call them Tame and Taser. And all they are is they're going to be their flood concepts. We run these concepts out of, but we run it off of like a sprint out idea. So our head coach is a guy named Mark Duda. He played for the Arizona Cardinals in the 1980s, and he always talks to us about dash protection and how it was such a pain in the ass because he would get into his rush, and then the quarterback would sprint out. He said it's a really good, it was just something that, he's always tried to get us to do, and we really used. The real genesis of this play, obviously we have a great relationship with Penn State. Was something that we took from Coach Moorhead when he was down there. He's over at Akron now, so just kind of his like T scissors or A scissors concept where they're getting the back and the flat. And we were 2018. We played in a bowl game called the Arturo Bowl out in Arizona. We saw another junior college basically run the same concept, and then we thought it was really good. We added it because it gave us that dash look, and it really helped we thought it would really help us up front. Why dash, right? The reason why we're big onto this dash concept is because, like I said, it moves the pocket, right? I think if a quarterback just stands back there and those rushers always know where he's going to be, it makes their life really, really easy because they can target him, you know what I mean? And just knowing that he's always going to be behind center, I think this allows us to be kind of multiple in our looks, okay? It allows a kid with a lesser arm talent to push the ball down the field. Now, granted, with any type of sprint out or dash concept, you are going to cut the field in half. But if you're a kid that does it, maybe like a high school kid that maybe can't throw, a hash to sideline comeback or something like this, this is something where you can move him outside of the pocket and still have those throws into your offense. So like I said, I think it's effective in that aspect. It's really, really simple. Like I said, it's a top-down flood read. You're basically going from high to low, okay? It has a built-in concept. If we get edge pressure, we're going to kind of just throw the ball in the back. You know what I mean? And then we'll allow our tailback, who's probably one of your better players, to kind of get the ball out there in space. I really like it as the offensive line coach because the pass protection is very, very simple. We use a full slide pass protection when we do this. And if we get a dominant rusher inside, or if we get some type of interior game where we're getting a whole bunch of, Star Wars inside, we can use this to kind of move the pocket and put our quarterback out there. And again, it kind of gives, I don't want to say it gives our offensive lineman a play off, but it definitely takes a little bit of pressure off of them if they're in a situation where maybe, we know we're going to get those interior games and everything like that. It allows a great athlete to get into space. You know what I mean? We don't really have kids that are statues at quarterback. We have good athletes at quarterback. It allows those guys to get out there and be athletic. They can pull the ball down and they can run for 6 or 7 yards. And now it's, if it's on second down or first down or something, now you're in a pretty good spot where you can kind of move the chains like that. We always say it's the original RPO. Is the quarterback going to run it or throw it down the field? And for us, one of the things that, I don't know what you guys see offensively, but one of the things that we see more and more of is this 3-4 tight front, right? And we are a big power and counter football team. I'm going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball in the C gap. We run inside zone. We run power. We run counter. We'll run a little pin and pull, but that's about it. We're not getting really far off the reservation than that. With those 2-4 eyes and that tight front, what it does is it doesn't allow your tackle to kind of get to that backside backer if you don't add a third man in the surface. So if you're going to be in 20 or like 11 personnel, kind of that Y off stuff, and they play that 4-eye. Like I said, your tackle kind of can't get through there. Well, what it does is it kind of, those guys, everybody plays them a little bit different, right? We had a kid here who went to University of Maryland, and that was their base defense, and his name was Greg Rose. He's a great college football player for us. And we'd say, Greg, what do you do? How do you contain? He says, well, Coach, I just contain through the B gap. Well, containing through the B gap really isn't a thing when the quarterback's out on the perimeter, right? So he gets up the field, we pin him inside, it becomes all back blocks, and now we've got the quarterback running out there, and it turns into a secondary cage deal with the linebackers and everything like that. But the beauty of it is the fact that we're going to first take a 3-step drop. Those linebackers, they don't just fly out of there. Now they're going to get back into their drop originally, and they'll cage, but when they secondary cage, it's going to be a little bit later. The other thing that we always see is 4-eyes that'll cop on pass. When I say cop, it means they're going to play that 4-eye, and they're going to read the guard. When the guard gives them a high hat, then they're going to try and loop outside. Well, you don't get much of a rush doing that, and we really have the ability to kind of pin those guys inside. And then the last thing, if you get any type of edge pressure, like I said, we have a built-in answer to the back, but we also have the ability to kind of pin that edge pressure with our, with our H-back, who's kind of the pin guy on that. And I'll show you that when we got to get into these diagrams and everything like that. Okay, so here's our 7-man full slide protection, right? This is what we do from a protection standpoint with our dash series. Like I said, it's all 7-man full slide. So any type of games or anything inside, you should be sound on, when they run that stuff. The biggest thing that we've got to understand is that our H-back has to have, some football sense and understand that he can dick with his alignment. He doesn't have to stay there, one by one off the tackle or in the B gap. He can widen out a little bit. One of the things that we'll do from a formation, motion, and shift standpoint, is we'll line him up in like a true 4-wide set and then kind of bring him down. We'll also motion him across, like swim him across and put him in that position as well. One of the things we've seen some teams do is kind of use this like where he starts in the backfield and then, comes out and then comes back, kind of like that. But, you can use all those things to kind of get that H-back aligned for success. You know what I mean? And just so he can pin the edge there and everything like that. And the way that we teach our half-man, half-slide, right, up front, full slide protection here up front, right? The play side tackle is going to have the B gap. He's just going to post flat. The play side guard, he's going to have the play side A gap. Again, he's going to post flat, and into the A gap. And then we're going to get 3 angle sets basically by the center, the backside guard, and the backside tackle. What we understand, up front with that guard is that we see a lot of odd front. So, right, that nose is going to go somewhere. If he goes away, we tell that center to become, the guard to become the new center on that. So, I don't know of a protection that's really much firmer than that, especially on the interior. When we run this, the back isn't in the protection. We're going to put the back in the flat. I'll show you that in the diagram. So H pins the end, and then everybody just basically slides away from it or slides to the call. QB's footwork on this is going to be 3-step, right? And then after that 3-step, he's going to boot out to the side of the H-back. So, you could teach it a couple of different ways. We'll run it to the quarterback's dominant hand. If he's right or left-handed, it doesn't matter. and we'll run it away from his other hand. You know, we have some kids that like to spin out of it. Our quarterback coach, Mike Baird, does a great job teaching that. You know, some guys will just sprint to it. Either way, it's a concept that we really, really like, and that we feel like we can always carry and always be successful with. Here's the route combination, and like I said, it's just a scissors combination on the front side. You're going to get a hitch on the backside. So we teach the quarterbacks reads on this, right, is he's going to be yes, no on the hitch. So if, like, they're playing off coverage there, like, we'll just steal a free 5 yards and, you know, throw it to that guy and have him get down and then play 2nd and 5. You know what I mean? The other thing that's great about this is the fact that it's full slide protection. So you're protected enough to where you can make that route whatever you really want it in your 3-step game. You know, we run a 5-yard hitch. We've also ran it with a little bit with a curl. We've put a slant on the backside there. If we get press at times, we'll even convert it to a fade. You know, you can pretty much do whatever you want back there on the backside of the play to get the ball out. And like I said, your quarterback's still going to be protected because of the full slide protection. Okay. And then, so it's yes, no there on the hitch. We're going to come out here to the front side. We'll sprint out. When we sprint out there to the front side, right, we're looking for that deep post to the corner to the flat. Now, you'll see our quarterback here, Barry Brown, who was All-American 2 years ago, ended up at Central Connecticut State. He's doing a great job for those guys in camp for them this spring. He does a great job of throwing this. And we had a really good wide receiver ended up at Robert Morris named James Westry, who really understood how to run this route, right? You don't want to run it so that you're going to get yourself covered, right? At times, you're going to have to bend it and then just let the quarterback throw you flat. And James and Barry had a great relationship together, and they did a good job of understanding that. You know, like I said, it does cut the field in half. We have some other plays off of it that I didn't get time to put into our clinic here, where we'll sprint out and then we'll go like hitch and go here. You know, we tried it where we would pin this guy and then have him slip right here and run a screen off of that. That wasn't real successful, but, you know, it's just an all-around good play for us. And then, you know, back to the quarterback, if we get any type of edge or nickel pressure, field pressure, however you want to say it, then he's just going to sprint out and he's going to simply dump the ball to the back in the flat. We're going to let him catch it and run. You know, our tailback's one of the better athletes in our program. I'm sure it's the same way for you guys. You know, it just basically turns into like speed option. But instead of pitching the ball sideways, we pitch it forward. So we've hit this post route, you know, a little bit. Guys will jump all over that corner. We'll hit this post route. We've hit it a couple of times in big spots, you know, for big plays there. So, and the other thing, guys, like we like this scissors concept, but with the rest of it, like you can put whatever you want as far as a combination here on the front side of it. Like we've talked about running this guy on a comeback and then it's keeping him on his post corner and just staying out there, you know, put this guy in the flat late, maybe running that comeback for like 18 to 15 or something along those lines, putting him on a seam route. I mean, we've talked about all that stuff, but just basically who you want to get the ball to, you know, in your dash game and kind of how they're playing it. Like I said, the beauty of the whole thing is the protection. You shouldn't have any protection issues. Like this is a play that you can call when you know you're going to get interior pressure inside. And this is the 2x2 version of the play. We call it tame, right? Tame is for us, again, it's just Y cross. You know what I mean? This is the old Y cross, basically. And, you know, everything kind of stays the same. It just allows us to run it from the 2x2 formation. You know, we're getting our pin block here by the H-back. Quarterback's going to sprint out. Nothing changes as far as his reads. He's still looking for that deep post, right? Instead of running the scissors concept from here, we're running that. We call this the aim route or the cross route. We're running that aim route from here, right? And then we get the back and the flat if we get any type of pressure. We ran this spring. It's been okay for us. It's something that we need to work on more to try and make it go. We have some thoughts on it, but, I think it's another good concept. Again, it's just that old weak side flood, from the, the air raid or West Coast offense, whatever you want to say there. But if you're a formation into the boundary team, right, if you're going to put formation into the boundary and then put H to the field, what I think it really allows you to do, again, is to kind of run that flood concept with your Z into the boundary, and not really give anything away. Again, on the back side of it, yes, no on the hitch, right, or your three-step concept, and then you're just sprinting out to the field. As we get more into it this spring, this is a concept we're going to run more and more, and, we'll see kind of where it takes us. Okay. All right, I'll get you some film here. We can check that out, and we'll go from there. Okay, this is against Snow. This is nationally ranked junior college, right? These dudes are old up front. Like, this kid was a UCLA commit. This kid was offered by Washington State, right? These kids they go on their Mormon missions, and then they come back and they play junior college football here. Coach Erickson out there does a great job. They're usually one of the top 5 junior colleges in the country. It's just and we figured, from a protection standpoint, that we couldn't sit here. We were going to have to move the pocket. Otherwise, these guys were going to be able to rush us and not really get, we would be kind of whistling Dixie. It wasn't a winning business proposition if, we were going to kind of stay in it like that. So here it is. Barry gets to the flat, right? They cover the flat. Quarterback takes off, gets 8 yards, right? It's 2nd and 8 or 3rd and 2 or what, 3rd and 1, whatever. Let's look at the protection. If they play that 4-eye again, right? We're 4 eyes here. He reads it, cops on pass, get a good pin block there by the H, right? He could probably do a little bit better job. He's got to be a little bit more under control. But right now we're on the perimeter. We've got a good athlete out there. We've got to force them to tackle in space. You can see us sliding right here, right? My man South, number 60. He's from Connecticut. He's got to get a little bit better base, but allows us to block. South's a Division II kid. Might get a walk on Eastern Kentucky or something like that, but allows him to be successful here, right? And the best thing about it, watch my man Ben. Ben's going to Albany State, so we can be really physical in the slide, and we can take some shots and punish the guys on defense, right? We identify the widest rusher here with our tackle. He does a great job setting out there in space, right? Now we just move the ball. We put it out there on the perimeter. Here it is again, right? Really simple protection, 4 down front. This is against our favorite friends from New York, Nassau Community College, right? We get our man James Westry right here, wide open. He runs a good burst corner, understands the concept, works himself flat to space. Right, post takes 2. I mean, that's pretty wide open there, does a great job with it. Right, we threaten the corner here. Right, they've got to make a decision, do a good job secondary cage, but it kind of just puts with the back and the flat. I mean, we lose the back a little bit here getting out, but if the back, even without getting the back and the flat, kind of puts that overhang in no man's land. Our post does a great job of clearing out the 2 safeties here in the 2 high shell. Right, he threatens them. We do a good job there. James is open. Here it is again against Nassau. Right, they were a big interior game team. Knowing that, we know we're going to get our games and everything like that.
Hey, Coach.
giving us a squat corner right here. Okay, so we take that. We look over there with no, he doesn't like it, doesn't take the fade. They convert it to a fade.
Hey, Coach, if you get blitz off the edge to the sprint side, does the running back pick that up, or you just try to bypass it?
Nope. So what? If we get any type of edge pressure here, we expect the back to get outside of it and dump the ball to the back. Okay. So, right, that's the important thing with the 3-step drop, right? We figure that he's going to aim high for the quarterback. That gives him time to get the back out to the flat. Now, he's going to get hit in the teeth, but the quarterback's on scholarship too, right? Yep. So when that back gets out there to the flat, now he's just basically one-on-one with a guy that's, dropping probably out of the stadium. We see more fire zone than that, like 2 deep 4 under coverage. So, I mean, it just allows us to, that's our pressure beater versus kind of any type of nickel pressure or anything like that. Does that make sense to you, Coach?
Yes, sir. That was a question from the crowd, so I want to put that out there.
Okay. Yep. I don't know if I get some clips of it here later. Right? James does a good job getting open again. Do a good job. Tight end does a great job on his pin block right here. Right? So you just throw that ball to the flat, let your back make the play. We got a pretty good running back. He was an All-American last year, so. But again, just really simple pass protection inside, right? And it's just basically like we're playing speed option. Allows us to be violent in pass protection as well, right? We can take some shots at these guys, There's a good example of us dumping the ball in the flat. Tough to cover. Right. They have a tough time here. And guys, this is as easy as it gets as far as read, right? High, low, yes, no to the hitch, and then high, low if you got it, right? Read it just top down. I mean, it's a simple play where we can kind of put the ball on the perimeter. And again, we don't have a lot of issues in pass protection because we're in the slide here, right? We could take some shots at those guys and be violent.
Coach, another question. It says, do you have the outside receiver run a certain route versus middle of the field closed versus middle of the field open? Like, if it's open, you probably run the post. If it's closed, do you have them convert or?
Yeah, so we've done that where he's either ran a go route or a post route, but we've just kind of simplified it to where he's always running that post because we feel like that's going to take the top off the coverage and take 2 guys there. If I was at a 4-year, I would probably do that, but because we're in a situation where if we're doing a good job getting our guys out, we'll have guys for as little as 18 months. So that really just having him kind of lock in and run that post, allows us to just kind of play fast and play some younger guys sooner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So here's some end zone of it. Just the protection portion of it. We do a good job right here picking up the games in the slide. And again, we just take that, 12, 15 yards. Here's an example of hipping the guy in, right? Pinning the edge. And we throw the ball right there for a good first down.
I got 5 minutes, Coach.
Okay. Let me get to some of these where we take the post here. Right, here's an example of us taking the post. Let's see what we got here. Right, we fake it. Oh, this is a good catch there. Let me see. I want to show you some hitch stuff. Well, right? And we run that into a squat corner there, so that's pretty, high-low. Reading that out. Here's an example of like if we get that hitch, right? Let's go see. See, they're playing us off right here, so we just zip it out there, take a free, 5-6 yards, and boom, we're just right there. They played us in a lot. The Georgia military, they do a great job. We were going to get a lot of interior games here when they get into their 4-down front. We knew that was kind of coming. We just take that hitch there to the boundary. Here it is again, right? We got off coverage to the boundary, and we just throw that. It's like stealing, right? Easy completion on 3rd down. I'll run it into the boundary some. Again, off coverage, we take the hitch, right? Get half of it back in 2nd and 19. And then sometimes, can't see it, but guy made a great catch there. We get beat here in the slide. Right? They game us. This guy loops late. Bam. Happens. And then it's just that's kind of backyard football, but you get a great athlete out there in space. You just kind of let those guys work. It turns into a scramble drill. He sees him, keeps his eyes down the field, does a good job. Like I said, it's a big play for us because we ran so much power that if teams would play us in a 5 technique, if they played us in a 4-eye, we would sprint out or put the ball in the C gap somehow. And that they played us in a 5 technique, we were going to run our A gap power play. So I don't have anything to get up. Pin the ball, throw it. These guys, they run every game, conceivable game. Like he's going to come up the field, he's going to come here, they're going to twist and loop, and it's going to be Star Wars. So, like I said, this is just an easy way for us to just kind of, put the ball in the perimeter and make, get some easy throws for a quarterback. I really like it as a drive starter. Here we are, we run it into the boundary. I like running it to the boundary because I think I can get that post route sometimes. You know what I mean? He does a good job. This kid does a good job of adjusting. And like I said, I don't really overcoach things if you can't really tell. We're going to let them go out there and let our athletes go out and play, And like I said, we ran this. I think we ran this like 57 times or something like that. So, it was something that they really got used to. And like I said, as the O-line coach, I really love the protection portion of it. I don't really. And just, now it's on 3rd down, not great, but. And that's it. So, how do I go back? What do I got to do that? How do I go back to the other thing? Oh, there you go. Yeah, so that's really our dash concept, guys. If you guys want me to send that to you, if anybody wants anything like that, you can either shoot me a message on Twitter or send me an email or a text or anything. Like I said, it's just a play that we run. We'll run it in any situation. It's a good thing for us. It really allows us to get our quarterback started. It's simple, yes, no, throw the hitch. If that's not there, it's top down. It's something that any kid can do. I think at any level. So, and like I said, if you're getting a lot of interior pressure, you don't know what to do. it'll really help your offensive line. So,
yeah. All right, Coach, I appreciate it. That's it was fantastic. And if anybody has any questions for Coach, hit him up on Twitter, and he'll be he get his email, be interested in sending that to you. But Coach, I appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Have a great day.
You too. All right, Coach.
How we doing?
Pretty good. Now, say your last name for me so I don't butcher it.
Nah, no problem. Pachucy.
Pachucy, because I was calling it Pachucy, Coach. So
You're good. No worries.
Yeah. All right. So Coach is going to talk about his double concept, which I'm really interested in learning about. So, Coach, you want to do your own intro, and we'll get rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I share? Is it cool to share a screen? Is that?
Yeah. Present and then share your screen. You can share whatever you want.
Very cool. All right. So let's see here. Let's do that. I got a little PowerPoint here for everybody.
All right.
Can everybody see that there?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, awesome. Great news. So, guys, my name is George Pachucy. I actually, ironically, grew up in a football family. Coach Ray Dayton, believe it or not, is a good friend of mine. So it was cool to hear him talk about that. I've heard that conversation before at a coaching clinic, and we actually modeled all of our run game off of Lackawanna. My dad was a coach there for 20 years. So I grew up around the community and around coaching. I played quarterback and punter at Scranton Prep High School and then later at Susquehanna University. I then got hurt at Susquehanna, and they asked me to join the coaching staff there with Nate Millen, who's the head coach at Muhlenberg College, Scott Knapp, who's the offensive coordinator at Dickinson College. Steve Briggs was the head coach at the time. I was the assistant quarterbacks coach before I moved on to tight ends in 2014. And then when Tom Perkovich got hired as the head coach, he hired me as his first quarterbacks coach in 2015. I took a couple years off after that, and then I came back in 2020 during the COVID season, which was kind of crazy, to be the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Mid-Valley High School. My dad was actually also the head coach at Mid-Valley way back in the day. So it was cool to kind of go back to where I grew up. And then this year, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be moving down with the tight ends. I just wanted to be involved with the line just a little bit more. So our head coach is going to take over a little bit of the quarterback stuff. And at least for the beginning of the year, I'm going to go down with the tight ends and the O-line to experience some of that. It's been a while since I've been down there, so I had to brush up on a lot of my drill work, but really excited for that. In 2020, we ran a conventional, I guess, high school pro style offense, and we were 1-5. We had a lot of really good athletes. And in the offseason, I actually met with Ray Dayton and Josh Pardini at Lackawanna College, and I put together, along with our staff, I call it a multiple offense, but it's basically like a modern pro style spread sort of hybrid offense. And it allowed us to use our athletes and change the way we taught a lot of things, which is what I'm going to talk about today. But we went from 1-5 to 9-3. We were the semifinalists in the district playoffs. We set 6 or 7 offensive records. So we had a really good year, and then we graduated a bunch of seniors. And I think the mark of a really good, consistent program and coaching staff is even on those down years, being able to win 5-6-ish games somehow and try to, fight your way into the playoffs. And we didn't do that in 2022. So we got a lot to work on in 2023, but we're excited about the season. Now, our philosophy, kind of as I just mentioned, it's very much a multiple offense. We're going to be under center in the I formation. We're going to be in the shotgun and 4 wide. We'll get into some empty things. We will get into some 10 personnel, 11 personnel, 12 personnel stuff. My concept and my theory as a play caller is that I want the defense to prepare for more formations than they can handle in a week. So we might only end up running 4 or 5 concepts in an entire game, but I want to run 4 or 5 concepts out of, as many different fronts and as many different variables as I can get. We're the slowest no huddle offense in America. If you watched us play, we are huddling. We are snapping the ball between 5 and 10 seconds on the play clock. I'm a big believer in ball control. We want to get 4 yards per play and have very timely shots. We are not taking a whole bunch of shots down the field. And I think that this concept kind of plays in very well with that philosophy. So the double concept to me, a lot of people when they hear double, they think double post or, double in or something like that. The double concept to me is mirrored outside routes. So we're going to have, the basic version we'll show you today is double square outs. And with an in-post read and a shallow cross coming from the inside two members. It's derived from the West Coast offense. It's dancer in the old dancers double verts on the outside. Sean Payton and the Saints ran the heck out of this with Drew Brees. They ran the double outs, double comebacks, double acutes, everything sort of moving down. So we kind of took it from them, and it became our base play. And these are a couple of the reasons why. Number one, you could run it from any formation, right? So I'm going to show you clips today of formations we might not even run it out of. So in case you're a wing T coach sitting here today, you're probably going, oh, no, we can't run this. We're not out of, 10 personnel trips or something like that. Hey, that's all right. I'm going to show it to you out of, wing slot and, pro wing that you might be in pretty regularly and how it would work out of that. It's also very simple to teach. Once you learn the rules, once you learn the concept rules, it's the same all the time in every formation. Right. So the players don't have to remember, I'm number 3 on this. What do I have? Very easy. It's always the same. That makes it easy for players to remember that when we get into critical situations, my quarterback will be signaling for this play because he knows that our guys know it and we're comfortable with it. The read also never changes. It's always the same read. Even when we're tagging it, it's variations of the same read. And it's very easy to tag and create matchups. We could add a switch tag to it where 1 and 2 would switch. We could add a follow tag to it, which 2 and 3 would switch their responsibilities. And it's very easy to add play action. So you could add a token play action out of this or call any of your run game, however you call it. You can move through it really, really quickly. So that's why it's been so good to us. So when we originally install this concept, right, when we originally install it, we give every player a sheet like this, every skill player a sheet like this. And I had one coach go to me one time. He's like, wow, coach, you run this out of empty. That's really cool. And yeah, we would run it out of empty. But really what I'm more concerned about when we're teaching it is these are our boundary routes and these are our field routes. So if you're number 1 in the boundary, you should run a speed out. If you're number 2 in the boundary, you're going to run a shallow cross. If you're number 3 in the field, you're going to run a shallow cross. If you're number 2 in the field, you're running the in-post read. And if you're number 1 to the field, you're running your speed out. Right, so you can see here our outs are all of our speed breaking routes, any routes to the outside are all based on steps. So we're going 8 steps or 10 yards. And you'll notice even when we draw it up, we have it almost kind of curving backwards, right? We want to eliminate angles on the outside. One of the biggest concerns about this that I get when I talk about it at mostly high school clinics is that, well, coach, I don't have a kid who could throw that, 15-yard out or, if you fade on the route, it's going to be 15 yards. But if you don't, this is really like an elongated 3-step concept pretty much. So we tried to make it a little bit easier, aiming to get working back to 10 yards after 8 steps. It's a speed cut for us. Our speed cuts is where we put 1 foot in the ground and roll out of a break. We don't pitter patter at the top. We call those square cuts. And we want to outside release, stack, push vertical, and then lean and roll off the top. And then
hey, coach.
Yeah.
Hey, can you go full screen on your presentation?
Yeah, I think I could. Let's see. Did it work there?
No, it's still it can still see your slides on the side.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why that wasn't working. Let's see if I do it this way. Oops. How about now? There we go.
There we go.
All right, looks better. Awesome. There we go. Hold on. I'll get back to this base concept here. There we go. Perfect. So right here, outside on the outside, speed cuts for us. Like I said, we're sticking our foot in the ground at the top. So number 2 to the boundary is going to have that shallow cross, no deeper than 4 yards. Really, we prefer to have him closer to 3. He's going to inside release or take easiest best release inside. Number 3 is going to have the shallow cross to the field. And then number 2 would have that in-post read. So the in-post read is probably the biggest part of this concept for us. And here's why. Day 1, when we install this play, we have to teach that read. Okay, it's very, very, very important that we teach that read. So if it is a in cut, we're teaching a square break at the top. So we want to break our feet down and we want to snap straight across, just like you would on a hitch or anything else for us going over the middle. If we're going to run that post, if we're going to take that post and split the safeties, we're putting a foot in the ground and leaning and pushing. So first of all, you have to teach your receivers both of those breaks at the top of that route, right? The release, the stack, and the stem could be the same, but those two releases need to be a little bit different because of the timing of the routes. Okay, so that's number one. And I'm going to show you a drill a little bit later on, a diagram of a drill, how we actually teach this. We call it the 4-on-2 drill. So when we present these concepts, right, we give our quarterbacks the progression, right? We always give our quarterbacks the progression. So we teach this play as access, in post, shallow. Access, in post, shallow. So access for us means if I come out and I'm under center and I'm in shotgun and we're over here and I think I can make either of these throws on the outside, right? I'm going to take a quick 3 from the gun or a quick 5 from under center, and I'm going to deliver the ball to the out route. Okay. So that's what access means to us. If I can make the throw, I'm going to make the throw. Then we're reading it into post to shallow. So if the shallow is coming from a 2x2 set, it almost looks like shallow cross, right? So I'll check the into post, and then if it's not there, I'm going to work back down to the shallow. If it's coming out of trips, it's more like drive kind of, where we have the shallow on the inside and then the in post behind it. So I'll read the in post to the shallow back coming front side or backside, pardon me on that. So we'll tell him, hey, here's your progression, and then here's your read keys, right? 1, can I make this throw, right? So on the outsides, can I make this throw? Okay, I can't make this throw. Okay, I have to check safety leverage. The middle of the field's open. I'm probably throwing the post. If not, I need to check the hook flag defenders to see if I'm high-lowing either of them. So the read always stays the same. And we always incorporate under center and gun and pistol footwork as well when we're working through these. So in our terminology, we call this double play Oklahoma. This is a clip right from our playbook. We always show it out of a pro set, a trip set, and a 2x2 set. So at the top of the page here, you can see number 2 to the field has the in, number 1 to the field has the out, number 1 to the boundary has the out. Out of trips, number 1 to the boundary has the out, number 3 to the field has the shallow cross, number 2 to the field has the in. The rules do not change. Right down here, number 2 to the boundary has the shallow cross, number 2 to the field has the in. The rules never change. It always stays the same. The read always stays the same. If they learn the basic rules, we could call any formation at any time and have them run this play. That's the reason we've been so efficient on it. In 2021, when we ran this play a little bit more, we had a quarterback who felt really comfortable with this concept. He was like 71% completion on it for the year on this concept. So 7 out of 10 times we were gaining positive yardage on this play when we called it. So it was a big third down play for us. And it really made our kids comfortable because they knew it out of any set. They knew it out of any formation. And our quarterback really knew how to work it out of any progression because it was always the same read. I'm a big believer, and I believe Ray probably mentioned this in his presentation earlier as well. Any type of reciprocal teaching that you could use, right? So any type of, for instance, we teach this deep out, this 10-yard out. We teach it the exact same way as our quick game speed out. The only difference is how many steps we're taking. In our quick game speed out, we take 4 steps. In our drop back game out, we take 8 steps. It is the same exact teaching. So usually we call our quick game concept, and then 2 days later or a day later, we're installing this because we've already taught that out route. Now we can work on the in post and the shallow cross sort of working through. So that's basically how we install. We'll definitely work through it. I'm going to get to a couple film clips later of it. But if you're wondering, okay, Coach, I run the wing T. How is this applicable to my system? Well, this is our West formation. Our West is from the West Coast as well. Puts the F position in the wing. It really doesn't change anything. This is a 3x1 set. So we have our 2 access throws on the outside. We have our shallow cross by our Y, and then our F runs the in post read on the outside. Well, Coach, I'm a big, wing or gun T with the slot wing sort of deal. This is our South set. We run this. We've run Oklahoma out of this set before. You still get your double access outs. You still get your in post read. You still get your shallow cross. You can pretty much run this out of anything at any time. It's very easy to install. It's very easy to teach once you get the flow of it. You could also double almost anything on your route tree. So a couple of years ago, we used to have all different names for all of these double concepts. So it was like Oklahoma, Virginia. We called Philadelphia the double post combo on the outside. Now what we started to do is we ended up just tagging the Oklahoma play. So maybe you're saying, oh, coach, man, my quarterback can't throw that deep speed out, or he can't throw that comeback, but man, he really might be able to throw that curl on the outside, or maybe he could throw that post to the boundary, or maybe he could throw the in to the field, right? You can double almost any route that you want to double. The outside route really doesn't matter. Now, obviously, you can't run two ins simultaneously at the same time, but here's what I mean. So if we want our double outsides to be goes, right, we call it Oklahoma go. So now we know, instead of running the traditional speed outs on the outside, we're going to run go routes. The read doesn't change. If you think you have a good matchup on the go ball, throw the go ball. If you feel like you have a bad matchup on the go ball, we're reading safeties to internal backers. So if we're under center, we're in the shotgun, and we're going, okay, we're looking, oh man, I don't think I can make the outside throws. Now we're looking safeties to inside backers as we're reading it. You could also tag just one route. So in this case, we're running double in off the backside. And I love this concept when you're getting quarters, right? Because what's going to happen is this safety is going to trigger down on this in or trigger in on the post. And in quarters, right, you're probably going to have some guy out here playing the flat, and then you'll have someone in here playing sort of the hook zone, right? If the hook zone gets pulled down and the quarter safety gets pulled down, this in is going to open right behind in the trail position. It's a really good call. I'm hoping to call that a couple times this year as well. But once again, the read really doesn't change, right? The read really doesn't change. Can I make this throw? Maybe it changes a little bit here, but really you're still reading the safety to the inside backer, right? So really a lot of reciprocal teaching happening. Now, a couple of the cooler things that we were able to do this year is, okay, everybody in our conference knows when we come out and it's 3rd down and 7 to 10, we're probably calling this play, right? So we sat down and we were like, all right, how can we create some tags to make this a little bit more variable and change this just a little bit for us? So the first tag, we call it arrow. So this is F arrow, Oklahoma F arrow. And if you're familiar with Kyle Shanahan, he calls this concept arches. So as he's going through, the read stays the same, right? If we can throw the outs on the outside, we want to throw them. If not, we're reading now this arrow route to the shallow cross. So we're still just reading the inside backers here. We're teaching our quarterback in the arrow concept specifically not to read the safety, right? This is more of an inside backer read. So we really do like this arrow concept. We had a couple of big plays on it last year, and I have a couple of film cut-ups of that we'll get through quickly. This is another tag out of it. If you feel like your defense or your opponent is going to have trouble covering number 4 strong to the flat, which a lot of people don't account for, especially in like a traditional zone coverage here, we'll tag F arrow H flat. And flat for us, when we call flat, we're talking more about a flat screen, right? We're not talking about a traditional flat route. So he's going to want to insert right off the tackle and pretty much stay even with the offensive line. But once again, this is almost like a pick concept. It's great in the red zone, especially the low red zone, as you're starting to move in towards the goal line and move along with that. So we really like that concept as well. Love those pick plays against man or any type of match zone as we're sort of moving on. The follow concept is something I mentioned earlier. So when we tag X follow or H follow, right, we're telling them that we want the number 2 receiver to now run the shallow cross, and the internal player is going to run like he's going to the flat and then burst back at a 45-degree angle. It's the same concept and the same read as the arrow tag. However, this we could run out of the backfield, right? We could tag H follow. We could tag X follow. This is a really good way to get your skill player on a matchup on an easy throw. We've motioned guys from the outside back in, where we could get, a receiver on on a linebacker or someone internal that has a little bit more trouble covering him. It's been really, really, really good for us. So on day one, when we get into this drill, we call it the 4-on-2 drill. And this diagram is a little bit busy, but I'll explain it through. So in case you do want to put this in, here's in my opinion, the best way to do it. So you can line up in any set. Line up in any set you want to line up in. Your 2 outside guys, you're going to throw those like routes on air. So add in backfield actions. You can add in blitz pickup while you're doing this, whatever you want to do. Throw the outside routes and the number ones like routes on air. Your 2 inside routes, we're going to put 4 defenders up. We're going to put 2 safeties and 2 inside linebackers. And this looks a lot like the template that we showed earlier when we were putting it in, right, all the way back in the beginning of the presentation. So the safeties are going to have 3 moves. They can either internally rotate, externally rotate, or go down to the flats. The inside backers can either go to the hole, the hook, or match to the shallow route. So all we're doing is we're creating a read-based scenario here. And you're probably thinking, well, coach, it should be pretty easy for those 4 of them to cover those 2 receivers. If it so happens that way, we actually do that in practice to get our quarterback to tuck the ball and run instead of making a bad decision, right? So it's a very easily simulated game-like drill. And sometimes we'll start with just 2 defenders. Sometimes we'll start with all 4. But really on day one, this is what we're doing. And this is how we're installing it so we could teach that in-post read and teach them the difference between middle of field open, middle of field closed as we're sort of moving through. Coach, am I at time or do I have a couple minutes to show a couple?
You got 9 minutes, Coach.
Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. That's good. So let me show you some clips of us running this, and I'll talk you through some of it on film. As we're sort of moving through here, did I stop my share there, Coach? I think I should be okay. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to move my huddle account over here. Let's see. All right. You guys see that all right now? Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is our Trey, righty Oklahoma. So our set's where the Y is going for us in our offense. Trey is our 10 personnel, detached trips. And then Oklahoma is, of course, our double concept. So our out route right here, going to be 8 steps, 10 yards. Our number 1 to the field is going to have an out route, 10 yards. You can see he cuts his split just a little bit. He was a senior. He's very good. He's playing at Bloomsburg right now. And this guy right here is playing, I believe, at Seton Hill College. Number 2 is going to have our in-post read over at 10 yards. Number 3 is going to have our shallow cross route at 10 yards. So once again, the quarterback, as he's coming out of this, right, we're telling him, read the access throw, right? Read the access throw. Are we able to complete a throw to the outside? Are we able to make anything work to the outside? Sorry, this is being so slow right now. So we're coming here. Good 3 steps out of the pocket. He's able to hit that throw on the outside. It's a nice, easy completion. That boundary throw is exactly what we're looking for. This is a great route by number 8 down here. Watches the outside releases. He stems. He leans back in. He snaps it out right at the top. There's no pitter-patter. He just puts his foot in the ground and catches the ball. I don't love the in route up at the top. He rounds it just a little bit too much, trying to get behind that safety. We should never stop on the shallow cross route by number 3. I'm not sure what he's doing right there. He might have been a little bit confused, or maybe we had a tag on to pull that safety in there. But good footwork by the quarterback. Good strike right on the sideline. Moves the chains for us. You can see here how it kind of opens up in the middle of the field. That little shallow sit right there pulls that inside backer in. We probably had the in if we wanted it to. All right, so here we go on a 7-man protection, right? So we're in 2x2. We're in 2x2. He's motioning off. Same deal, makes a good throw on the outside, or a pretty good throw on the outside. That cornerback is London Montgomery. He's going to play at Penn State next year. But the concept is right? We got the double outs. We got the in over the middle, right? He runs it as an in because the middle of the field's closed. And we used to say 1 high, 2 high for that. We used to say 1 high, 2 high. But I would consider this 2 high. Yet I don't really see an opening in the middle of the field, right? Like there's no real space that he could run. So instead of saying 1 high, 2 high, we transition to middle of the field, open, middle of the field close. So as he's coming out of his break right here, and if you pull it back just a smidge, right, you can see his eyes right now are on this safety. And it's like, okay, if I could see him in my line of vision as I'm working up the field, right, I'm probably not in the best situation, right? So I'm going to flatten that off and work it across. Could have used a little better throw. We're a little outmatched in this game, to be totally honest. But once again, you can see here, right? Quarterback checks the safety. He's like, okay, I could make that outside throw there. Good play. A little overstride in the throw, just a little bit late there. Same game. Now we're going to run it out of a 2x2 set. Contested catch. Now, I also don't love on this shallow cross route. You see how 2-6 stops and goes over that guy? We would actually instruct him to go under that guy. We want to pull that guy down just a little bit. So you could actually see the 4-on-2 drill right in action here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where the quarterback's looking. Really, after we get out of this, these access reads on the outside, this guy's taking himself out of the play. 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 So we're looking at those 4 in the middle, right? And they're in a drop 8 coverage here because it's 3rd and 15. They know we have to throw it, right? But here you can see that safety trigger in on the in. You can see that backer match the shallow cross route, right? So if we go from the tight view here, that in is open probably right in the middle here. Now, that in should do a little bit better job of eating up number 11, right? You see how he's working his outside shoulder? I would tell him actually scoop in more and try to square him up and then snap it across, right? Because here, watch when he breaks. He's still got the inside track on him, right? He's still got the inside track on him. So he has to do a little bit better job of matching leverage. Actually, against this set here, he'd probably be better off minimizing his split a little bit, being a little bit more inside, and then skate release up to the inside and sort of break it off as we're working back through, there. But you can see here, right, we do have a window open for that in route based on that shallow cross kind of pulling across. And then, he liked this access throw on the outside, got to make a contested catch there. This was late in the game. They were a pretty good team as we're sort of moving through. Okay, the second clip I wanted to pull over. Let's see if I could just pull it right over if I have to reshare anything that we got going on. I got one of our tags here. Oh, it looks like I might have to reshare. Yeah, okay. We'll stop it real quick, and then we will reshare our screen here. All right. So this is from this past season, a little bit different result. Our field was in disrepair. We're getting a new field this year, believe it or not. But here is our arrow tag. Here's our arrow tag. So this is our trips, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like our trips, 11 personnel trips. And we are going to run Oklahoma F arrow as we're sort of moving through. So the F is our slot receiver. So once again, follow your normal Oklahoma rules. Speed out. Tight end's got the shallow cross right here. And then the arrow should be coming right into that area, right into that area. So if we don't like the 2 out routes, we got here, and here. Those are our 4 reads. Oh, pardon me. That guy I didn't see that inside back right there. I drew a line really right over him. So our quarterback decides he likes the out. We get a good completion here. Right? It's really good timing on the throw. 1, 2, 3, ball out. I'd like to see the quarterback, keep his back foot in the ground just a little bit longer. You see how it pops up just a little bit earlier there. You're strongest as a thrower when you have both feet in the ground. 1, 2, 3. Pushes off and he puts it in a good spot. Puts it in a very good spot. and was a sophomore. He's going to be a very good player this year. But you can see the arrow route up top, right? See what happens? This backer gets pulled in, and then Corrill comes right up open over the top here. And then same thing from the internal perspective here, right? You got him. You can see that opening that happens right over there as we're sort of moving through. That time, Coach?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Hey, thank you so much. If anybody needs my contact info, you can find me at Coach Pachucy on Twitter or gpachucyfootball@gmail. Send me a message. I'd be happy to share this with you guys or answer any questions that you might have.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Absolutely. Thanks, Coach Tatum. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yes, of course. You too.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Next speaker, bring him on in. Coach Morgan, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself. Good morning.
I'm good. Good morning. Coach is the head football coach at Edward Waters University in Florida. We're talking about interviewing for a head coaching position. Excuse me, offensive coordinator position. And going to be a great session. Coach, you want to do your own intro? And we'll get rolling.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, I'm very honored to be here. My name is Coach Toriano Morgan. I'm the head football coach at Edward Waters University. We are a Division II program that plays in the SIAC conference located in downtown Jacksonville, Florida. Just a little bit about my background. I spent the majority of my career as an offensive coordinator on every level, basically. It came out of college. Became a graduate assistant at my alma mater, Tennessee State University, where I went on to become the wide receivers coach for a season there. Then I moved back to South Florida, and I was the offensive coordinator at three high schools down there, Dillard High School, Boyd Anderson High School, and MacArthur High School, before transitioning back to the college game, where I spent 7 years as the offensive coordinator at Virginia Union University. Then transitioned back to South Florida, where I became the head coach at Dillard High School and offensive coordinator there for a season to help get that program back on track, and then transitioned back to Virginia State University, where my last situation as offensive coordinator was at Virginia State University, working under Coach Reggie Barlow, who is killing it right now in the XFL as the head coach of the Washington Defenders. From that point, we both transitioned. I was blessed to receive the opportunity to be the head coach here in Jacksonville. So that brought me back home. So I'm very honored to be here. And as I get ready to get into my presentation, anytime I do these clinics, which I love to do, I like to do topics that for a young man as a coach, up and coming, as a coach, right now, as a coach that's always looking to matriculate through the coaching ranks, want to do something that I feel will be helpful. So there's not a lot of X's and O's involved with the topic area today, but more or less just a lot of information. So as we go, I would love to make this dialogue. I would like to open up half of it at the end, just to be able to entertain any questions that you may have. And when we're speaking, hopefully this presentation is able to equip you not just to transition if you're matriculating through the high school range from position coach to coordinator. It can help you from that aspect. If you're transitioning from one state to another as coordinator to coordinator, and then if you're looking to move up in the ranks, I definitely feel like this is some information that I wish if I had earlier on in my career would have been very pivotal in the matriculation and ascension of my coaching career. So I'm gonna try to share my screen here now.
Yeah, you click on present and then you go to share screen. You should be able to choose a tab or a presentation.
Share screen. All right. Let's see, Windows. Screen. All right, so I get to Windows, and
if you need do you have your tab? You have a tab open with your presentation, or is it on Is it on like a PowerPoint on your?
It's on a PowerPoint.
Okay. You should be able to go to Window, and then it should have do you have your PowerPoint already open?
Yes, it's already open.
Hmm.
Let me try to cancel again and try that again. Present, share screen.
Do you go? Can you go to Present and go to Slides, and then it should add file from your computer?
All right, let's see. Go to Slides. Your computer, upload file. Here we go. We look like we might be cooking with gas here. It's processing.
Okay. If that doesn't work, you should be able to share your whole screen.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right. There you go.
Okay. All right. So the first thing I would like to talk about is, what is your philosophy when you're interviewing and you've made the decision that I'm ready to coordinate, or I'm getting ready to move, or I want to interview for another job. You have to have a clear cut philosophy of what it is that your offense is going to try to achieve from away from X's and O's. And typically you want that vision to align with the entire philosophy of the head coach from a programmatic standpoint of the entire football program. Just so a couple of examples of philosophies that I've currently used or recently used. One was, to be a champion on game day, you have to be a champion every day. And that just goes to speak to being able to put the time and effort in to preparing in the preparation for everything that you're going to do from an entire offensive standpoint, so that you are successful on game day. Here, our offensive philosophy is a growth philosophy. We always want to grow the offense. So as we're looking to take the offense always to the next level, the first thing is we want to set goals. We want to be able to always have short-term, mid-term, and long-range goals that we're able to be able to set, achieve, and then be able to evaluate. When we set those goals, we want to be able to then realize our current situation. Is this a realistic goal for short term? Is this a realistic goal for midterm? Is this a realistic goal for long range? So you have to be real with yourself, be realistic. So now you know when you're putting things into place to achieve these goals that you're being realistic. The next thing is understand that there are going to be some obstacles along the way. So recognizing that and knowing that you're going to get some obstacles, kind of predict what you think those obstacles may be that will prevent you from getting these goals, achieving this goal, so that you're being proactive and not reactive. And at the same time that you get these obstacles, you're going to get some opportunities, some expected, some unexpected. Be prepared to make good on these opportunities when they come to either help you enhance the goal or achieve it at a faster rate. And then the last one, of course, there's no substitute for it, and that's work. You got to be willing to roll your sleeves up and put the work in to win. Now, as you go, you have to realize, what is your offensive DNA? We haven't even began to talk about systems, plays, or any of that good stuff. Before you get to that, you have to understand, what is your offensive DNA? Schematically, what do you believe in? And that's a very in-depth question. It's not just, okay, I like power, or I'm a zone guy, or I'm an air raid guy. What do you believe in when you're building this offense? What are the tenets and the characteristics that you want this offense to be in? Is it a slow pace, no huddle, fast tempo, power, physical, explosive? What do you believe that building this offense will be able to take to the next level, and of course translate into wins and losses. Now, when you believe that, or you form that belief of what you believe in, understand how is that belief formed? And I think that's the part of it where you can't be compromised. And when I say compromised, if it was a actual belief that you had because you worked under somebody and that's just basically what they believed in and that's what you bought into, so I've kind of adopted that, that's fine. Because typically your belief system is formed because you've done things or you've seen things done that were successful. You don't buy into the things that weren't successful. So understand what was the genesis of you being able to form this belief that makes up your offensive DNA. What will you own? When you talk about the Redskins back in the 80s, you knew you were going to get counter Trey. They didn't care if you knew it was coming to the right. They didn't care if you knew it was coming to the left. What will you own? So and that's just basically what group of systems will you hang your hat on? What does it take to achieve this goal on and off the field? And this is where, when we ask this question, where we implement our growth philosophy to where it helps us answer all of these questions. And then after you feel like you've come up with a great source of understanding what your offensive DNA is, go back down this checklist and ask yourself again as the final evaluation, why? The same way you coach the whys, make sure you challenge yourselves to make sure you truly holistically believe in what you believe in, because understand it is going to be challenged. Every step of the way from installation to interviewing, it's going to be challenged. And if you're wavering or you're not sure in what your beliefs are, you're going to be all over the place. So ask yourself why I believe this. And again, a great question or a great answer for that is, I believe this because I've done it and I've had success with it. All right, this is a great one here. Do you have a system as an offensive coordinator when you're going in? Do you have a system, or do you just have a collection of plays? The biggest misconception about the title of offensive coordinator is, I'm just the guy that calls plays in practice. I'm the guy that calls plays on game day. That is so far from the true reality of what the position of offensive coordinator truly is. Offensive coordinator is truly that, a coordinator. You have a vision, and that vision should align with the head coach's vision, and you're bringing that vision into a reality, from the preparation piece of it to the installation piece of it to the execution piece of it to the evaluation piece of it. So the game day aspect of it is a byproduct of how successful all of the aforementioned are, and how good you are at achieving those things. So the biggest thing is you want to have a system, not a collection of plays. You find yourself with a collection of plays, you're going to get out coached. What happens when those plays don't work? What happens when the penalties start to flow because you don't have a system of how you're getting the plays in the game? What happens when you can't make adjustments because you don't have a system of how those adjustments are going to be made? What happens when you're losing games because you can't get tangible information throughout the game to be able to analyze it to make the proper adjustments? So it goes way more beyond just having a collection of plays. You have to have a system and be able to present that system and allow the person that you're interviewing with to buy into that system. Now, here's a caveat to that. If you are a offensive coordinator and your head coach is a defensive-minded guy, understand that he's looking for somebody that he can entrust the offense of that entire side of the ball to, so he can spend his time where he's more comfortable to make sure that part of the ball, or that part is working correctly. As head coaches, we may say, okay, that's not always the case, but the reality of it is. You always feel like if your strength is on the offensive or the defensive side of the ball as a head coach, you're going to make sure that side of the ball is correct. So if you are working for a defensive-minded coach where his background is that, he's looking for somebody that he can trust to make sure that this offense goes off without a hiccup, because I can't be in two places at one time. So understand that you have a system and that you're able to communicate it and develop it. Be able in the interview, when you're talking about this system, to communicate how everybody will be able to function successfully within that system. What's their role? How are we going to achieve that? So that's a very, very key component to it as well. And then don't be afraid to brand your system. It shows ownership. It shows I believe in this. It shows my buy-in to this. It does all of that. So don't be afraid to brand your system. It might seem on the surface cynical or self-serving, but at the end of the day, when you're teaching the system to the coaches and allowing them to teach the system to the players, something that they can call their own, and they feel like is their own, they will work harder for and they will play harder within. All right, now when we're talking about the system, Coach, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, the system? Let's talk about some of the ingredients to going into the system. And remember, we haven't even gotten to the X's and O's yet. System ingredients. When you start to talk about game breakdowns and game preparations, what is going to be everybody's role within doing that? As a young coordinator, I would come in and I would feel like I could do it all. I would do the breakdowns, and to an extent, I wasn't utilizing to the optimal level all of the talent that I had in the assistant coaches, and ultimately because I limited their involvement, just through immaturity. In some instances, I'll be honest and say I got out coached, because when it was time to be able to make the necessary adjustments, if I was coaching against a team that had, 5 coaches involved, it's 5 minds against 1 mind. So what I've learned to do as I got older is to say, hey, this is the system, coaches. How can we make it better? And once again, it's that buy-in, because now if they feel your assistant coaches that you're working with feel they're involved, they're going to work harder for you. And I'm going to pivot on that point till we get further down in this particular slide. Your teaching progression. Oftentimes, you don't want to come in and get on the board and get in an interview and say, we're going to run power, we're going to install inside zone, and we're going to be a mesh concept team, and this is going to be our but how are you going to teach it? What is your teaching progression? Our teaching progression here is with our coaches. You teach it, you get on the board, you introduce it, you teach it, you turn it around in your position meetings. They now give back to you what they heard, because oftentimes we assume we're being clear in our communication, but we're not. We say something and they hear something totally different. So give them the opportunity in a fashion that doesn't embarrass them, but put them on the board and allow them to teach back to you what you taught them. Slow it down. Walkthroughs are pivotal. Take them out, walk it. You teach it, they teach it, you walk it, then you get it out on the field in your groups and you run it. That is our teaching progression for every unit on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. I can speak to the defensive side of the ball now, but being that offensive coordinator, being able to say, this is how we're installing, this is how we're teaching, This is continuity. This is consistency. And it gives a sense of compartmentalized learning for some of individuals that might not grasp it as far. And you're touching on the general ways that every individual might learn, and it gives you the opportunity now to see how they learn, what works for them to be able to learn faster. So when you start to talk about your offense getting inside the season and it's starting to peak, your offense starts to peak because the things that you don't do well, you've eliminated, you don't do anymore. So if you learn early on that, yes, this group here, they it's good to spend time with them on the board, but this group has to walk it. You will learn that earlier, and it allows you to get the best out of them a lot earlier. Your play progression. Go in and have a plan of how your plays are going to progress. I've sat in interviews to where guys are going to come and, I'm an RPO guy. We're going to RPO, and they've just only concentrated on the pass aspect of the RPO. Never once was able to talk about protecting the integrity of the play by being good in the run aspect of it. So understand how your play progression is going to work within your system and be able to communicate that. This is the run. This is the RPO to the run. This is how we're going to build the play action into it. This is how the play action and the RPO, while they might look the same, this is how they will differ. That's the progression of how your plays are going to progress. Your game day communication. Head coaches hate chaos on game day. And chaos is created on game day because you're getting a lot of ideas from individuals because they have no responsibility. So they're watching the game, and then instead of giving you tangible information that you can utilize to make adjustments, you're getting Monday morning quarterback and suggestions of what we should do. Be able in the interview to communicate exactly what each coach's role is going to be on game day and their in-game responsibilities. Now, the same way that you're going to have those in-game responsibilities, make sure that you're communicating to the coach that this is just not going to be on game day. This is how we have to practice it. For my last season at Virginia State, I called it from the booth. So it was a disservice to the student athletes and the kids to for me in practice to be on the sideline, let them hearing my voice, because that gave them a sense of discomfort that they weren't going to have on game day. It was going to be the voice of the running back coach because I'm up top. So when we got to that portion of practice, I had to remove myself, and we called it exactly as we would in the game, and that was the voice. And that eliminates any distractions or any anxiety of uncertainty on game day. And it allows a level of comfort for your coaches, again, and it gives them an opportunity to have a responsibility that will, again, allow you to get the best out of your system, being able to communicate that as you're interviewing. The execution of your offense. Be able to talk about how you're going to make sure that the plays are going to be executed correctly. And to do that, you have to have, in all of the things that we just talked about, some form of system of evaluation to make sure or to monitor if it's working versus if it's not working. The things that are working, you want to do more of. The things aren't working, you don't want to do those things anymore. So that's the system of ingredients at that particular point. All right.
Coach, you got 7 minutes, all right?
7 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and try to wrap this up then and open it up for some questions. All right. Now that you're in that interview, the coach has got you on the board. You're presenting on the board now. Talk what you know. Don't watch YouTube the night before and try to get on the board and mimic something that you saw. You formed your offensive DNA. You've challenged it within yourself. You've challenged your belief system. You've asked yourself, why do I believe in this? This is your opportunity to get on the board and talk that. This is the system that I said we're going to own. These are the run play. We're going to own. Talk what you know. Be able to have detailed teaching on all three levels. If you're talking pass game and you're teaching a pass concept, you got to talk protection first. You've got to be able to talk quarterback play. You got to be able to talk the running backs detailed into if they're in the protection or if they're out into the route. You've got to be able to talk the precise detailed of each route. How, why you like that route combination. How is it effective against a particular coverage? Put the coverage up there. And then as you're doing that, have the film to support what you're saying. So if you talk to me about I'm a great vertical guy, and I put the film on as far as I'm researching you, and I don't see you running verticals anytime on this film, then there's a disconnect for me there. So I want you to be able to tell me what it is, teach it, and then show me exactly what it is and why it was successful. When you're on the board, this is the biggest thing I would love to make sure that is understood. Understand you've already gotten to the point to where you're in an interview. It's not, do I believe you know football? You're here because that head coach believes that you understand football. This is a test of your ability to communicate and more so show your ability to get that information from the board to the students. So don't get in and use buzzwords. You can use a buzzword here or there as it relates to your position, but to get in and talk about, well, I want him to come off the ball, I don't want him to have this much air under his feet, that's too much. That means absolutely nothing to a 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24-year-old for that matter. That means absolutely nothing to them. This is a test of the opportunity of when you're installing and teaching, how it's going to be received and then ultimately be able to be demonstrated on the field. So from the presentation standpoint, that's all I have. I hope it was helpful, but I think I got maybe 4 minutes left. Want to open it up. If you have any questions, I would love to entertain.
No questions coming so far, Coach, but so what are some things when you get into an interview with somebody, what are you looking at during the interview? I know you talk about how can they communicate, but are you looking at other things, like, body language? You talking about, maybe how they, who they know, mutual coaches that or stuff like that?
Oftentimes, I think too much is put on that, because the same way you have Nick Saban calling for you, he's got Vince Lombardi calling for him. So, at the end of the day, it's a fit that you're looking for. First thing is this gentleman or young lady in this time, is this going to be a good fit for what I'm looking for in my program? How are the kids going to respond to him? That's the first and foremost thing. The presentation of it, the time that you take to put together that presentation is a direct correlation and indicator of the time and the organization that you're going to run that side of the ball with. So how organized that you are. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm wowed or impressed. Zone is zone, lead is lead, power is power. If you have a unique way of teaching it and something innovative, yeah, share that. But as far as those things, it's more or less being a good fit, being organized. I tell my assistant coaches all the time, you win 4 more games by being organized alone.
Coach K asked, so I guess you when you've been interviewing, what's a question you've received that you didn't expect?
It was a very unique question, and it was, if things are not going right at halftime, what's your plan to make that adjustment? that was a very unique question. And from that question, I've always been able to speak to and develop a second half script. I'm very big on scripting the first couple plays of the game, be it 15 plays, be it 20 plays, whatever works for you, but also scripting the beginning of the second half. So coming out of the second half, up or down, I want to be able to have something that a defense hasn't had a chance to see, haven't had a chance to make an adjustment to, and something that we've practiced. So, always have a plan.
Cool. Well, Coach, that's time right there. I appreciate you coming on and sharing some wealth of knowledge. It's a little different from the rest of the topics, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I have a whole 3 pages of notes right here. So
awesome. When I hope, and I would definitely, I'd love to share my contact information. It's at Toriano81 for Twitter, and my email is t.morgan@ewu.edu.
Appreciate you, Coach.
All right. Pleasure's mine.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Coach Hirsch.
How we doing, Coach?
I'm good. All right. Let's we'll get you in. You want to share your screen, and then you can do your own intro, and then we'll get rocking and rolling.
Sounds good.
All right. There you go. Looks good.
All right, how y'all doing?
Well, as I say, that
for
Coach
having me speak here. This is awesome what he does, and gives us an opportunity to talk ball and just learn from each other, and that's really what it's about. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of talk about some quarterback play and philosophy and kind of some drills that we do either daily or weekly, and some things like that. So if y'all have any questions, let me know. And we can talk after this, whatever the case is. So we're a Division II HBCU at Fort Valley State. We play in the SIAC Conference. We're located in Fort Valley, Georgia. That's about an hour and a half south of Atlanta, right off of 75, about 30 minutes south of Macon, Georgia. Last year we were 8-2, and I'm actually going into my 8th season right now at Fort Valley State, and my second as the offensive coordinator. So I've been here for a little while, and really believe in what we're doing. Okay. Some quarterback stuff that I just kind of expect out of my guys. And this is something that I do every single year going into it. I lay it out, the expectations for the quarterbacks, and I do the same for the offense as well. But the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to be on time and be prepared. And this is mainly for meetings. My biggest pet peeve is tardiness. You gotta major in the things that don't take any skill whatsoever. Being on time, bringing something to write with, something to write on, and a water bottle, to meetings is something that you have to do every single time, and that takes zero skill from anyone. So if it takes skill, we can teach that, but stuff like that doesn't take any skill. Okay, and being the standard on and off the field, that's important for us. Because I tell our guys all the time, we wear different colored jerseys for a reason, and you got to take pride in that. People are always watching the quarterbacks at practice, and the community and the dorms, all that. So you got to make sure that you're on point every single time. Okay. And then, we're going to play in big games. We're going to play in conference championships. Our homecoming is massive. Our Fountain City Classic game, that's a great game to be a part of and be able to play in. And, you're going to play in big games. You got to be able to handle that. And with that being said, you take a look at the next one, taking the heat. I'm going to be tough on you. I'm not much of a yeller with quarterbacks. The only thing I yell and scream about is anything effort related. If it's not effort related, we're going to get it coached up as a staff and make sure that we can handle that. But if it's something with a lack of effort, then you're really going to upset us as an offensive staff. Quarterback wise, effort, you should be carrying out your fake every single time. That's non-negotiable. That's what you do. Okay. Teammates, you're going to have the receivers coming back to you when you get off the field. Hey, I was open right here. Oh, okay. We don't think about that as quarterbacks. I'm going to be honest, we don't listen to that. And I tell our receivers, tight ends, anyone, don't come back to the quarterback saying I was open, because that goes in one ear, out the other. Then fans, our fans are passionate. They love football. So that's just part of the position. Okay. A big one for us here is what's said in our room stays in our room. I talk to our guys a lot, KYP, know your personnel. So whatever, because we talk about personnel all the time, but if we're discussing, a player or something like that stays in our room. So we got to be a tight knit group, because there's only 6 people in our room, 5 quarterbacks and myself. So it's a pretty tight knit group. And then this one, really hits home for me is taking care and uplift your teammates, especially the offensive line. Okay. Those guys are protecting you. They don't care about anything else, but what the team wants. They're not selfish in any way. That's why offensive linemen are some of the best people in this world. If you ask my dad, the offensive line is the real skill positions. Okay. And then this one, the program is bigger than every single one of us. Quarterbacks, head coach, myself, whoever, the program is bigger than all of us. And that's just something that we talk about and understand. Now, lastly, I had to give this one its own slide. Is protecting the football. I mean, you got to protect the football as a quarterback. And that, I'm going to go in the next slide, go into detail about some of the stuff that we do to protect the football and talk about that. But that's something that we stress on every single day. But you can talk about stuff, but you have to have a plan to actually do that. So for us, it's big that, the first thing we do is 5 minutes of ball security every single day. Every single day. That's O-line included. We work on recovering fumbles the correct way. We usually have some kind of stations going on where everyone just rotates and we get it in because that's important. We talk about it a lot, but we take 5 minutes every day of practice to protect the football. And, it worked out pretty well for us this past season. Okay. Another thing we got to do to protect the football is quarterbacks got to play on time. If your flat receiver is open, give it to him. Don't try to hold on to the football and try to get greedy. That's when more sacks happen. That's when, your second, third read might be covered. Don't pass one, for another one if someone's open. Okay. Understanding the receiver's sweet spot. I tell our guys, we're just point guards in basketball. We're facilitators. We get the ball out. We want them to, make sure we throw it to how the receiver likes it. Some guys like to catch that thing up here at the chest. Some guys like to catch it at the hip or whatever the case is. But it's important to find the receiver's sweet spot, just like a point guard. Like I said in basketball, certain shooters like in a certain pocket. That's where you got to get in the ball. Okay, and then throw a catchable pass. I think a catchable pass is a very, very, very easy way to explain it. You ask me what a catchable pass is, I'm gonna say one that's caught. So however that is, if you're throwing a slant to the boundary, you don't need to throw it 110 miles per hour if that receiver can't handle that. So I put that on the quarterbacks, understanding and knowing their teammates. Okay, so protecting the football, we gave up 7 sacks all year. That was 6th lowest in the country. That really didn't do much with the quarterback with the offensive line. Shout out to the trench mob. They did a great job for us. But out of those 7 sacks, I honestly think 2 of those were on the O-line. The other 5 were on the quarterback. Now, I talk about taking heat from the fans. Someone else is going to be yelling at the offensive line, block somebody. No, that's on the quarterback. And the quarterback knows that's on him. Okay. And we had 9 turnovers all last year. That was the 2nd lowest in the country. And we lost 2 fumbles. We lost 4 fumbles and had 4 interceptions. And then we had a fumble on a kickoff return. So, protecting the football is something that, like I said, we stress daily in every meeting, in every drill. So all this stuff that we're doing, it kind of coincides. So that's what you'll see, some of the stuff where you can incorporate ball security into your drills. Okay. So some of our weekly drills that we do, and what we're going to do after this is we got some video and some diagrams and some cut-ups of it kind of happening in the game. Okay. I base it down like this from our drills: our footwork and drops, throwing on the run, pocket awareness, and then getting touch on the pass and finding passing windows. Okay. Now for us, our footwork and drops and pocket awareness, we don't always have to throw the football during that. So if we just got out of a rainy practice the day before and the guys' forearms are really tight from throwing, we don't have to throw there. You can still get a lot of really good work in just with your feet. Okay. Now throwing on the run and passing windows, you got to throw. But that's something that we kind of do, is kind of do a pitch count for our guys to make sure we're not overthrowing. Okay. So our first drill coming up right here is a 4-cone drill. And I like to use cones compared to bags whenever I do stuff, because you can always move the cones, and you have to be tighter whenever moving. Okay. But the biggest thing here is, we're keeping our eyes up, chest up, the ball cocked and secure in a throwing position, and always keeping a base. And we want to lead and push with that back foot. Okay. So we got Vic right here. Now you look at his stance right now. I like having a staggered stance, but I still want a little more base out of Vic right here. Okay. He can go up, but he should be leading with that back foot. Now at this time, this spring, I was able to get some crayons from our equipment guy. So I was standing here in the middle, poking at the ball. And we have a student coach who's usually standing right over here, giving numbers. So they keep their eyes up and they just repeat the number, 1, 2, 4, whatever the case is. And then, the student assistant can clap whenever he wants for them to throw the ball, because the main part about this drill is always ready to have the ball ready to be thrown. Now, we go back and watch this. I don't like his base right here. And his drop isn't straight back. But you see how close his feet are right here? I would like more of a base, so he's ready to throw. Now, his base up here moving forward isn't bad, but his side-by-side base wasn't what I wanted it to be. Okay. We got Doug right here. Drop. Good. Leading with that back foot. Over-exaggerated in this drill. This drill isn't meant to go at 100 miles per hour. It's all about muscle memory and just creating that, having that base right there with that back foot. You see that back foot right here? Now he can always plan and be ready to throw off of that. Okay. So this is kind of this happened in the game. He felt some pressure coming down here from the bottom. He escapes left. He takes 2 of them. 1, 2. Push out that back foot. You see him keep the base. He throws us a good ball here to our receiver. Now, everyone sees the touchdown and sees all this over here, right? But what I see is the drop. That's how it all starts. I see a lot of Indy time put to that to be able to throw and have that base. Okay, now the receiver makes a great catch. We do some good things, but that's playing pretty fundamentally sound right there. And that's what we're looking for. Okay. You can kind of see a little bit here too now. 1, 2, ball. You can kind of, like I said, you can see that base that he has pushing off that back foot. I don't want those heels that close together. He's getting there. Okay. Same thing here. I think it's kind of a lazy second step with him right here in this drop. But he does a good job of keeping 2 hands on the football right here when stepping up. And just kind of feeling that pocket right there. The offensive line does a great job of letting us get a vertical release into the pocket. That's what, they're taught. That's what we want. When we get that vertical release now, it's much easier to run if need be. Okay. 2 hands on the ball, delivers a strike. Epps breaks a tackle, and here we go. Okay. You can see it a little bit from back here as well. Coach Tatum, do we have any questions yet? I can't see the comments or anything like that. So if we have any questions.
No, sir, not yet. If they do, I'll interrupt you.
Okay, I appreciate you.
No problem.
Okay. Like I said, that's a good job of him keeping 2 hands on the football here, stressing the ball security. Feels that one of the defensive linemen is going to swipe over there, so you kind of see him duck it just a little bit, but put it back into throwing motion, and now we're out. Okay. Another footwork and drop drill that we do is getting around these cones. Like I said, some people do these around bags. I like doing it around cones because if I want, I can make it shorter or further. And our coaching points are going to be the same though. We're keeping our eyes up, push off our back foot. Like I said, I'm used now since the spring. I got that crayon. I can get right in here and I can poke at this ball from whatever angle I want to. And then, like I said, we have a student assistant back here giving out numbers, and whenever they clap, they can get the ball. But this is also something that you don't have to throw either. Like usually around this 4th or 5th day of camp, when we've been going, we'll just do a lot of footwork stuff and not throw during Indy because we get our throwing in during RBA, Skelly, in pre-practice. Okay. I like that he's keeping his hips facing this target. He's facing the camera the whole time. Now his feet are a little bit fast where he's kind of clicking his heels. I don't want to see that as much, especially when moving up in the pocket. Now, we're not as much worried about moving back, but moving up, that's a big one for us, okay? We go again, Vic here. Still kind of, again, not the base that I want, okay? Not the base that I want. But keeping 2 hands on the football the whole time. You know, he's not rocking the football back and forth. He's keeping it nice and ready to throw it at any time, okay? And here we go, Doug here. We got a quick clap, so now he's got a boom, you're ready to throw, okay? He's got a good base right there, keeping the ball. Like I said, he's not moving it back and forth or anything like that. He's keeping it under control right now, okay? Ball good. So this is one here. Now, quarterback here doesn't take the drop I want. You know, that second lazy step, that gummit, it's getting to me. But he does a good job of stepping up and keeping 2 hands on the football here. You know, they swipe at it, but he keeps 2 hands on. You know, Epps right here, number 84, our receiver, he was one of the guys who he did a much better job of catching passes, you know, that were at his shoulders or higher. You know, he's a big 6'4", all of 6'4", almost 6'5" receiver, and he catches stuff better up here. Like I said, and I put that on the quarterback to understand and know their teammates. Okay. So it's a little bit better of a angle from over here. Stepping up. Good little swipe right there, right? They swipe. D linemen are taught to swipe, try to get a hand on the quarterback's shoulder of the ball. He steps up because it's at his upfield shoulder. Keeps a good base. Relocates and gets rid of the ball. This is from 2019 right here. Quarterback looks at his first read right there, doesn't like the flat, and then he turns his hips. Good. Get your hips around towards the target, and let's go. Now, I don't like the pad. I like having 2 hands on the ball, but I think he was getting ready to throw it to the flat. He saw the corner come down and run some kind of palms up there, and then he just progressed to a second read. Turn the hips. Good. Here we go. Throwing on the run. Now, this is stuff that we do daily this is part of our pre-practice. We'll do this in circles. We'll do this in straight lines. But, you know, I did research on our season last year, and the only time we really just caught the ball in the and got into our drop and didn't have any kind of movement in the pocket, that only happened about 30% of the time, you know. So a lot of stuff I do, I try to incorporate moving on the run and throwing on the run, because the position is played on the run, whether you like it or not. So that's something that we work a lot. Okay. This is just a simple circle drill that I think everyone does, but the biggest thing is continuing to do it. Now, I don't like Doug. He's not ready to throw right away. You got to be ready to throw on the run the whole time. Vic does a good job, but Vic is the one in the blue. Vic does a good job of pushing the ball back and getting his shoulder square right here. That's pretty good. See how Doug right here in the white, he's just he's not pushing that ball back until the very last second. We want that ball pushed back right away, because you don't know when your throw is going to have to happen. Okay, you got to be able to throw this off your right foot and your left foot. Okay, because we're not going to be able to decide when we throw it. The defense is going to tell us when to throw it. Okay, so here we go. Here we got a boot right. Okay, our first read is the flat. Quarterback doesn't like it. And now it's important, too, when we're throwing on the run, is that we're getting depth in our boot, okay? You got to get depth. Okay? For this reason, because we're not blocking that defensive end now. We're influencing him, but we're not blocking him in this play right here. So flat's not there. Okay, now we progress to the second read, our over route. He gets over there, and Fralin, number 2, makes a play for us. Okay? But this is all just throwing on the run, you know, because I would love for him to be able to boot and set up. But if you can't set up, you got to be able to throw on the run. Okay. Good job by Fralin there. Making a guy miss, and we're scoring. Okay. We go here. Okay. Same thing. Now we're able to kind of set up because there's some pressure in his face immediately, but it's in front of him. So he sets up, but we're still on the run. Turns his hips and his shoulders back square so he can throw. And we hit the sail route right there. There's a good grab by the receiver there. A little inside stem, break this thing off flat. We want that receiver to break that thing off flat to protect the throw. So like right here, we kind of kept the tight end in to take care of that alley defender right there, so we can pull up if we need to. But once again, you know, we're moving the pocket in and we're playing the position on the run. Okay. Good grab there by the receiver. So now this isn't a boot. This is just a sprint out for us. Okay. You know, I talked about earlier playing on time. Now we pick up this field pressure from the edge. Quarterback could have very easily said, I don't want to throw this right here. You know, we're reading this 1 to 2. I can throw this thing here. Okay. But, you know, we talk about playing on time and protecting the football. He plays on time and gets it to one of our guys who can do some stuff after the ball and gets it to him. Now they call him out of bounds back here. But if he's playing on time and doing some, you know, on his 7th step.
Coach.
Yeah.
A question comes in, Coach Fawcett. He says, do you coach the same things for boots and sprint outs?
So the angle is a little different. The angle is a little different now. As far as throwing on the run, yes. If we can pull up, we do. But like right here, I don't even like our depth from the quarterback. But he knows we can get rid of it quick. Because we want to throw it on our 5th step, no later than our 7th step. You know, but the boot is going to take a little bit longer because I really like to ride out the fake and overemphasize that with any kind of run with that action. So here we go here. We got sprint out again to the left. Much better job of getting depth. Now what I want to see is this ball get pushed back right now, ready to throw instead of at the last second. Push that thing right now because we have the edge secured. You're going to be okay. But we hit that on our 7th step and we go. Remember, we don't want to hold on to that after about our 7th step. Okay, because that just gives the defense more time to react. You know, making the offensive line move, like block and run at the same time is difficult. So that's why, you know, I talk about playing on time. That's really important here. Okay. Push that thing back, deliver us a strike. Okay. Another throwing on the run here is our simple yo-yo drill. You know, the beginning of the week, I like to start it off close, but as the week goes on, it gets further and further. You know, and like I said, you got to be able to throw this thing off your left foot and right foot. Okay, so really push that ball back. Doug in the white is being too cool for school right now, but really push that thing back. Really push that thing back. Okay, so you'll see it here. We're running right at him, but like right here, you know, we got to throw this off our outside foot. But there's times when you got to throw it off your left foot as well. Okay, but you still got to make sure you deliver a strike so we can catch this thing on the run. That's the biggest thing. You know, I talk about, like I said, being a point guard. You know, if he throws this thing behind him and now he's got to do a doggone 360 to get vertical, we're losing 4 to 5 yards at the minimum. We put it on his chest so he can run. Now he can get a full head of steam and get upfield and try to make someone miss. Okay. Now, I don't like this that he has the ball in his inside hand when he's outside the numbers, but he does a good job of covering up that ball right there. And that's another thing that we worked on our ball security. Okay. We get another vertical release right here. Okay. Now we're kind of running the side a little bit, but it's all about that initial vertical release, keeping the base. Like I said, a lot of times you got to play this position on the run. As much as we would love to just sit in the pocket and throw, it doesn't happen all that often. So you got to make sure your drills and everything that you work, you know, times up and teams up with how you're playing. You need to keep 2 hands on the doggone football, though. I know that much. Okay, now this is another pocket awareness. You know, this is where the like I'm gonna be standing back and I'm gonna be giving them directions. Still keeping our eyes downfield. It's a good job. We still want to lead with that back foot and keep that base. And then what you can do is, if you want, you can always. What I'll do is I'll end up with them getting out of the pocket. So either spinning this way, or if the defender's at his low shoulder, opening your hips and getting outside, or getting out this way and almost treating it like boot or sprint out. Good base here, good base, ball. Now right here, Randy, he's just guessing. Don't guess, react, because you can't guess in the pocket. You got to react to what the defense does. That's why I like this drill so much. So you got to be able to react. So here you see this defensive end at the top. He gets out there, it keeps two hands on the ball out. Good.
Hey, Coach, our boy Coach Kenny Ray says, at what point does your quarterback say, hey, it's time to run?
He's got his internal clock, but usually it's on his third read of progression. Now, quick game will happen a little bit sooner, because there's times when, part of playing position is you're going to have to take a hit, But if it's any kind of intermediate or anything vertical, usually around that third read, and that can change game plan wise if a team brings a lot of pressure. If you have to get rid of it, and what the protection is. But that's kind of our rule of thumb. It's kind of to that third read, because we don't have much stuff where we have a fourth and fifth read. Because once you have the fourth and fifth read, if you do that in Skelly or 7-on-7, all you're gonna hear the defensive coaches saying sack. So, but it's true though. You can't give them that much time.
Yeah. Shout out to Coach Ray. But
yeah.
Coach, you got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, Coach Ray, great guy. Okay, this defensive end down here at the bottom again. He tries to work to the inside. So now we just surveyed outside, still keeping our eyes downfield, looking to throw and get him the ball. Okay. This is one of my favorite drills here. Just understanding pocket awareness and blitzes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I'll point at 2 of them. Okay, so if I point 1 and 2, you need to evade to the opposite part from the blitz and get rid of the ball. If I say 1 and 3, you now step up and throw it to 2. If I say 2 and 3, you now work away again and throw it to 1. Okay, this is something that we get a drop. So he sees 1 and 2 coming. So he gets away from it, trying to lead with that back foot, kind of a little bit of a false step there, and throw the football. Okay. So we have the two edge guys coming. So you see him work up. You see him simulating someone swiping at this ball right here. 2 hands on, getting underneath, but getting it back, ready to throw. Okay. Getting it back, ready to throw. Ball, playing on time. Okay. Do another one here. Randy takes a bad drop. It's not straight. Those 2 come and get rid of it. Okay. So this was big for us. They bring the wheel and the buck up there from the boundary. He steps away from it, and we got to deliver a strike now. Now, like I said, we play on time. We let these guys work, and we give them space. Okay. Now, this doesn't happen if we don't play on time, because they're trying to play a tight man here. Okay. But once again, he feels the pressure. You can't see it. That's something that you got to feel, and part of your drop, but still keeping that base ready to throw. Okay. He feels it coming over there. Step, ball. A catchable ball. Franklin catches the ball really well, outside of his body. So this allows him to make someone miss and really get upfield. Okay. Another one here. They bring the mic over here from the field, so we kind of step away. And to Coach Ray's question, right here he kind of feels that pressure coming in. He knows he has to evade, but some quarterbacks evade to throw, some evade to run. Now our guy kind of does both. He'll step up and he'll take this thing for 15, but our running back here, number one, he was a pretty solid player for us. So, I teach these guys, you're not on scholarship to have the football in your hands and to make people miss. That's what these guys are for. That's what they do. Okay, so get it to them. I'd rather have them running than you running. I'm not saying that the quarterback can't run, but he'll get. There's times he runs. He was our third leading rusher this season. But right here, if we can get it to our back or our receiver in space, let's get it to him. Okay. We'll keep 2 hands on the football. Like I said, that's something that you can't do enough.
All right, Coach. You want to wrap up, maybe get some information and like that?
Yeah. So my Twitter is Coach J Hirsch. Okay. Coach J Hirsch. And my email is Joel, Joel. Can I put it in the comments, Coach? Or
yeah, you can comment. Yeah, should be able to.
I don't think it's gonna let me. But so my email is Joel, Joel .Hirsch HIRSCH @fvsu.edu. Anytime y'all want to talk ball, if anyone's ever in the area want to come watch practice, just do whatever. We have open door policy, and we love just sitting down and talking football, because that's what we get to do every day, and we're really appreciative of that.
All right, Coach, I really appreciate it. I'll definitely be trying to make a stop in Georgia very soon.
Come on down. Come on down.
Sir. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Coach.
Man. All right. Coach Avery.
Good morning. How you doing, Coach?
I'm good, man. I hope you are.
Doing well.
Awesome. Coach, you want to go ahead and just share your screen, what you got going, and you can do your own intro, where you coach at and all that type of stuff, and we'll get rolling.
All right. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you, Coach Tatum, for putting this together. It's been great so far this morning. Like you said, I'm Coach Cameron Avery. I coach at Fike High School. This will be only my second year coming around. I got there last July. I actually played there underneath Coach Tom Nelson, so appreciate him allowing me to do this morning, making sure I had it good with my head coach. For me, we run a lot of triple. That's like our base play. So, I don't really have any slides or anything this morning. Just going to go through film, kind of look at it, draw on it. If anybody has any questions, feel free to stop me at any moment. Before I was at Fike, I was actually at Northern Nash High School for 4 years underneath Coach Ferris. And we kind of did some other things. And I think the biggest thing that I've learned in high school, just over switching between two places, is they're very different. And you really have to change. You have to know your personnel. We ran a lot of spread, RPO, throw the ball down the field at Northern a couple years. Then we run heavy. And then when I got to Fike, we honestly, if you can see my arrow, these three guys in the back can really, really run. This guy can really, really block. We probably had one exceptional receiver. And, kind of the rest of it, we had really, really good runners. So the triple fits us right now, and we're kind of in the same boat again next year. But just a couple of things for us. We call it triple. To be honest, it's inside zone with a pitch aspect. And that pitch aspect can really be used any different ways. You'll see in kind of some of these, we use it a different couple ways throughout our scheme. And just a couple base rules, like for us, like if you I know everybody kind of runs it maybe a little bit different, but we're straight down the midline with our quarterback. He's flipping. If he's not at 6 o'clock with his feet, this probably not going to be a great mesh, great handoff. And the one thing I will say about triple, I have good and bad plays in here, just to show it's a very expensive play, which is why it's our number one play. We spend 15 minutes probably every day just going through mesh with receivers, with running backs, with everything, just due to all the motion, all the movement and everything we have. And you'll see this, where my arrow at, this run back right here, he's coming straight down, center's crack. If he sees something front side, he can hit it. He's told if he sees it front side, it better be a darn touchdown, because that's not really where we're blocking this play up at. But if he sees it, he does have the freedom to do that, but he should be center scracking back. Right here, this guy coming across, our second running back, he's going right through the heels of the running back across from him and getting out to the pitch. So right here, the quarterback be 4.5. Both running backs are at 5. Our first read based on this play, and I don't know, we might have messed this up. We might not. We have a couple different calls right here. We probably ended up going man on man right here, hopefully. A lot of times this guy will actually come in to seal off the inside. We get a lot of squeeze scrape action. But he actually, hopefully on this play, I might have called it wrong, or we might not have seen the signal. We should be blocking him, and it should be first read right here, and then second read right here. So if we go through this, I'll go through it pretty slow. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what we did on all of these. And we actually, and we will do this too. So I'd also do, I forgot I had this in here. I have some counter, because we do run counter pretty much. If we run counter, it's triple. If we run power, it's triple. Like we'll get different looks, but we'll run triple up. So right here, we actually, and this is also part of the presentation. Like I said, I don't have all these labeled in here, but on this play right here, we actually ended up, we do a bunch of different things in triple and our RPO game. Head coach didn't really want me to talk about tags that we call it, but this is a pretty base play for us. Counter, we lead with our running back, and then we actually, when we have this backside slant on, if this guy, this is the quarterback's read right here. This guy right there is his read. So right here, if he sees him fire, he knows I'm pulling up and I'm throwing. Ends up, good ball, good catch. I think that's early in the game. This is against Scotland in our playoff game. Ends up being a pretty good play for us. We will do this too. Like I said, if y'all have any questions, a lot of these are just tags. But, I mean, our base offense is people ask me all the time, I'm like, we're just triple. Like, we run it a ton of different ways. This is actually kind of in a way, it's not really triple, but the way we run our screenplay, we kind of knew where we wanted to go. We normally don't. We do a lot of push motion out of the backfield, just because the two guys in the backfield, I'm going to be honest, they make my job really easy. When they get the ball in their hands, normally good things happen. But if this guy right here, if this guy right here around him, if that guy does not, if he goes into the box, we would throw that out right now. But he doesn't. We actually have a screen set up to the backside. Ends up being a good play for us. If honestly, one thing we have to work on this year is we've really struggled at perimeter blocking. If we do a better job perimeter blocking some of these things up, we probably score right there. And then, we do all that, and then we come back to our base triple. So right here, where my cursor is, first read. And big thing about this, if you ever are interested in the triple, Coach Nelson has done it for years, and he's amazing at it, and I ran it for him. Now I run it with him. It's an amazing offense if your quarterback, he does not have, I'll be honest, I had a really, really good runner last year, not a great thrower, so it worked really well. And we had another kid before that it worked really well. This next year, I don't know if I'm going to have a good runner. But he doesn't have to. I was not a great runner underneath Coach Nelson. You don't have to have a great runner. He has to be smart, protect the football, understand his footwork, understand who he's reading, why he's reading them, and where to go. You'll see this. They do here. They scrape this on us to that middle linebacker. So we should be coming in for that middle linebacker. See if we get there. Not quite. Not wish actually. Well, we do kind of get there. We probably should have. Right here, also, first thing before we get that middle linebacker, so he pulls off this squeeze read right here. A lot of times, I'll be honest, this year, we had a really, really fast quarterback. If he felt like he could get around it, I gave him some leeway with that. If it's a guy that is not as quick, when in doubt, give it out. Also, read the shoulders. If his shoulders turn, he's coming down, he'll pull that thing. because he's not going to be able to churn and go unless he is just an absolute dude. He's just not going to be able to do it. And sorry for the mower. I'm actually on vacation right now doing this. But either way, if you see this right here, so his second read is kind of this safety outside linebacker nickel. If his feet are dead, which he actually reads it up correctly first. Coach, can they still hear me? You need me to move? I can move.
No, you're good.
Okay. His feet are dead. He should have pitched this ball. Now, he probably saw the fact that we missed the block on the edge because he was pretty good, and he gives a little fake, and then he ends up. This is where I say it's a horrible play. So this is one of these bad ones. So he probably should have pitched it early, maybe give us a chance. He doesn't. Right here, if your quarterback fake pitches it and then pitches again later, it's probably going to be bad. Right here, if he would just tuck the ball and run like he can, because our best blocker is coming right now. And with that block right there, if he would have run and maybe makes one guy miss, maybe ends up good. If nothing else, I know we have the ball and it's 1st and 10. We're going to be in 2nd and 8, 2nd and 7. Instead, we pitch it late. We don't know where the ball's at. I don't know how we got it back, but now it's 2nd and 16. So just simple things like that. This is one, once again, so we run trap a lot. Off a trap, we would get a lot of bad flowing stuff, and we would tag things off of it to try to hold this linebacker / really that inside linebacker. Sometimes at Scotland, he was a walk-down safety. He does fire, and we should throw it. But they actually do a really good job of guarding that. And, as you see, sometimes these things do not go nearly as well as planned out as they could. We come back to that counter. We try to hit it again. Just doesn't really work. And then we'll come back to it. And right here, I think they get a hand on this one. So once again, he does the right read. And then this is the hard part that I hate about RPOs sometimes. I love them and I hate them. Your quarterback's got to be able to complete this ball. It gets tipped a little bit. And unfortunately, if it doesn't get tipped, we are very wide open. And, that will happen sometimes. And that's our best receiver coming across the middle. You never know what happens. But you just got to be willing to live with it. And this is something we started doing late in the year. When people started picking up a little bit on our triple option with 2 backs. This is our 3rd back right here playing in the slot. Make a tag off of it. He squeezes. We get outside. That's actually our pitch guy. And we throw it to him. And, if we don't step out of bounds, we probably score right there. And once again, that's a sophomore. He'll be back, that running back in the slot. So that's another runner that we're going to have this year. But he's got a little more versatility. So stuff like that, we'll try to, I guess, not just run triple the whole time. We'll get counter right here. And he hands that off. And, like I said, we have good runners. So we picked that up in a little bit of short yardage. And this is another thing we started doing because the guy we had at quarterback was such a good runner. And we did it more late in the year. We did early in the year as I started figuring out kind of what some of his best stuff was. We would just spread them out. He would count in the box. And to me, this is just another RPO option that we have along with our triple. And if he liked it, he went. I don't love him cutting back. He probably should have just kept it rolling and got what he could get. But if he counted the box, and you'll see right here, I know this is hard to see. It's better from probably the sideline view. This inside receiver right here, who honestly is that's our tailback. He runs a bubble. We block everybody up. As soon as he sees this guy fly out, unfortunately, we do miss the 5th guy in the box, and it's fine. We just don't quite climb. with the center to get there. We should have comboed and gotten that off. The center really should have punched there and then moved up because he's taken care of and get that one inside linebacker that he should have gotten. But, we miss it. It's fine because right here we still pick up 6-7 yards, and we'll take that all day. This is one. This did not go well for us, but it was 3rd and 4. They had shown a lot of pressure in some earlier 3rd down situations, and we will get into pistol. That's kind of a variation I brought with coming from Northern, just because in triple sometimes you don't know exactly where things are going, but when we get into one back, it's pretty easy sometimes for people to kind of know where we're trying to go. So we'll get into some pistol, and we really run duo right here or kind of ISO. We don't do it great yet, but we should be keying. You can see him right here better in the picture. This guy right here. So no safety over top. Nickel / I guess rover, you could call him, is rolled down. If that linebacker fires like he did right there, we have that slant is coming right now from our 3rd tailback. We should have pulled that, popped it over top, and hopefully fits in. But this is also this is a first year. This quarterback, he's a senior, but it was the first year he done it. We had a 3-year guy. This is something that if you ever decide to do triple RPO stuff, it takes time. It takes reps. It takes a lot of practice. We do a lot of mesh, a lot of 2-ball. We'll start with just meshing and throwing it with no read. Like you're just going to mesh, straight handoff. Going to mesh, straight throw. And it's predetermined. And then sooner or later, we'll get it to where he has to start reading. And when he has to start reading, it becomes a little hard. So right there, you see that squeeze right there. And then right there, we had a little – I wish he had kind of hit that slant. We had a slant and an out going. We still get a good little pickup right here. Not bad. If we see that slant, we probably – I don't know. We might score. Maybe. You never know. This is one play that we put in this year. It's not really triple, but it's pretty still in our kind of our repertoire stuff. Really right here is quarterback counter, but we are reading it. So we should be reading this DN, and we're trying to – this guy right here was super fast this game, and he was faster than this guy, to be honest. If that DN squeezed down, that should have been a handoff. Luckily, we make a guy miss, and then he does the rest. Because, like I said, we have runners, and we're very blessed with that. But should have been a handoff right there on the read. And you can – them two are friends, and you can tell as soon as he saw it, number 3 is like, why didn't I have the football? He kind of knew, but – we end up with that. We go into this lead right here. This is right before the half. This was actually probably one of the biggest plays I felt he made for us all year as far as giving us a chance. So once again, we run. And right here, this is number 1. We'll bring him in into like a sniffer. So just everybody runs counter that way nowadays. Guard and sniffer, whatever you want to call them, guard in the Y, guard in the H, whatever you want to call it, GH, GY, I don't care, wherever you call it. But they'll run counter. We seal off that DN. Really, we're trying to get an automatic handoff, but we block the DN. This outside, this is actually their safety rolled down a little bit. That's more who their other safety was. He was just cheating out. If that guy fires, that's more their strong safety. If he fires, we got a slant coming right behind him. Make the throw, make the catch, score right for half. Coach, if there's any questions, feel free. I have a ton of clips on here, but we do this too. Orbit motion. Probably a lot of triple teams do it. And you'll see some DNs do this right here. They'll try to jack up that tackle, and they are trying to prevent him to climbing to that inside linebacker. Right there, we probably should have – we probably could have handed that ball off based on where he was. It would have been murky. but maybe he hits it in the front side. Right tackle probably. He was a sophomore this year. Could have done a little better as far as, sometimes we'll art release him to make it harder for the DM, but we end up pitching out there. If we get a better pitch, receiver does a really good job of actually getting in there. It's one of our smaller receivers doing a good job of getting in there, getting to the middle linebackers. They can't scrape over top. If we pitch that, we should never really pitch off the DN. He does, but if we give him a good pitch, and I would, clinic talk, shouldn't have pitched this ball, should have been a handout. But in real life scenario, these kids are making decisions, in blink of an eye. As soon as he tries to pull it, pitches it, if we pitch that out in front, maybe, we're making one guy miss. That's the safety. If we make him miss, you can kind of see it. Number one's doing a great job in the corner. There's going to be no one after that. Let's skip that one. Kind of the same kind of look. This was one. So we ran quarterback counter. But with this we just run straight counter here. But with this counter, when he pulls it, they all go. We were really trying to get number one right here. We had another tag. We felt like that safety every single time was just rolling down hard to the quarterback that's probably who his responsibility was for the week. If we keep our eyes downfield, and part of this is he naturally feels good as a runner, not as a thrower. Maybe next year, get a guy that really likes to throw the ball. I'm never upset with this pickup, but we might have a touchdown if we just loft this to number one and let him go get it. But, I will take 8 yards per play every time if that's what it is. And we'll see here. We'll even bring number one in. Once again, as a sniffer. This is kind of that RPO action. He's going to read something up, see if we have it. Unfortunately, just kind of not the best ball in the world. We bring slants behind exactly where they blitz from. We're running quarterback counter here. Throw it right there. If we throw it right there and lead them a little bit up, give us a chance. And that's the biggest thing probably about the RPOs for these guys. And here's one of those handoffs that I talked about earlier with kind of the quarterback counter where we read it. If your quarterback can just give you a chance in some of these throws and be accurate on the move, you'll see a lot of baseball guys now, hit it from different arm angles. Right here, he hands that out, and you'll see number 3. He'll just kind of run those guys, and good pickup. It keeps them honest on our quarterback counter also with the way we run it right there. They can't cheat us. And this is kind of, we'll do orbit return. So we should have let him get a little deeper up in there. But we'll run inside zone or triple right here. Everybody's stepping together. We actually block our read guy, which is fine. If we get out there, he fakes that. Really should. And right here, this is one rule. We work on this in 2-ball every day. If this ever happens where you get inside of that and then you have a chance to get back out, go ahead and get back out. And he does a good job of getting back out on this. And just let your athletes take over. And probably, clinic talk, you probably should have went ahead and pitched that. We have the leverage. We have the grass. If he lets that go, maybe number 12 has a little bit of a chance. We're doing a better job blocking that perimeter. But, he keeps it. Another good pickup. Then that's that same play, kind of getting back to it, kind of keeps us honest. And you'll see we kind of run these same things over and over. That was supposed to be an orbit return, to be honest. I remember that play. So you'll see sometimes we miss some things. Go back into that orbit return again. I don't know how he did that so many times on a fake pitch, and it would end up working, and he would pick up positive yards. We'll run speed option with the orbit return. We didn't do a great job here with it. really just trying to get 3 out there. We don't do a great job blocking, but he makes some guys miss and picks up decent. If we block that up better, we're trying to just get 3 to the edge. That was not one of our best plays. Once again, one of those just, but it's just something we found late. We would run 2-back triple, and then we might hop out of it. And our running back that would hop out, he's a really good receiver. On top of it, he's actually right down here where my cursor's at. And he would go right into it, and we would go to 1-back and run an RPO with it. Just kind of see what people are, and this is kind of going back. Now you can see it from this side view. This is probably the game where we did it the best at. And we did a bunch of different things with it sometimes. And now this guy right here with the cursor, number 1, I'd have to go by and I have to click a couple things and look for it real fast, but he'll move into this sniffer spot. Sometimes we'll let him slip up the seam if that safety's rolling down or they're trying to go cover 0 and just man everybody up and see if we can get him by. We'll bring him across, slip him out for a pass, normally to the field. We'll slip him out even on trap. Like we trapped the team really heavy one night. He has to block outside linebacker. The outside linebacker tried to blitz. So we just said, hey, just run right by him. And then we just dumped it out there for, a 3rd and 8 pickup. He was super versatile. We got to find a way to place him. This is that first play. And just
you got about 5 minutes.
Appreciate it.
Right.
And it's just that, for us, it's normally this back goes around. We run triple off a counter. But this time we lead him and we throw a backside slant. Nothing is 2 tags. Looks like a new play to the kids. It's not. And then this time we hand it off. If you see it from the end zone view, that's not where we are taught to go for this. This was not a great run by him. We also should have pulled this or tagged something to the backside. But sometimes, some of these things with the RPO and triple, the other side's making plays too. This is that same screenplay. I'm going to skip this one just so y'all can see a little bit from the side. That's that one bad one. And I'm going to get out of Scotland game. All right, so this is a big town. This is actually our crosstown rival. And this last couple minutes, I'm gonna get to the side view for some of these. This was a game we really struggled. We went to some different things, and it started clicking. You'll see this. So we get into this is actually. Partly because their crosstown rivals kind of know if someone does not guard the number 3 receiver, instead of us being in 2-back and keep everybody in the box, we'll just throw our guy out there and we just run stick. Nothing right here. We pull counter, get linebackers thinking it's counter, pull up. As long as this guy right here does not pop out, or if their safety does not walk down, you pretty much hit it until they stop you. And just let your athletes take over. We'll come here, same thing, run orbit. Honestly, I'm not upset with that handoff. This team does a really, really good job of defending our triple. To be honest, probably our hardest matchup of the year. They see us so much. They do a good job of kind of getting out there. They'll sit and they'll play with you. And you kind of got to wait for them to mess up one time to take advantage. We're we're probably trying to get the same look here. We might not. Maybe we're doing some orbit return. And really, we had them right here. if our guy doesn't slip, still ends up being a pretty good play because our quarterback's a good runner. But maybe we hit the edge if not. But, like I said, a quarterback could really run. I mean, I'll take 15 yards off a little simple inside zone orbit return action.
All right, Coach. You want to wrap up and maybe give you some contact information? People can hit you up.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. My bad. Can I put it in the chat? Is that easier?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But the coaches, do that. If y'all want to hit him up for anything he's got, I'm sure he'll be interested. Hit him up on Twitter as well. And Coach, I appreciate it.
That's right here. I'll send this out.
We're on vacation because I see the Spanish moss behind you.
Yeah, I'm actually Oriental.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm out here. But appreciate it. Thank you. And if y'all need anything, just feel free to hit me up.
No doubt. Coach Rogers.
Yes.
A month in the making, but we're here, man.
Yeah. That's the way it works sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. Let me put that up there. All right. You can you present and share your screen?
Yep. Let's see. Stream this to your audience. Is that what we're looking at here? Or
it's just to be down there at the bottom. It should say present and share screen.
Oh, okay. Present. There we go. Got it. Share screen. Okay.
There you go.
All right, let me get this thing rolled up to the top. Appreciate Coach Tatum for putting this together. But like you said, I unfortunately had a miscommunication and miss the offensive line clinic that we did a couple weeks back. So topic that we're working on today, as you can see, here is outside zone, turning the game to track meet. I'm Ty Rogers. I'm the run game coordinator at Hirsch High School in Wichita Falls, Texas. And like I said, I wanted to share just some things, for those of y'all who are outside zone guys. I mean, I don't know about you, but, it's crazy when you get into talking zone, outside zone, wide zone, this zone, that zone. We got so many different vernaculars for, a very simple play in my mind. And, then we've got, what the gurus say. Well, this is what McNally says. This is what Mudd says. This is what Bugle says, et cetera, et cetera. Just letting you know, I'm not going to roll down that path today. We'll be very simple, define what we've got going on. And then from a coordinator's perspective, be able to give why I believe outside zone makes a big difference in how you can call plays, your RPOs, your things of that nature. Just a little intro before we get started. Just, I know that, after 15 years of teaching that generally, you don't really listen to anybody you don't know or feel like you don't know. So we'll start there.
Coach, can you go full screen on your slideshow?
Yeah, I'm fixing to do that. There we go.
Awesome.
All right, like I said, I'm at the Wichita Falls Hirsch High School, which is our 4A Division II here in the state of Texas. 20 years overall coaching experience, 15 high school, 3 at the professional level, 2 in college. This year we were Region 1 finalist in 4A. I was blessed to have a very good offensive line. Entire line was selected all district first or second team. And that's with a line that, for Texas is not, stat wise considered ideal. We had one kid who was over 6 foot tall, one kid who was over 300, same kid. And he was a senior coming into our program. So, he was not like he was with us, except for this very one season. Everybody else on our offensive line averaged about 5'9" and 240. And so, was very pleased that, was able to do that with this group. And then have two guys who are honorable mention All-State and 4A in Texas. So, it's a big honor for those kids. And, part of the reason I think that we had the success we did is because we committed to running outside zone, and it allowed us to take advantage of the strengths that we had. As you can see here, like I said, we had a pretty good year. That's the group that I'm talking about. The big guy in front there is the one that, like I said, was our over 6 foot, over 300 guy. You can kind of see the rest of the guys, average dudes by Texas standards for sure. And like I said, we were able to have the success that we did. Son, girlfriend, I mean, I just kind of want to put her in there because she's hot and I like her. So, but anyway, like I said, what we do and what we call outside zone is what a lot of people call, sweep now. A lot of people call, not wide zone, not intermediate zone, whatever. The object of what we do in outside zone is that we are wanting to get the outside edge of the front of the formation, just bottom line. I'm going to kind of go through that as we look at film and different things. We'll talk about the 8 angles of O-line play because they are crucial to what we do. It was funny because I saw Coach McNally talking about wide zone, and he was tired of talking about it in his little Twitter post the other day. And, what his main complaint was is that, those who run what he called old school wide zone, which is, what I think he's referring to with us, is that, you can't account for 2 gap linebackers and defenses have caught up, et cetera, et cetera. And when I watch that film, what I see them is that, that these guys are running wide zone and they're coming straight off the football like his inside zone. And the guys who are on the defensive side of the football, again, being NFL players, look at the angle of the back and go, nope, it's not quite inside zone. And they play over the top and they beat the offensive lineman to the punch. Secondly, you see the front side guard bury his head on a double and, again, come off like with the wrong angle. And the middle linebacker knifes him and ends up making the play on the backside where the running back is. Those are not things that have to do with the way that you run zone. They have to do with the fact that your angles are not correct. And even at the pro level, that's something that, again, is a consistent struggle for a lot of offensive linemen. So I'll go briefly through that as we go through the presentation. Our 3 key principles for our outside zone, particularly with our offensive line. Of course, this was really an offensive line presentation when I started it, and then it ended up evolving for today's clinic. Variations, tags, RPOs, we'll go through a little bit of that. I'll show some film versus 4-man. I'll show some film versus 3-man. And then being able to beat defensive strategies without changing your principles. A lot of times I hear guys, when we talk about outside zone, go, oh, well, coach, it's tough because if they are in a tight front, we have to do it different than if it's in a 4-5, et cetera, et cetera. I don't believe that. I truly believe that outside zone is one of the more flexible plays in the playbook, and you can run against any formation, any defensive, look, as long as you understand kind of what you're doing. And are able to say, okay, well, here's what they're doing. Here's our way to counter it. And then a couple of things that I'm just working on for next year that are, kind of experimental in my head. And if you're a coach like me, you think to yourself, well, how can we do this better? How can we take advantage of X? So those are the things that I'm going to look at when we go through those. So again, what is outside zone for us? Well, number one, outside zone for us is full zone. It's intended to hit the front side D gap. Bottom line, I want to turn the game into a track meet as a coordinator, as an offensive line coach. I want your smallest, worst tacklers to have to get through my offensive linemen and get through all the bodies on the front side. Your linebackers have to scrape all the way across. Your defensive linemen have to run all the way down the line of scrimmage to beat us to the corner and then have to tackle our running back going full speed. I think that that is one of the toughest things for a defense to do. I was a defensive lineman a lot of my career. When I started as a coach in college, I was a graduate assistant with defensive line. And I know for a fact that when teams can do that, it makes it very difficult for those defensive linemen to anchor down and to be gap sound and give your linebackers run fits that work. And so That's the biggest thing we try to do with our outside zone. Our cuts for our running backs are based on alignment and defensive reaction. But ultimately, our idea is to outflank and beat the defense to the outside aiming point. And that's where we always want to start. When you're successful running outside zone, you always have that threat. And then that back will figure out where to fit, where to go, depending on, how much of an overreaction you get, what your linebackers are doing flow-wise. And again, the point that Coach McNally brought the other day, and I'm not trying to criticize him. I'm just saying that there are answers to what he said about two-gap linebackers. Once you figure out where those guys are trying to fit, you can adjust your running back, say, hey, now here's what you got to do. You want to press this front side, and those linebackers are going to fit here. So when you make your cut, you're aiming for whatever, the outside leg of the front side guard, et cetera. All combos push and spin to the front side. We do not turn back. It's one of the things that when I watch film of teams running outside zone that makes me cringe is when I want to see that, when I see that offensive tackle on the backside or the offensive guard on the front side, in particular, the center, turn all the way back and stop the flow of the other two guys that are next to him. It doesn't help you get to the corner, number one. And number two, what it does is it creates a fissure inside of your offensive line. And then that two-gap linebacker can split that fissure and make the play unblocked against a running back who's trying to figure out where to go. You have to keep guys together. And that's going to be one of our fundamentals I'm going to go through here in a second with the offensive line when it comes to this. You've got to block the three main defenders. And that's why I believe, again, this can be done against a tight front. It can be done against a 4-2-5. It can be done against any front. The three guys, I tell my offensive linemen and I tell our guys on wide zone, you have to block. You have to block the front side defensive end or linebacker, depending on who that guy is setting the edge. He has to be blocked. Generally, with my stance as offensive lineman and my thoughts as an offensive coordinator, I want a tackle and I want an H-back on that guy if I can, or a receiver coming down, cracking, one of the two. I don't want that to be a one-on-one block unless I've got a stud there that can do it against the defensive end all day long. And that's, a rare find, honestly, at the high school level. There are a couple of guys I've had who could do it at the pro level, and maybe one or two I've had at the high school level, but not many. You got to block the front side down tackle, whoever he is, whether he's a 3, whether he's a no shade, whether he's a 4-eye. He has to get blocked. If you don't block him, you'll never have any success on outside zone. You've got to block the nose. The nose, we think to ourselves, oh, we can just outrun that guy, but he's sitting right on the football. And because he's the first one to really feel the movement to the outside, if he splits that combo, if he splits that center and that outside guard, he creates havoc because he does take up the run lanes and he does make it very difficult for that running back to have an alternative if that front side is not hooked right off the bat. And so you've got to get him blocked. One of the things that I have heard Coach Mirabal and some other guys say that I really agree with, we displace horizontally to displace vertically. That, to me, is the key to what we do on outside zone, is that we're moving guys sideways to get them moved up the field. And I'll show you how we do that in film. I'll show you how we do it with our combos. But what I tell my offensive linemen in particular on this is that we want to stab the outside number of whoever we're trying to hook, and then we want to take our outside hand, okay, because we want to take our inside hand, put on that outside number. We want to take that outside hand, and we want to go up through his outside shoulder pad, and we want to turn that guy up the field. And that allows us to get the next guy on him and displace the linebacker or whatever else has to happen. But more importantly, now we've moved that defender outside of his gap, and we've moved him up the field 2 or 3 yards. And that makes it a lot easier for running backs to figure out where to fit. Our key components, the edge defender's got to be blocked. He's got to be hooked, or he's got to be tossed into the stands, one of the two. And either one's fine. A lot of times I know, if you get a guy who coaches offensive line, that tackle, man, every once in a while you get the defensive end who's either playing too wide or is just too fast to hook all the time. And those guys can really get in their head about, Coach, I can't hook him, I can't hook him, I can't hook him. If you can kick him all the way out to the edge and then we run right behind you, that's fine too. And a lot of times that's what you have to do against a tight front. That's what you have to do against, a stunning front. And, again, if you've got that dude at D end, and some of us have played against that dude, your offensive tackle, you'll tell him, look, man, you may not hook him all night long, but you better run him out into the daggum bleachers every single time. But the decision has to be made fast. And then a lot of times that includes multiple O linemen on that guy or the H-back. H-backs are the best friend of wide zone, in my opinion. Not that you can't run it without one. And there are creative ways to, put that guy on the backside so you're not giving away every single time that's a strong side of the formation. We'll look at that here in a minute. But he is definitely a great help to that tackle if we really want to get that guy hooked, and I'll show you a little bit of that on film. Our angle has to match. I'm sorry, let me go back to B. We stay attached, and that's something that I think is a big deal when we're talking about outside zone. We don't attack linebackers up the field unless they attack us or the running back cuts up behind us. And, we just happen to, as that guy comes to us, we take his angle and the running back is able to cut right off of us. In fact, that's the best way to block a linebacker is at the last second for offensive linemen, is that when that guy is coming up the field and that two-gap linebacker, he's trying to figure out where to fit, and that running back plants his foot and gets north, if that guard just gets that piece of him, turns that linebacker out right as that guy turns north, it's the best block in the world. You don't have to worry about that guy coming off. That running back gets a clean look, and there's nobody to replace that gap because it just can't be reacted to fast enough by the defensive secondary or by another linebacker. One of the things I tell our guys up front, our angle has to match the running back. We tell our running backs on outside zone, your aiming point is the inside leg of the H-back or the outside leg of the play side tackle. And our guys have to match that angle. A lot of times I see coaches talk about on an outside zone, we want to make sure that we get our hands on this guy and we push him vertical immediately. And I understand the concept in the sense that you don't want to give space between you and that defensive lineman, just run into the sidelines and outrun your guy. But if you're staying together and you're able to stab on the right angle, you should get a vertical push, and that should not be a problem. More importantly is that if you're staying at the angle of the back, then the back can make a cut, and when he does, it's a change in direction that makes those defenders come off of their path and have to redirect. And anybody who coaches defense knows that's the toughest thing to deal with. When that guy sticks a foot and goes north and everything's getting pushed east and west, that leaves him a lot of times one-on-one with a free safety, and that's what we want as coordinators, and then definitely as an offensive line coach. That's what I want to see. Everything has to be done with violence and intent. I've heard a lot of times, I don't like running outside zone, coach, because it's a finesse play. If it's a finesse play, I don't believe you're teaching it the best you could. When we stab somebody, we're trying to stab them and knock them straight back. When we take that offense with that outside hand and turn that guy, we want to flip him on his head. I'm not a guy who teaches blocking to get in the way. Everything has to be done with violence and intent, no matter what the scheme is that you're running, but particularly on outside zone. Angles of O-line play. I borrowed this from Charles Bentley, somebody I've worked with for several years, somebody that I owe a lot to. I know a lot of offensive line coaches, when they hear that name, they kind of roll their eyes because he's very different than some of the things they're taught with the guys with the shield on him. Of course, he was an all-pro and was director of NFL player development. But, hey, sometimes you like what you like, I guess. But the bottom line is this. There are 8 angles of offensive line play. This is, to me, the key to outside zone is understanding that if we are talking about outside zone, oops, I didn't mean to do that when I moved it. Let me go back. Our general angles are going to be the 45s in between here and more kind of right here between 45 and 90 generally when we are taking off. Very rarely they're going to be up the field here. Very rarely they're going to be straight at 45. That's more of an inside zone look. And they may be 90, but 90, we're talking about relying up against a wide 9, pushing that guy to the sideline anyway. But generally they're going to be right off of the spoke here. And I teach my offensive line guys that so they understand. And then when we set up and do offensive line stuff and build the angles, which we'll show you real quick here. These are from my friends over at Velocity Football in Georgia. These guys do a great job of building angles. And this is just kind of a hodgepodge of the work that they do to build angles.
It's not showing it, Coach.
That's not? Okay.
No. Did you switch tabs or something?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you got to reshare your tab. Or when you go to present, just
share this tab instead, right? There we go.
Entire screen. There you go.
Did that work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, like I said, this is from Velocity in Georgia. I don't know if you guys follow them on Twitter, but they do an excellent job of coaching and working with the training O linemen in the Atlanta metro area. There's a lot of stuff we do with our linemen, and there's something we do every day. We're off of a ball. We're putting the play side leg on that ball, and we're teaching our offensive linemen how to drive off of the opposite foot so that they can catch themselves on the angle. And then the cones here, okay, this is our outside zone angle. So if we're trying to run outside zone, every offensive lineman should be on the angle towards this outside cone, okay? If you think about it, this is where that defensive end is going to be, for a 5 technique or whatever. Obviously, this guy's coming from almost a center position. That's where that inside linebacker is, backside linebacker, defensive end, okay? So very similar when it comes to that, but this is how we build those angles, is them understanding when we take off, we're not trying to take off straight up the field. We're not shuffling. We are driving with our shoulders in front of our knees. We are catching on the outside leg, and then we're driving off that outside leg and continuing that angle with violence and intention. And again, these guys do such a great job. Like I said, you can kind of see the drill work here. It's about 40 seconds, so it won't take very long. They do some sled work, which we do with our offensive linemen also. But again, you can see how that takeoff right there looks almost like a running back coming off an outside zone. And that's the angles that we want.
Thank you.
Okay, sled work.
Stop.
We're violent.
Stop.
Okay, so that's how we build angles. Let me switch back here. With our offensive linemen so that they understand how to run wide zone, okay? Now, game plan advantages of outside zone. It stretches the field horizontally. A lot of times when we talk about stretching the field horizontally, we're talking about the pass game. But I think that with outside zone, you stretch the field horizontally in the run game. You make defenders have to defend all 53.5 yards in the run game. And I think that's a very good thing because a lot of defenders are, obviously defense is trying to be gap sound. They're trying to make sure that they're in the right place, et cetera, et cetera. But when you extend those angles, just like anything in football, those things start to be tested to see how really good you are about being able to do that. And I think that gives an advantage to the offense. It makes edge defenders come and make tackles through other bodies, which I'm going to show you here very briefly on film. It creates one-on-one RPO matchups and option matchups on the backside, which, again, when you get defenders overrunning to go commit to stopping wide zone or outside zone, you've got all your bootleg stuff. You've got your RPOs on the backside. If your quarterback pulls it and has a receiver on the backside, it's generally a one-on-one matchup. Even just a one-on-one matchup with your backside receiver on a slant. It makes it very difficult to keep that safety in the hole because as soon as that outside zone flow starts, that guy's got to rotate. And it just makes it easier to run those type of RPOs against easier matchups. Creates overreaction on run fits to make play action pass easier. And it causes safety to spin down. And what that allows you to do later is obviously motion away and run a gap scheme back to the backside. I love doing that. It's one of my favorite, game plan type things is getting the outside zone going, making those guys done, and then running jet sweep motion and coming back with, counter H, coming back with power, coming back with dart, whatever it is. It's your favorite gap scheme. Okay, now that's my contact info. I'll get to that here in a second. Let me go ahead and switch to film real quick. I know we've got just a few minutes. Okay, so what does this look like in practice? All right, film's kind of grainy on this particular clip, but I've got better ones. But this is the first clip I want to start with because to me, this shows, like I said, the completion of the angles, what I'm talking about as far as my offensive linemen staying together. And it makes it very clear what we're trying to do in this play objective-wise. Okay? As you can see, the first thing I love about this is that the angles for all of our offensive linemen, our H-back and our running back are almost exactly the same. If you freeze frame right there, everybody's shoulders are turned the same way. The angles are turned the same way. We're all driving off our inside foot. H-back could be a little better with his feet on this, but he ends up making a pretty dang good block here in a minute. Okay. And again, we create a surface that has to be attacked on the outside. And even against the 4-man front right here, you got a 4-2-5 structure. That's difficult because you have to do one of two things. You've got a receiver over here, which means you got to bring a safety over the top and be able to beat that H-back, or you've got to have your corner come off and make a play, or this defensive end has to be able to wreck shop. And I will take my guys against those odds every single time. Okay, as you can see right here, the concept that I was talking about as far as staying together. We're not going to attack that linebacker right there. Okay, and I know he's pretty passive in this particular play, but you'll see in the other clips, even when he comes flying up to the football, until he attacks us, we're not attacking him. We're staying together. We're creating a wall. A lot of teams, as we got on in the year, what they wanted to do to stop us, and because we were very good runners, we averaged about 12 yards a carry. Okay, they would want to bring this guy on a stunt. They would try to loop him outside and play the linebackers over the top. Well, it hit us a couple of times, and then when I started watching the film, I was like, all right, we're going to make this real simple. Okay, if we're going to have that happen, then guys, you stay together, and if it ends up being the center reaching this 4-eye or this 5, then great. And that happened several times throughout the year, and our guys really understood, hey, if we stay together, if they want to spike, that's all well and good. They still have to get through all these bodies, okay? And it just creates that wall that makes it very easy for him to figure out where to cut, okay? So, again, he's attacking that outside. We're getting a good horizontal push, and this is what I talk about. All our guys are stabbing, taking their right hand and trying to put on the outside number, okay? Same thing here with a backside double team, okay? You've got the center and the backside tackle, backside guard, okay? As you can see, the backside guard is stabbing the outside shoulder and starting to already move towards the front side of the block. And the backside tackle is taking a great angle. He should be right off of the button. This is where you have to be very dogmatic in making sure that understanding those backside guys, particularly if you got a nose shade and it's right here on the edge of the play, he cannot go straight ahead or try to attack this backside hip. He has to follow the guy next to him. What I tell my guys all the time is that you want to overrun the front side number of the guy that's next to you, and if anything comes between you all, then obviously that's the guy that you block. Okay, we get what we want right here, which is, again, we have this corner come up and try to make a play. He runs right into our H-back who passes him off to our tackle, and that makes it very easy for our running back to be able to kind of have a funnel here into the edge. Our front side wide receiver does a very good job of stalking that free safety, making it very difficult for him to come make a play also, runs him out of bounds. Our H-back takes care of the strong safety coming over the top. And it just makes enough of a funnel on that edge for us to go get the 6 points right here. And that's what ideally we want every single time. Now, a couple of things real quick. We'll show one or two more clips here. Okay, this is out of our tight end set, and I do like this when we're running outside zone also as far as an attached tight end. It's tight end trips. Again, we got a 4-2-5 look right here against us. Our tight end was not the best blocker, and he kind of leaves my tackle out to dry here. Thankfully, the left tackle here is one of those guys who was my all-state lineman. He understands, okay, well, tight end leaves me here, so I've got to get a little bit of depth in my angle and stab and make sure that guy doesn't end up, wrecking the play. But you see the same concept here. Center, guard, right tackle, staying together, making sure that they are not attacking up the field until they are attacked. Okay? Now, this is not exactly ideal. Of course, no film, you're going to get every ideal play unless you're looking at Alabama and they never do anything wrong. But the reason that this play ends up being not as successful as I would like is because, like I said, that tight end runs off, okay, and doesn't set that edge so that running back can get there and get around the trash. Again, that staying together concept, when you go attack up the field, it makes it very easy for those guys to find the fissures in your outside zone look and end up making a play in the backfield. Now, helps that we've got a guy who will be standing next to Caleb Williams in USC spring game this year. That was a senior for us and is already a freshman at USC. But those are the things that you don't want is when you go attack guys up the field, it makes it very difficult for your wall to stay together. Now, a couple things real quick before we go. As far as RPOs and backside, there's some simple things that it makes it easy for you to do. Okay, this is our favorite RPO off of outside zone. We called it swap. Okay, as you can see, it's just outside release, bubble, okay, in your glance route. Reading that backside guy. Again, what it does, though, because we had so much success in outside zone in this game, you can see those safeties start to rocket down immediately when the play starts. Safety right there rotating. This guy trying to rotate back. That causes the hole in the secondary for us to be able to throw the swap route, and just easy for a wide open TD. One more thing before we go here, because I know we're running out of time. And this one I can't, unfortunately, can't make bigger, or wish I could. But again, when we talk about simplicity in RPOs, this to me is what outside the zone will do for you. Okay, this was in Hungary where I coached for a year. Okay, we get the outside zone. We've got an RPO coming off of here on the backside. We don't get a safety in the hole, so our quarterback raises up and throws a slant. Turns to the outside, takes it to the house. Now, spend a lot of time, obviously, about the offensive line play and those things. So I think that's key to running this. We're going to talk about making the game a track meet. Your offensive linemen have to be able to do the work up front in order for this to be successful, so you can do a lot of the other stuff. I didn't get the chance to get into bootlegs and all those type of things, but I think guys who run offenses, you have an idea, obviously. You got your outside zone, you've got your flood concept on the naked boot, those type of things that are very difficult for defenses to be able to track and continue to be able to have personnel when they're running hard to that outside zone. Again, it's funny because I wasn't always an outside zone guy. I thought for a while, like a lot of guys do, oh, well, this is just finesse play. You have to have, the best athletes, et cetera, et cetera. But as I've gone on, I've found that when you teach the fundamentals right on this and you commit to it, even if you're a guy who does not have the personnel to outrun everybody that you play, it becomes a very effective tool to be able to stretch the field horizontally and vertically and set up all the other stuff. Because, again, I love gap scheme stuff. I love buck. I love, counter power in the run game. But this is the thing that sets it all up, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share just a little bit with you. My contact info up here on Twitter, Coach Rogers92. My email, trogers@wfisd.net. Coach, sorry, get that. There we go. Coach, I appreciate the opportunity to share this, and you being patient with me after not being able to get myself on the O-line clinic. Sometimes you learn something in the clinic, sometimes you don't. Hopefully you had something that you could really incorporate in your offense. If not, I'm sure you'll find something as we go through the clinic the rest of the day. Obviously it's about being able to gather what it is for your personality, your team, so that you can have the best offense possible. Good luck for the next season, guys, and as you go into the summer. Again, if you need anything, if there's anything you want to talk about, if there's any resources I can help with, let me know.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. All right. Coach Teague.
How's it going?
It's good, man. It's good. Congrats on the job, taking over. And I'm going to let you do your own intro, and we'll roll right into it.
Okay.
You want to present your screen?
Right. Let's see. Trying to get it.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Awesome.
You can see it?
Yes, sir. You're good to go.
Okay. So my name is Erik Teague. I've been the offensive coordinator at Reedsville High School here in North Carolina for the past, since 2012, but really I've been kind of calling the plays since 2016, kind of the majority of the plays. My dad has been the head coach here since 1992, and he's actually going to be inducted into the North Carolina Coaching Hall of Fame coming up this season. So about 3 weeks ago, got named the head coach. My dad retired, so I'm just been fortunate to be part of the program. I played in this program. We've had a lot of success. I'm gonna have my contact information on this initial slide, and then I'll have it at the end as well. But just a big thing I want to talk about today is just kind of the evolution of how we've called plays on offense, just kind of the sideline communication, just kind of how we set things up. So I started 2002 on there because that's really when I became involved in the offense. My dad started in 1992, but just from my perspective, I was a player, freshman in high school in 2002. So from my perspective, this is kind of how things have gone from 2002 until now. And really back then, the way we called plays was just based off a number system. And every player's assignment, what they had to do on that play, was married to that exact number. So, for example, I just got some examples on here. Like if we called 20, that told everybody what their assignment was. The lineman knew they were blocking inside trap. There was usually we ran that out of a 3-by-1 formation, and there was some type of like bubble screen just automatically attached to it. And so the receivers knew the third receiver was running the bubble. The first and second receiver from the outside, from the sideline, were blocking. And then there was the X receiver who was by himself on the other side of the formation was running a slant. And that was that was like the old school, like in 2002, that was kind of like we were running RPOs, but it wasn't really called an RPO. It was a pre-snap thing. And we still do a lot of that thing today. And then just like a pass play, like 95, then the 90 series told the offensive lineman what the protection was. It was a 6-man protection. The running back then made the protection call. And then the 5 part of the 90s was a concept pass. That was a dig concept that we ran, that we still run today. We just don't call it the same thing. So that was every play number had a assignment. And we were in the huddle, and one player would say the formation, and then the quarterback would say the number, and then we would line up and we would run it. There wasn't a lot of checking to see what the defense was doing, things like that. And so that's pretty much the way our offense ran until about 2014. And in 2014, actually had the opportunity to go to a clinic in Greenville, North Carolina, ECU, and the offensive coordinator at the time was Lincoln Riley, and who we all know, who's the next year after that, he went on to be the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma, then the head coach, and now he's at USC. But when we came back from that clinic, we basically erased how we operated as an offense and just rewrote how we did pretty much everything. Like our plays system stayed the same and what we were running, but how we communicated from the sideline to the players, we just completely scrapped and basically started over and just we reworked how we called the offense from on the game days. So what that looks like now is we're 90% no huddle. Before that, we weren't no huddle, so we were always interested in becoming a no huddle team, not for really the purpose of going like really fast, like the Oregons and Auburns were at this time, but mainly so we can get lined up and we can see the defense, see what our matchups were and things like that. That's really more of what our head coach, my dad, was interested in, just being able to see the defense pre-snap. So that was going to huddle allows us to do that. So the biggest things that are different is the offensive linemen and the skill players get 2 completely separate calls. So the offensive line gets their run responsibility, and then we can tag whatever we want to. We can signal whatever we want to the receivers. So we can tell them to block. We can tell them to run slants. We can tell them to run a quick screen. We can tell them to run hitches. So there's no more like one number is married to everybody's responsibility, but they're getting two separate players. The receivers don't really know what the offensive linemen are getting. The offensive linemen don't really know what the receivers are getting. They're just two completely different things. So that, for us, just allowed us a lot of in-game flexibility to if the team was decided they were going to take away the quick screens that game, that we didn't have to stay with the quick screens the rest of the game just because that's what we game plan for, but we could change it. We could run the same run play 3 or 4 times in a row and change what the receivers were doing. And we try to take as much as we can off of the quarterback. So he'll check the sideline. Our quarterback will check the sideline, and we'll kind of tell him, and I'll go more into that in a second when I pull up some diagrams. But we try to take as much off the quarterback's plate as we can. But the quarterback is the one guy who's getting all of this information. He has to relay, and he has to know what the run is, and then he also has to know what the route is. So he gets both signals. But the receivers, they just get their formation and their play, and they line up, and the linemen just get it verbally from the quarterback, and then they know what their responsibility is. And then so kind of evolving from there, a new thing that we're going to be trying out this spring, we went to Carolina's clinic a couple weeks ago and was able to talk to a couple of their coaches. And I think this is something that NFL teams have probably been doing, and colleges are getting more into it, but it's a true double play call where a run and a pass. So it's not a RPO where the quarterback's reading anything, but there's a run and a pass down the field concept called. And then at the line of scrimmage, we decide whether we're going to run it, keep the run and just run it, or we're going to check to a quick protection call and then actually throw the downfield. So that's something we're going to be working with this spring, and I'm going to have a couple diagrams to go with that. So just from us, we like to run the ball. We like to think we're a spread team, but we like to run the ball from the spread. So we try to stay pretty 50-50 as far as run pass. Since 2016, we've made it to 6 state championships, and so in the last 7 years, and we won 4 of them. So we've had a lot of success since we started doing this. Our first season doing it was in just kind of implementing this new way of communicating the plays in. It was in 2015, and we lost in the second round in 2015, but then 2016, we started kind of getting a better feel for everything. And obviously, we've had a lot of good players since then, too. It's not all about this. This is just kind of a small part of what we do. But it's something that's really worked for us, and we've had a lot of success using it. So we're a spread team, but we like to run the ball. We've had a lot of 1,000-yard backs in some of these seasons. So it's the first 3 diagrams I'm going to show are the 3 that we've used the most, and then the couple after that I'm going to show are just ones that we've just kind of added, and we don't use as much, but we've added and we've ran over the years, and I got some film that goes along with these. So this first one, this is one that we've been running since like the early 2000s. We didn't have the flexibility of being able to change it if the defense wanted to take this away. And again, we can tag this to any of our run plays. We're mostly a gap scheme team. We run power, inside counter, but we will run some inside zone, and we have some variations depending on what type of front that we're seeing. I just have this drawn up as power, but just in this diagram, we have power. So we have the ability for the quarterback just to hand it off, and we can run power inside. And then we have a front side and a back side, and these are mainly pre-snap things that we're going to look for. And these are, if the defense is deciding to play off of our X receiver, then the quarterback's just going to catch and he's going to throw it out to the X. And then if we have either numbers or just leverage or just a really good matchup over here with our Z receiver, then the quarterback will just catch it and get it to the Z on that fast screen as quick as he can. So again, we try to take things away from our quarterback as much as we can. We have it depends from year to year who your quarterback is, how much decision you want them to be able to see. But most of these are pre-snap things that we tell the quarterback pre-snap. So right before he snaps, he'll take a quick look, and then we'll signal to him whether we're going to run it, throw it to the screen, or throw it to the hitch. So these are things that we've seen in game planning on film that we know are going to be there that week, or just things that we see in real life as we're going throughout the game. So this is the first one. This is the one that we probably run the most. Again, all the linemen know is that they're running power. They're getting the power play call, and then the receivers, all they're getting is the fast screen play call, and the X just knows in that if he's by himself, there's no one to block for him. He's just going to run a hitch. And I have fade and slant kind of tagged on there. That's just from week to week. We can change it depending on the game plan. If we're getting a hard corner, we won't run a hitch, but just depends. That just depends on week to week. And we can also change that, like I said, from the play call. Also, if we just want them to run a slant, we can tell them to run a slant too. The second one that again, these first three are just going to be kind of ones that we run the most of. So this next one is the linemen, all they're getting is slant. The linemen, all they're getting is power, and the receivers, they're just getting a slant, the signal that tells them to run a slant. So again, the quarterback knows both of those, and so really this is the one that more falls into the whole RPO category. The quarterback's going to read the backside linebacker. Especially when we play really good defenses, well-coached teams, they read guards and they fill in really quickly. So this is the one thing we've added over the years that you see a lot of colleges and NFL teams doing, where they just throw that slant in there right behind the linebacker. So again, in the film and things like that, I'm going to show there's a lot of different plays involved, but really the thing I wanted to share was just how versatile you can be as a play caller if you're set up to call plays like this, where the linemen get a play and the receivers get a different signal. That's something that's, for me as a play caller, I don't have a set of things. I'm basically looking at the defense and seeing what they're giving me, and then I make my play calls based on that. So we have all the slants and the hitches and things like that is basically our quick game that we just call with tagging a run, or the linemen are getting a run call with it, and then we just decide whether we want to throw it. Like this one, the quarterback will read either front side or backside, and then we can also read the outside linebacker if we want to throw it to the Z. So there's different reads, and we can have a whole clinic talk just on these individually, how we run them. But this is the main thing I wanted to get through today's talk, is just how versatile you can be by setting up your play calling like this. So the last one that we run the most of is just hitches. So again, I have power drawn up on here, but again, that's just the one diagram I have drawn up. We can run any of our runs. The offensive linemen and the running backs know this is what we do on this run play, and then we can tag anything. The receivers not really tag, but the receivers just get whatever play we want them to run. So it's just, again, this is just hitches, same diagram. They're just running hitches instead of slants. So with that, I'm going to show a couple just clips that go with those three, then I'll get to the other ones. Are you able to see the video?
Yes, sir. We're good.
Okay. I just want to make sure since I changed screens.
Yeah.
All right. So again, in here, this is first play. We're running power, but again, we got the receivers. They don't know what the run play is. They just know that they're running the fast screen. So again, this is a pre-snap thing. Sometimes when you're getting a hard close-up defender, it's tough to make that decision from the sideline. I've got to have a lot of trust in my receiver going to block that guy if I'm going to, because technically based on numbers and leverage, we really should have thrown it out here probably, but for whatever reason, I didn't tell the quarterback to throw it out there. I think I just didn't have I wasn't sure if my wide receiver could get to that guy. So I ended up not doing that. And then for the backside hitch, I kind of leave it up to the quarterback. I pretty much tell him if he thinks he can get it to him. But this particular play, we're just going to hand it off. And it's not a great box to run it to, and we didn't block it up exactly right. So we try to take things off of the quarterback, but sometimes as coaches, we don't make the best decisions either from standing on the sideline. So I try to get my guy in the box to tell me what we look like on the other side of the sideline, other side of the field. But we still, most of the time we end up getting positive yards out of it. But so again, the big thing is just trying to show how we can do the same thing. We can out of a bunch of different run plays and out of a bunch of different formations. So we got a tight trips look out here to the field. The linemen are running inside zone, so we actually got inside zone read called. So again, just looking at it from a pre-snap perspective, the backside hitch is kind of taken away. Doesn't look great. We can probably throw it right on time if he wanted to. Here, the biggest thing is out here for us, we feel like we don't necessarily have numbers, but we definitely have leverage with this third guy being so far off. We feel like we can get the ball to him quick enough and he can get an easy 5 or 6 yards. And then even if he makes one guy miss, then it'll be a touchdown. So we end up throwing it out to the receiver on this one. So our 2 other receivers do a good job blocking. If our receiver would have kind of made one cut up the field, probably would have turned into closer to a touchdown, but we still end up getting 5, 6, 7 yards out of it. So again, a different formation. We got a spread, stack look, and again, a different run play. So my big thing in this is just trying to show how versatile we can be in a game, how many different ways we can do the same thing. So inside, we're running GT counter. The quarterback's actually reading the edge if we run it. But then outside, so this time the X has somebody over there with him, so now he's running the fast screen. So we got fast screen on both sides. And again, this is all pre-snap for us, which way we're going to throw it. If we like one way or the other, we'll throw it. If not, we'll just hand the ball off. So when we're doing this weld, a thing it'll do is it'll open up running lanes for the runs, because ultimately we want to run the ball, and we just have the screens kind of tagged out there just in case they're there. We'll throw them, but we really want to run it. And so the thing that these screens do is they hold the linebackers and the safeties, the people who are supposed to be coming to fit for run, just long enough to where a running back can find a seam and hit it for 15, 20 yards instead of where they might have made a tackle at like 8 or 9 yards. So it's something we've seen a lot of success with, just being able to add this to our offense. This was another run. I'm trying to get to the slants. There we go. All right, so the first one was the fast screen. This is slant. So again, a bunch of different formations, a bunch of different run plays. This is a version of our power. It's more like a big on big type of run. My dad was the offensive line coach, so but this is a version of our power to an odd front is how, but whatever the schematics of what run it is not the big deal, but it's how many different things we can do in our run game and off of our run game. So the receivers, they just know they're running slants. The linemen, they have their run call, and then we can go from there. So the slant is the one more the true RPO, where the quarterback is actually reading. And this is a pretty easy read. The trips, this play side linebacker's in a tough spot. If he's getting run, if he's going to fit into a run read, or if he's going to see that third receiver. So it puts that inside linebacker in a tough spot. So we hit this one a lot. So again, same thing. It's a different formation. Again, the linemen are getting their run called. This is a kind of our version of ISO with the H-back. But again, the receivers are running slant. So again, same thing, we're running power. And again, the receivers, they just know they're running slant. We're kind of – quarterback just has the ability. We can read the front side or the back side of it, really. So that's slant. I'm going to get to the couple of hitches. All right, so again, we got 2 back looks. Again, with the tight ends, we got a bunch of different variations of things we can do. But the outside receivers are just running hitches. So the quarterback knows if he likes a hitch, he has the ability to just turn and throw it. He likes the backside hitch. Just a way to get our skill players the ball just easy ways without having to technically call a quick game, pass pro. You can just tag it to any of our run game stuff. I think it's the same play. This time he throws it to the front side hitch. Get back to my diagrams. So again, there's probably over half of our offense is built on this type of idea where we have a run play call, but then we're tagging some type of pass play with it. This is one that we did a couple times this year, where this is off of our inside zone play, where instead of the A back or H coming across and blocking the defensive end, he'll just kind of leak into the backfield. So the receivers, just like earlier, all they know is that they're getting slant, or we could give them a block call in this scenario. But the linemen, all they know is they're running inside zone, and then that we want the A to try to stay as close to the line of scrimmage, just to try to, so we don't get a legal man downfield, he don't get downfield. So that's one that we'll do. This was a one-word play for us, but it was we're blocking this big on big type of run concept up front, and then the tight ends running a seam. Pretty much this is kind of like our slant, where the quarterback's basically just making a decision either pre-snap, or he could read this play side linebacker whether he wants to throw to the wire or not. And then this kind of goes more along with our fast screens, but we could throw our fast screen to the outside receiver, the middle receiver, or the third receiver. So this is just, we have one where we can throw the bubble instead of. So again, these are just different signals that the receiver gets, but this is very similar to our fast screen. This is one that I really like on the goal line. So what we'll do is we'll get down there, and our receivers, all they'll get a fade, end zone fade signal. That's all they'll get. And then we'll call any of our run play, whatever run play we want to run up front. So basically, when we line up, the quarterback's looking, does he have one of his end zone fades available? If so, he's just going to catch and throw it. If not, then we're going to do whatever the run play is. So this is stuff that we really like down towards the goal line. This is one I have one clip of, and this, to me, this is more of where we're going with it. And we actually have a snag concept called with the receivers, so they just got snag is what they got. But for up front, we don't have a run called. We actually have a slow screen to the running back called. So we never actually threw it to the receivers just because I felt like the quarterback was going to get hit in the mouth, and we weren't protecting the quarterback at all. This was more of kind of like just showing to the defense that they were, to make it look like they were running routes. But this kind of goes with the double play call that I was talking about earlier, that I would like to evolve to. If this play pass concept just looks wide open, then we can actually just make a quick check to the offensive line and tell them a pass protection instead of the screen that they're going to go out there and block. And we could just catch and throw the snag concept instead of them going out and blocking for a screen. So to me, this is more of where we're going, how we're going to continue to evolve into this kind of double play call system. And then I know we started a few minutes after. I got a couple play call clips if we have time, and then I was going to talk about just this one thing with Carolina that we learned at Carolina.
Coach, there's no one speaking at 12, so you got all the time in the world.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. I'm going to show a couple clips from the diagrams I just showed, and then this double play call that we talked about at Carolina was the last thing I had on here, so I'll show a couple clips. All right, so I had two clips on here from our flat, what I called. So the receivers, again, I think on this one, they're just getting a slant, like they just got slant. Our Y is actually attached on this one, so he knew specifically on this play he was actually going to be blocking. So the outside receivers are running slants. And again, it kind of depends on the look, but the quarterback will check me on the sideline, and I'll tell him. So the linemen are blocking inside zone to the right. So this is inside zone read for the quarterback. He's reading the first guy outside the tackle. So to me, the read looks kind of shady. There's this is this team's probably their best defender was sitting right here. So pre-snap, and we were down here close to the goal line. So I told the quarterback just to pull it. I told him to pull it, and if I'm telling him to pull it, he's either he has the option to run it or he's gonna give it to the A coming on his little flat route. So that action by the back sucks the defense down, and this is a tough play for me for the defense. They don't really know exactly where the ball's going. The quarterback's handing it off. He's pulling it. He couldn't run it, or he could throw it to the A coming across their face. So to me, this is tough, especially when you get down to the goal line on defenses. We were fortunate to get in the end zone on that play. This is basically the same play. This is something that we would do down towards the goal line. Our outside receivers are supposed to be just running fades. So, again, the quarterback technically has the option to just catch and throw one of those fades if they were playing in their face. Both the corners are playing off, so that's just kind of dead at this point. And then we actually brought our Z receiver in motion, so we actually have two kind of flat. So our linemen are running inside zone. And, again, on this one, I just told the quarterback to pull it. I didn't even tell him to read the defensive end or anything. I just told him to pull it. So he's automatically pulling it. And he's either going to throw it. He can run it if he's able to, but he has two guys he can throw it to also. And the Z ended up being open. We want them to stay as close to the line of scrimmage as possible. He gets a couple yards downfield, and we probably could have been called with a lineman downfield, but we only get about 3 or 4 lineman downfield calls each year doing this type of stuff. This was I'm just going to show this clip and maybe the one other one before I get to that last one. But this is more of the reason of why I want to evolve to actually making a protection call instead of staying with the run on things like this, because the quarterback pretty much knew he was going – this is our tight end seam one. And the quarterback pretty much knew he was going to throw it. He just liked the matchup with our tight end, big, tall tight end, going down the middle of the field. So he pretty much knew he was going to throw it pre-snap, and he just threw it up for him. But he takes a shot right in the mouth as he's throwing it. So this is more along the lines of I'd like to not give up our quarterback to those type of hits as much when we're making throws, even though it is a touchdown. But I'd like to be able to protect him a little bit more when we know we're throwing it. This is the same thing. Again, the tight end is one-on-one with the guy, a lot of room back here. So the quarterback knows he's throwing it pre-snap, and you can see he just catches and throws it. I'd like to be able to protect him a little bit more when we get down there. This is the last one before I talk about the other one. But again, this is what I was talking about. We like to do down towards the goal line. Again, the receivers, all they know is they're running end zone fades. So we got fades on the outside, and the wide receivers running the seam. And up front, we're running power. So if we like the matchup outside on the end zone fade, the quarterback will catch and throw it. If he doesn't like the matchup, then we'll just run power down there on the 8-yard line. So it's more about the matchups than anything. I think quarterback on this play, he liked all the room he had up here one-on-one with our receiver, so he just caught him through the end zone fade. It was a good spot. He felt like he had a lot of room over there to the sideline. We really like to do that on the end zone. This is the snag/slow screen I was talking about. So again, our two receivers and our tight end, they're running like a snag concept over there. They're bringing a lot of pressure. And then this is one we had never actually threw it to the receivers. Mainly, I called it this way so that it looked like to the defense that we were running a pass, and then we would just dump it off to the screen. But that's kind of where I would like to go with this, is eventually actually be able to throw it, because the snag concept was wide open over there. But it's kind of how we're going to evolve to it. So the last thing I got up here is this, and this is what we talked about at Carolina. This is what we're going to try more stuff like this, instead of the quick hitches, slants, fast screens, things like that, where we can actually have a down the field play concept pass called. So I just have verticals drawn up, 3-man verticals, Carolina does this a lot. They have their kind of the free release. The X receiver and the Z receiver basically have an option to run an inside or outside based on the leverage of the defender. Their main thing is they're just trying to run by the corner. And so if the quarterback likes his matchup, he has one-on-one, or if he has a really heavy box, then he will make a quick pass protection to the offensive line. So it's a true double play call. They have a pass call down the field, and then they also have a run play. But then there's a word, whatever word, I even forgot what the word is that they have, but there's a word that tells the offensive lineman that we're running this run play unless, but the word that they use tells the offensive line that the quarterback could check it to a pass protection. So there's like some type of combo, whatever the word is that they use, that tells the offensive lineman, okay, this is the run play that we're going to run, but there is an option that the quarterback could make a pass protection call. And so this is just kind of what we're going to play with this spring and into the summer a little bit and see. I feel like just our setup and how we call plays, this is something that we can easily add to what we already do. So we're going to try it out this spring into the summer. But basically, these are the rules we're going to follow. Again, up front, we can tag any run we want to, any of the runs that we call. We run power, counter, inside zone, any of that stuff. And then we're going to have probably more of our 3-man routes, like verticals, our sail concept, flood concept, any pass concept that you run that you want to see a good matchup down the field, Y cross, things like that looks good. It's just a way. Sometimes I think as offensive coordinators, we never want to be wrong in our play call, and this is just a way for us to kind of make a decision in real time. So one of the worst things that happens as offensive coordinators when you call one of those down the field shot plays and then the defense comes out and like a 2 safety quarters coverage and they're dropping back or something like that. So I can definitely see us doing this a little bit more this year. But I had one clip on here that kind of went with that. We didn't do it last year, but it kind of went with it. So just to kind of talk through, like, if this is a double play call, we would have some type of run, like say we had inside counter, powered, or inside zone called, and then our receivers got verticals. So our Z receiver out here would run a fade, our X receivers run a fade, and then our Ys running kind of the seam, kind of bender out down the middle of the field. And so just talking through what would happen kind of from the sideline, that's what they would get. And then if we like our matchup, so like for instance in this play, this is our X receiver is the fastest player on our team, and our Z receiver is pretty fast. If we just like those matchups, then the quarterback would make that quick pass protection to the offensive line. So then the running backs and the offensive linemen now know the run is off and we're running the pass protection, and the quarterback's just going to make his cadence and throw to where he thinks he has the best matchup. So this is just kind of going through what that would look like if that's what this was called. So that was the last thing I had. I'm just going to put my contact back up. Again, that's my email and my Twitter. If anybody wants to reach out to me, has any other specific questions about how we do things. But to me, if this is like, if you're especially a spread team, I think any offense, really a wing T team could do these types of things. If this is not how you're calling the play from the sideline, this is just a way that gives you a lot more options and be able to adjust a lot more in game. But that's all I had.
Coach, I got a question.
Okay.
So if I assume you're calling from the sideline.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're up in the booth, it's just got to have the communication. You got to be able to rep with whoever's signaling down the sideline to get in what the quarterback's going to do.
Yeah, I guess it's been easier. Yeah, I can see it. It would be a little bit more difficult from the box, I think. But me being on the sideline, as we're getting lined up, the quarterback he'll just be looking at me on the sideline, and then I'll just signal to him either we're running it, throwing it, or whatever it is. But I think if the offensive coordinator was in the box, it would just be like if I was in the box, it would be our receiver coach or our quarterbacks coach. I think that's definitely something you'd want to practice.
Yeah,
and to have that quick communication.
No doubt. Well, I appreciate you come on talking to us, Coach. Great stuff, and unless you have anything else, kind of roll on, and we'll see you the 13th of October.
Yeah, has Coach Mills got you on the golf course yet?
Coach, I don't play golf.
Really?
I'm not a golf guy. He has tried. He said, "Hey, you play golf? Let's go." I'll play golf, Coach. I drink beer, so I'll go out there with him. But no, I don't play golf. But my wife does.
Right. It's always a good time to get together with some coaches and play a little golf. But
no doubt.
Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing y'all.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, Coach.
Yep. Good luck to y'all.
Good luck to you. All right. So, guys, it is 12:10. The first half of the clinic is done. Saw a drop off in viewership. Very understandable. Guys are probably going to get lunch. Their wives, want them to do stuff. So definitely understandable. One thing I will say is go and subscribe, please. Like and comment. Let me know who's here, right? Because from now until 12:30, it's just me and you, right? So I just want to come on, just talk a little bit. Every session has been fantastic. I've been taking notes. I removed myself from the stream and take notes. So I'm over here, I have my notebook. I'm sort of taking notes and stuff like that. Guys have been asking, is the session recorded? The whole clinic is recorded, right? I'm still debating in my head whether or not I want to splice it together like I did the last clinic, or just leave it as one long video and do timestamps for when sessions start. I don't know yet. I'm gonna try and figure it out. But yeah, holla at me, Coach Brown, my guy. He's 1/3 of the young ball coaches. Starter of the young ball coaches. Can't say much about him. He's my bad. I accidentally clicked out. So yeah. But yeah, Coach Brown is a fantastic man. You follow him on Twitter at Courtney Brown Jr. Yeah, we're rolling right along, guys. Let's see. Coach Weston, how many of these double calls would you like to carry into a game? Coach is gone. Coach, get your questions in when you can. He's here, right? I think he probably could do whatever he wanted to, Coach. Your whole offense is available, I would assume, right? So say you call flood, right, and your run is power, right? So if you wanted to call power up front, right, but then you give the receivers flood, right, and then you have a play call or some type of a tag or something like that, the quarterback can get the line. Now they're running and sprint out, right? So it could be. I think you can have any type of a combo because there's no more learning for your guys. They already have to learn your concepts, right? So you're doing two things that you would be doing anyway: flood and power, right? Only thing you have to teach now is teaching them to know when to just switch to a protection, if that makes sense. Coach Joshua Stewart, thanks for putting us all together. Great stuff, Coach. Just trying to be a resource, man. Just trying to be a resource. There's Coach Brown's Twitter. It's at Coach Brown 56. Guys, I got a little bit of administrative things to do. Guys are asking me questions, so just want to make sure. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, keep checking in, guys. Let me know who's still here. Great questions, by the way. If you have a question, please put your questions in the chat for the coaches. I will definitely ask them for you. Don't wait until after the sessions because we are rolling, right? As soon as the coaches will take up 99.9% of their session talking, so their questions won't get to be asked afterwards. So if you want to ask your question, I have to interrupt them, right? That's just how we roll. Coach Brown, how can I be like you when I grow up? I want to be like you when I grow up, Coach. So, yeah, let me copy that. Who's enjoying it so far? Let me know what's your favorite session so far. There's no hate on any of them. It's just what's your favorite. Personally, I really liked Coach Teague's last time. I really liked Coach Morgan's, kind of setting up how to do things as an offensive coordinator. But all of them have been fantastic. And I've gotten pages of notes. My hands are cramped because I can't. It's crazy. Like, I've been writing so much. Again, these are recorded. Let me text the wife. Okay. So yeah, guys. Got 15 minutes till Coach Zablocki comes on and talks to us. Please make sure you go and subscribe, guys. We started out the day at 644. Okay, I haven't checked it since then. I'm gonna see what we got. We're at 655. Y'all are amazing. Okay, we've gone up 11 subs. Make sure you have subscribed. Make sure you like the thing. Guys, we were at 17 likes, right? We got 17 people on here. So that's, I don't know how that works. Make sure you like the stream. Coach Brown, in all seriousness, how much do OCs go to their line coach and ask their opinions with RPOs? Well, Coach, me as an OC, seeing how that I'm pretty intimate with the offensive line coach, since I am that person, I would say all the time. But I would probably that's a good question to ask some guys, that coach, quarterbacks or the receiver coach, something like that. I would assume that communication's got to be like impeccable. Like, you have to be talking with the line coach, because if there's no communication, then the offensive line coach is going to get frustrated, because there's going to be times where the quarterback pulls and throws when it should have been a run, and there are times that he hands the ball off to run where he probably should have thrown it, right? So that's the issue with RPOs. Not that they don't work. RPOs work, obviously. It's one position group is going to get their feelings hurt at some point doing that. But you have to rely on staying faithful to what you do. What I would say is my philosophy with RPOs is it's a run till it's not, right? So it's a run until it's not. I'm going to give this ball until that defensive guy absolutely makes me pull it. So that would be my philosophy on it. And you got to talk to your quarterback about it. Like, he's got to know that, like, we need to hand this ball off until we can't. Okay, because the quarterback, his girlfriend's up in the stands and his dad's hard on him all the time to be the best he can be. So he's like, well, I need to throw this ball, So you have that communication. Great question, though. Let me send this invite to Coach just so he's got it. Let me know who's been here since the first session. Who's been here since Coach Dayton this morning? Coach is still in the chat. Coach says we carry about 8 different quick concepts that we practice with run concepts during the week. I can see us practicing about 3 true double calls where we would have to check to the protection. So yeah, coach is he's gonna dictate, doing the double calls because like I said, you can tag whatever you want in your offense, right? Pass and run, but if you don't practice that, it's not viable, right? You can't unless you practice. Hey, we're gonna go verticals and counter, and then check it. But if you don't practice doing that, you're not gonna be successful, right? So make sure if you do that, he says 3, whatever number you can get to, right? And if you're the head coach or if you are the coordinator and your head coach is the defensive guy and he asks you what you need in practice time, tell him you need a period to practice that. One day you're doing a screen period. Next period you're doing, hey, I want to work on my double calls. Or checking these RPOs, front side and back side RPOs. Have a time that's outside of team, right? Just play around with it. 10 minutes till coach comes on. Yeah, for those that don't understand the little interaction at the end, Coach Teague and I, we coached in the same conference, so that was a little back and forth. But we got a lot of respect for those guys. That is the best program in the state of North Carolina, and I'll say that I don't care who hears this. It's not because he was here. Reidsville's the best program in the state of North Carolina. Let's see. Shoot, especially I grew up in Narcan County, so they've always been good. It's been a long day sitting here, though. I feel like this clinic's going not going slow, but like the time's going slower than last times. And I have less time to sit here in this one. I'm only going to 6 o'clock. Last time I went to last session was at 8:30, I believe, 8 or 8:30. Make sure you share out the stream, guys, so more coaches can see it. No one's had to back out today, which has been awesome. Last clinic, I had about 5 guys had to back out day before and day of, like total of 5. So this has been fantastic. But we'll always adjust if we need to. Who's excited for spring ball, man? Definitely know I am. For spring ball, it's a true OC. Getting install plans together, being organized, all those things. Drop your questions, guys. No question's a bad question. Make sure you ask them. This is a resource for you. This is not just come and listen to some great speakers. This is you have questions, let's ask them. There is no bad questions, and I truly believe that because we're trying to learn. I don't assume anybody knows anything. I don't know everything, but I got folks that I know that do, and I can call them or text them. $16 coaches hanging out. They haven't sent me my workbook yet, but Sports Workbook, if you have not checked them out, they're going to be sponsoring my videos. Check them out, but their workbook's kind of like this, where you have, the offensive line. You can draw it up. This is a workbook from NC State's Mega Clinic that we went to, where they had app ECU there, and some great notes, some great things that we're going to look at moving forward. If you don't have something like this, I highly recommend it, because there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with just pen and paper, right? That's the old school. But I would say you probably get something like that. It has something that has where you can diagram and something where you can take notes. Okay, that's perfect. All right. Let's see. Coach, this also will be my first spring as the OC as well. I'm excited. See, I've been an OC, but all I did was the organizational side, which is huge. Especially if you heard Coach Morgan's talk, that being an OC is more than just calling plays, which most people don't know that. But definitely the organizational side of it is very key. All right. There we go. What's up, Coach?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Now, I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. It is Zablocki, correct?
You got it, man. As Polish as they come.
Awesome. So we're 5 minutes early. We're going to go ahead and rock.
Hey, yeah, let's roll. Yeah, I might get. Maybe I'll use the whole time. Maybe I won't.
Yeah, no doubt. So if you want to go ahead and present, and then I'll let you do your own intro, and we can get into it.
Let's see, I did something wrong here.
Do you plan on going like from huddle to a presentation back and forth, or
I'm gonna stick from presentation, as I have YouTube videos embedded in it.
Cool. Yeah. So if you just hit share screen, you should be able to do a tab, unless it's is it on PowerPoint or something?
No, I got it here. Here
okay.
We go. User error, like usual.
There we go. Awesome.
Yeah. All right. So we good to go, Coach?
Yes, sir. Just go ahead and click your tab up there, and then make it full screen, and we're ready to roll.
All right, good to go?
Yes, sir. Looks good.
All right. Sorry for the noise, as I have animals here moving around. But anyway, thanks, Coach, for having me on. Chris Zablocki. I'm here in the warm state right now, Wisconsin here. I've been head coach for 17 years, and assistant coach at the small collegiate level 3 years or so. And so I've been fortunate to work out like everyone else under some really good people and things. And I had an opportunity later on in my career to take over the Sheboygan Falls football program. And here in the state of Wisconsin, Sheboygan is close to Kohler, right next to Kohler, Wisconsin. Actually, I'm right next to Kohler, where a lot of the PGA events are held and things of that nature. And in Wisconsin, unlike a lot of other states, we don't have very much contact with our football team once football season's over. We have 5 days in the whole off season, which has to be done out of school, to actually have contact and practice and actually instruct our student athletes in football. So we don't have a whole lot of time. So these off seasons is really building the best opportunities for the young people in your program to succeed when the time for contact does come around. So when I took over Sheboygan Falls football program, they were a very good football program and top of their conference. And we got moved. The WIA, which is the governing board of Wisconsin State Athletics, did a conference-only football realignment for equity and a few other things. But part of the reason, as I was going to get out of football, because I have a young family, as some of you will see here in the slideshow, but the challenge was there, and I took it, and I couldn't be more happier. But we moved to a conference where we're playing teams twice our enrollment size, and that it was a disadvantage, but we still are competitive. We still compete. We're still top conference every year. But I had to come up with, they wanted something new, something to excite the student athletes. And so I'm a spread guy. So I ran the spread, and there's not a whole lot of spread in Wisconsin because of the weather. But so they brought me on, and I was I came across this thing, making punt part of your offense. I was up in the University of Minnesota at football. PJ Fleck was head coach, still head coach up there, and listened to this gentleman they flew in from Oregon. And so I'm like, God, from Cottage Grove High School. Some of you may have heard of him. Is a gentleman named Gary Roberts, and he was just about to get out of the coaching realm because he's becoming an administrator. But his situation when he took over was very similar to mine, and he made punt part of their offense. And so I listened to him and I dove in, and I decided it was super hard for me to do it, but I decided we are going to do it. And by moving to this new conference, I thought with the spread, and we are full no huddle. We signal everything in multiple different ways. This would really help us keep, because the conference we were entering in was a very ground and pound conference, a lot of running, wing tee, full tee, you name it. And this would hopefully give us a little bit of edge just to kind of balance things off. So this is how I dove in from Coach Roberts and decided that this is how we were going to try this, and we're going to go full bore. And the big thing is I have to thank my coaching staff. They bought into it because, as you're going to find out, if you're a defensive coordinator with an offensive coordinator running this on fourth down, it might keep you up all night, so to speak. And you have to have complete buy-in. But we really bought in, and it boosts our kids' confidence up. And so here are some of the reasons that we chose to do this, make it part of our offense on fourth down. For us, being in the larger conference, it creates opportunity to compete. It keeps those defensive opponents out on the field. Another snap, like the next bullet point is defensive prep time. Another thing to prep for. And just keep them out longer on that field. And hopefully with going no huddle tires them out a little bit, and we can take advantage of any little space they give us. Creating defensive confusion. You can see this picture here. This team that we're playing, we did lose to, was a good game, conference opponent. They ended up being the state runner-up. But this is right away. And for the defensive guys that are here, look, you can see where the ball is at. And it's fourth down and like 6. And we're running our lightning. But you see what happens when I say defensive confusion. No one covers him. All right. And we prep for this. They see it, they snap it right away, and we throw it. Part of trying to create that defensive confusion. Now, I will say this, he dropped it. So that would have been a big play. It would have put us up 7-0. And he ended up dropping it. But they were a better team that day than us. And obviously by state runner-up, they were. But that's just a point of that defensive confusion. It keeps your weapons on the field, keeps your guys that can score with the touch of the ball on the field. And if, for the most part, it can eliminate the punt return. We have never had a punt return returned on us using this punt. Where before we had. I use a shield punt. I had people take it back on the shield punt. We, in the past 5 years, have never had a punt taken back. And we're some pretty good guys here. This number 4 right here was an all-state punt returner for this school, and he never returned one on us. So, and it's fun. It gets the kids fired up and creates a little confidence in them too as well, that they can't be stopped, which in our situation where we're the smallest school, that we need that when we're going against these big schools. So what do we teach about these players on the fourth down? So you got to do some classroom work. You got to be that teacher and instruct and make sure they understand it. And most importantly, make sure that you rep it in practice every day. But we just put in our team script, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. Our offensive playmakers must know the situation, whether it's 4th and 4 yards or less or 4th and 5 yards or more, simply because they need to know where to run their stick route. As you'll learn, we run all stick routes to the open area with lightning. It's timing, and you'll see some clips that it works really well if the timing is there, but you must practice it. So that's the first thing we teach, and we teach that in practice in the classroom, chalk talk, and through huddle and situations like that. On fourth down, we always line up in our lightning formation, where our base formation is doubles, and we always line up in. So unless we have 20 personnel in, then we don't. Then we line up in our what we call our king formation. But so you always line up in your base formation based on your personnel, and we have an activate word. Our activate word is lightning, and the lightning comes from me from the sidelines. Like us coaches, we're loud and boisterous, so they hear us, but they're also looking for it. And what we also implement is everyone echoes it on the sidelines, lightning, lightning. Once that word is activated. So you might be thinking, well, what happens if you don't say lightning? Well, if we don't say lightning, then I will call the punt team out, which you'll see in film. But we are, or sometimes if we see something we like with the defense, we'll signal play in and run a play in. Like if I see something on that I like with power, we have a great advantage on one side because there's a confusion. I'll signal in power and we'll execute power for the first down. So that's what. So either if we don't see the activate word, we'll signal play in, or we'll send the punt team out. All right. We make it part of our offensive team session. It makes execution easy, quick, and fast, and eliminates confusion. If you do it every day, like anything else, they're confident with it. You get your twos in, your backups in for it too as well, that they're ready to go with it. We also teach and we practice that if it's on the negative 25-yard line or in our own 25, that we're probably going to punt. All right, just to keep, but as you saw from that picture below, we didn't. So not always, but we try to discuss why field position is important in the game, educate our players about the game, so they understand it when it comes time to execute. So that's what we teach our young from the very first day. So here's some lightning film. So this is this is the first part. There's 2 stages to the lightning punt, and the first stage is actually executing the lightning play, which is all sticks. The second part is actually punting it. But we're gonna I'm gonna run some show you a couple different versions of how we got first downs on our lightning punt. So I'll make the screen bigger here. I'll try to anyway. Maybe it won't go. So as we see here, okay, I'm going to back it up here. Sorry, I'm on YouTube, so it's not as slick as Huddle. But you can see here. So they're reading here. They decide to execute it. They see the space. Notice that we're 4th and 2 here. We are at 35, so we're right over that line of 30. But they see, here's our 20 personnel. You see our sniffer H-back here. So they stayed with our regular king right, which is our base formation on 20 personnel. And it looks right here. You can see that there's this cushion here. All right, we have cushion over here. So our Q decides, I give him that freedom, which may be hard for a lot of you, for coaches to do. And you don't have to. You can signal it in if you want to do it or not. But I give our Qs the freedom, which is brings my blood pressure up quite a bit on Friday nights. But they have ownership of it. The team has ownership and they execute it and they do a great job with it. And you're going to get your mistakes with anything else. But you can see here, so if I'm not mistaken, he's going to go to right here. We're going to run a stick route or a hitch route to the outside, and timing is key. And this is where you have to rep it all the time in practice. Make it part of your offensive session. Let's see, but you can see, boom, timing. That's a little close for comfort right there, as you see the DB, who was an all-conference DB on him. But the timing, the ball is out. It's right there. They're going to catch it first down, and we keep the moving, chains moving. And this team, it was our conference champ. We lost to them. This was a conference championship game. We had a couple opportunities at the end to win, and we did not execute. We do have our backup quarterback in, but he was quickly grew into our starting quarterback with great confidence and did a great job. And you see right here, the first down, easy way to get a first down. But you have to have confidence in that team. You have to execute. Once again, oops, sorry. Go back here. We have one more cut up here as I'll play. Sorry for the delay, guys. All right. So we see here we're playing on the road. We're in all whites this time, jerseys. Look here. We're in our doubles formation. We call lightning. We're on the 45-yard line, our own 45. It's 4th and 1. We spread them out. But as you can see the different, especially the slot receivers outside. You can see the different cushions. And this is where that timing comes in and repping it every day. You can see here, this is completed pretty nice and quick. One step, boom, right there, easy first down. And it did it again. So I had one more play, but that's okay. So our 4th down process, moving on here. You can see that QB reads the defense, identifies the lightning strike, as we call it, try to connect it. So as you saw in that film, you saw the spacing, identifies where we're going to go, we're going to rock step, and we're going to throw. All right. So if he sees an opportunity for lightning strike, he claps his hands, signaling go ahead with the snap from the center. And the center snaps it. All right. All 4 wide receivers run a 4-yard hitch or stick route, and the pass is executed. Like before, we teach them situation. If it's more than 4 yards, they have to go a little bit longer, and they need to get to those sticks. All right. The QB reads the defense and does not see lightning. Here's the second part. So he reads it, doesn't get a signal from the coach, doesn't like it. He looks at me and he throws up his hands like, I don't know. All right. So, and he calls easy, looks at the sidelines. Easy is our keyword. Hey, relax. And I may signal a play in, or I'll call him punt. And we'll call him punt and usually yell punt, and it echoed by our sidelines. And the punt team takes the field and lines up. And that's usually very few people run in. Sometimes we have 0 people run in. It all depends on the situation. But if that they run in, all right. And then the punter looks at like for me for a signal. And if I give him the signal, I don't know, I give him the choice, all right, to execute either punt, run, or pass. All right. If I'll just like make the signal like punting it, kicking it, and then they'll kick, and he has to kick it. But part of this system is trusting that person, all right, to make the right decision through practice, through film work, and just preparing him as a coach like we do with everything else. The only player with a different job is the punter. Everyone else does the same assignment, and I'll go through that shortly. So when we run our punt team out, which is a little bit of different alignment, as you'll see in the next slide, everyone has the same job except for the punter. They can choose to punt, run, or pass, unless we have a tag, in which I'll just talk about shortly too. So moving on here, you can see this is how we set it up. Once we're in doubles, we don't like it. We call punt. All right, we have our tight end here, offensive lineman across here, and you can interchange them since the Q is back far enough, or the punter's back far enough, with different guys. We have our wing. We have our personal protector, and we have gunner 1 and gunner 2. Gunner 1 is on the line of scrimmage. All right, and I'll go through here in a moment what each assignment is for these, but this is our basic punt, right? Where we are a rugby punt team. So part of this I should have said earlier, which might turn a lot of you off, is that we are a rugby punt. I did not know how to do rugby punt until we did this, and I just learned and looked at different videos and all the resources out there, and we were able to do it and execute it at a high rate. So anything, as you know, even though you might not be an expert on it, you can do it if you just find the right resources and be willing to have that confidence in yourself to teach a person how to rugby punt, which is actually really easy. So that's our position. So our responsibilities, as we see here, the punter. They say Coach Roberts said that he always took his second fastest wide receiver and made him the punter. And the reason being is that, okay, he's a second guy. He might not be, people might not be really watching out for him, but we know he can move. And if he can throw the ball decently, he can be that threat. And they're they might not likely think it's going to be a fake. And so I have used a quarterback before in my first year. I stay away from that now if I can. And like this year, I had a sophomore who could really punt the ball and throw the ball, come up from the JV squad on Friday nights and be the punter. So there's all kinds. I had second string running back do it before. It's just who you feel most confident with. But I do agree that having the QB back there gives the defense to prepare more for that fake. The personal protector is like the H-back type cat that's really able to seal that edge and make sure that no pressure comes in. The wing is like a tight end guy, a guy that can catch the ball and block, because he will have a tag to stay in if they overload that side. But he runs every time. When I talk about they have the same responsibilities, he runs a 5-yard out every time. And if they punt it, he goes up the sideline and he's contained. I should tell you this with the rugby punt. Our goal is the punt at the end of the numbers in this area here every time. That way we can close in, gives them less field, harder to return. G1 or gunner 1 is a guy that can move, usually a safety type dude, corner dude that can tackle. Fortunate enough that a lot of our football players play rugby and in the spring, and they can tackle well. So it's usually a rugby dude out there for us. Same thing with G2 or gunner 2 is in the slot, but he can get a reverse or a screen fake depending on how you want to do things. But he is another guy that just goes to the ball. No responsibility, goes to the ball. Our tight end or our Y will help slide protect, and then he is the outside contain. I like a guy like a linebacker type cat there that can tackle in the open field. and that I'm not afraid to block someone. And a good hook blocker is really good. And then O-line, you can change things up depending on what you want to do, but guys that can tackle in space and they kind of shield funnel to the football, all right, going towards that football. When our punter punts, he does yell the direction of the punt too as well. All right, you can see that when I discuss like running, the punter has the opportunity to run, pass, or punt. Based on what he sees, he can throw the ball, he can pass it, or he can run it. Unless you give the signal that you will punt no matter what. Okay, so those are the simple responsibilities, just high risk, high reward, like usual. We use Bob right slide protection with it. We really emphasize with our line: be physical, attack the defender on you, drive to the right. If you're uncovered, drive to the right and find someone to block. Just find someone. When in doubt, block a person. All right. Just don't let anybody go across your face, things of that nature that we all teach. You just must block someone. So one of the things that when I talk about with coaches about this is what happens if they overload the side? How do you take care of this when you're rolling out? A couple of things is we teach. One is we teach our punter that if he sees the overload, all right, and knows he's punting, that he may not be able to roll, either get outside really fast and roll, or otherwise you may have to take 2 steps, which we practice, and kick it. But also I gave the players the first year the ability to come up with their own tag for this. And of course, my big right tackle right there, plays at UW D3 school, he come up with the word chungus, which is from what I'm like, okay, whatever chungus is. But then being a high school teacher is kind of like, you know what? I hope it's appropriate, and actually some big rodent in the desert or something like that it is. So it is appropriate. And so they'll get the chungus tag. And the chungus tag will keep the wing in, right? To help block and help seal. So the wing will stay to help the personal protector on the overload situation. All right. What happens is we'll set it up for a reverse call. We have a reverse to that second gunner. If we see a whole overload and the backside is wide open. All right. The big key though is the personal protector he does the cadence. So he has to tell the punter that a chungus is called. And so he will turn around, and you'll see it on film here in a minute. He'll turn around and tell the punter that a chungus was called, and they're going to stay in. Right? That way that we know that option to throw is gone. Right. So there's only 2 options now. That's punt or to run. So here's some cut-ups on things here. As I'm cruising along, just checking my time here. I'm doing good. Probably had to schedule a little bit. But you can see we're coming here. This is a good example of what it looks like. This is the chungus here. As I move back here a little bit here, you can. Now our right tackle who came up with chungus didn't do a very good job blocking. All right, so we get the chungus call here. We see this guy out here. It scared us. All right, now we did talk about on film. He missed him. He's wide open too here. So we do have a call, a burn call, burn. He'll turn and throw it and get that first down. But once again, and when I was talking to this punter about this and film, he's like, Coach, situation. You taught us about situation. And if you look at situation, we messed up a little bit here. So they were right. You can't argue. I taught him about situation. It's 4th and 20. That was there. He's like, and I'm like, yeah, you're right there. So it's I had to bite my tongue on that one. But anyway, we see here, we call it chungus. We're a little scared here. So now we'll have personal protector come down here. Our wing will come right here, right tackle here as well, just to protect. And now our punter realizes there might be pressure coming here. So he might not be able, if he feels he cannot get to the outside, he'll couple step up into the hole and punt it. So you can see here, there it is. Now our wing, he may have got fired from being a wing after this game. Let's be honest with you, as it looks like I believe he misses him, or it's my personal protector. Yeah, the wing missed him, but we're still able to get it off. A little too close for comfort. I understand that. So we go down, look in here, and you get a nice punt. Wasn't as close to the numbers as I would like, but as a coach, you are not going to disagree with that. then with that one. So we'll move. Oh, let's see. Sorry about this. This YouTube thing is not working the best for me. Should have just did a huddle one. So I'm gonna let's see. Film cutups here. I'm gonna go through right here once again pretty fast to our next clip. Why we punt? I will say we punt more than we don't, especially this year. This is what the situations we had. All right, we do punt, and other times we don't. All right, I'm gonna go to the next play here, if I'm not mistaken. So here's the next play here. As you look here, so this is a really good indication of or showing how we run our punt team on and off. All right, we're in our base doubles. We're looking. Our Q does not like any of the lightning strikes at all. And being 4th and 5 or 6, you teach him that, and so he decides to go with the punt here, even though we're on their side of the field. He wants to do it, and that's okay. You give him the. Sorry, guys. Well, last time, I just want to show this one here. This is Mac. This is the Mac, I think. I'm blaming the Mac on it. As we'll get here. All right, well, look, let's go full speed through here. We're 4th and 5. Here doesn't like it. All right, calls punt. This is where we didn't bring anybody in. We just kept everyone out there. All right, especially if you're a small school. All right, kept everyone out there. Now, our right tackle didn't do a very good job, but yeah, touchback. But you can see how that guy is a really good punt returner. How it didn't work by punting it once again. So now some of the times we faked. Our last part today, as we go through here, let's check in my time. Sorry, make sure I have enough. Is that sorry for the poor quality of film here? Same game. All right. This is the beginning of the game. You can see how they didn't like the lightning. So we kept everyone on there. We moved everyone over. We're looking. We threw them off a little bit by now going from trips to motioning our personal protector back there. You can see the defense moving around, and you can see how I don't know why he didn't run it, but he didn't. But we'll take the pass. That's where that wing goes every single time, same way. All right, and how it's able to execute. Here's another one where we move the guys around. I do run some people in this time, so you can kind of see how it works. Oh, no, it did it again. As we move the guys out here again, sorry. You can see I can see me down in the corner with the yellow and white hat on. I give the I don't know. All right, that gives them the option to do whatever they like. All right, depending on the stuff or the situation. You can see that when he rolls, it could be wide open. He gets around there. It is, and we'll take a first down. That's where having a fast guy helps, and we get that first down. All right. So I know this. I've been going through really fast. I know I started 5 minutes early, and I'm about. I got about 8 minutes left here. Here is my contact information. If anybody wants to contact me, my cell phone number, call or text me. You can. There's my email, my Twitter, my Instagram, Facebook, all those things, social media I'm on. And just please reach out. I'll sit down longer with you if you need to. Like I said, our situation here at Sheboygan Falls, we were a school of 400 students, jumped into a conference with schools from 800 students to over 1,000, and we're still competing at the top of our conference year in, year out, making the playoffs. And we took the philosophy of no huddle and keeping our opponents on edge just to try to give us an advantage. And it has, and it's working. And this is one of those things that's a scary thing, but the kids loved it because it's unconventional, and it got them to believe in it. And they love being on the Lightning punt team because they know that they might really throw that defensive off and might give that spark for huge plays to come and the momentum to win a football game. So I know I still have 5 minutes, but if there's anybody has any questions or anything, love to answer any questions. Just please let me know. And thank you for having me on. And hopefully you got something from it, or you may have just muted me and just kept on going and say it's not your thing. But if you're interested in it, I'd love to sit down and talk to you because it's not for everyone. and I understand that.
Yeah, guys, this is a little bit of a different topic, and I love the coach came on and did that because guys, only so many ways you can run mesh and inside zone. I mean, let's talk about something different, So, I thought it was very interesting, Coach. I took notes on it. Like he said, he put his information up there. If you found it interesting, please contact him. Because like he says, it gives his team an advantage, and anything you can do that kids can fall in love with and take ownership with is huge.
Yeah,
especially in high school. So,
Coach,
I don't see any questions, but if you want to hang out, you can. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk to guys, and I'm making sure that Coach gets in for the next session.
Yeah, no problem. I'll hang here if there's anything pops up, but I'll stop my screen sharing, I think.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. And plus, saying Sheboygan is funny. It's a funny word. So, for us country boys down in the South. So,
yeah.
But yeah, so how long you been at Sheboygan, Coach?
I played small school ball down here, D3. Came from Upper Michigan, where I refer to as God's country, and I came down here and I played here. Started coaching right away after I got done playing, and jumped in as an educator. And so I've been down here I'm 43, so came down when I was 19. So I've been here longer than I have not been now. So, but it's a great place, right on Lake Michigan. A great family.
It gets cold. It gets cold up there.
Yeah, it does. It's not Upper Michigan. I grew up with over 300. We average over 300 inches of snow a year where I grew up. So I came down here. We only got like maybe 80 to 100. That was a big difference, But it's cold. Being on the lake is cold in the winter. But so that's where I understand why a lot of schools go to that. They want ball control, dominate that line of scrimmage football, and we're just trying to give ourselves an edge a little bit by going that spread and fast.
Yeah. So when y'all get into the playoffs, like, is it like just cold and wet? Like I understand.
Yeah, there's times we played in the snow. It's fun though. Kids love it. And communities rally and they're all in their, hunter blaze orange and all that stuff in the stands. You got 200 kids in the stands and blaze orange. It's a cool atmosphere. We're a little, like I said, limited with contact here.
Yeah.
So you just keep it simple and try to do the best you can with these young people.
Yeah, it's crazy how cross states, it's how y'all can't have contact. I don't know. Like,
and they'll turn you in, especially if you're successful. You got people watching everywhere.
Yeah.
And
is there anything with the state association? Like, is there any?
It's a WIA, Wisconsin. For a long time, there was, from what I gathered, not being from Wisconsin, but there was summer baseball. So we played our high school baseball season in summer because of the weather here. And so they wanted to limit that contact in the summer because a lot of student athletes are playing baseball. Mm-hmm. And so now baseball's strictly spring here, which makes it interesting. But they still stuck with it. And we have 5 days once that last day of school hits. So we do ours right away, gets them ready for their 7-on-7 leagues. And because we can't coach them in 7-on-7 leagues, and just gets them ready, and they go and they get after it. And then we start August 1st, and then we get after it. But what happens, we do it right away because it sparks, like, make sure the weight room is taken care of and all these things, and show them stuff that they can do, on their own, or will we have captains practices and things like that where no coaches are around. The captains do it though. And so you teach them and take responsibility for their success.
I hear you. That's interesting. It's like you can't have 7-on-7s. Like, you can't coach it with the team.
No, you can't. So I take my 3 daughters, they go run around, and I'm there and I'm just watching them, and they, it's tough because the kids, they still they want to ask questions so bad, but you can't, and I'm sure some coaches do, I just won't do it. You try to teach them, the values and how to hold themselves and be accountable and all those things, and things that'll take them farther in life. And so even though I want to so bad, you just can't,
So who's coaching the 7-on-7s?
The players. We get them ready in that week before, and the players do it. Sometimes I have some former players. Usually I have 1 or 2 that are in the area playing college ball somewhere, and they come and they help out a lot. They take ownership in it. So it's very family. I use the old PJ Fleck, forget about me, I love you motto, and it's really stuck here. And they're, even though they're gone, they still come back and give back to the program, and they do it that way. So that's
awesome. Well, let's see. Coach should be joining in a minute. Guys, if you haven't, go ahead and share it out if you want to. Try to get as many people as we can on here to watch. Like and subscribe. Like I said, my goal is to get to 1,000 before summer gets here.
Well, I'm on. You have mine. So.
Oh, I appreciate you, Coach. I appreciate that. There's Coach. All right, Coach Zablocki, I appreciate you, man.
Yep, I appreciate you too. Thanks for doing this again. I love the first one. This one's great as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Coach Freeze.
Hey, what's up, Coach?
Nothing much, man. I appreciate you coming on. You want to go ahead and try to share your screen?
Yep,
and then,
I can do that.
We'll get that going right away, and then you can do your own intro, and we can get rolling.
Okay. How's that look?
Good. We're good.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
I got it. All right. Hey guys, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate Coach Tatum asked me to come in, talk a little bit here about what we do at Rose-Hulman Institute Technology with our what we call rip and shots, so our 7-man play action, protection, and pass game. So if you don't know anything about Rose-Hulman, we're a Division III school located in Terre Haute, Indiana. We're the #1 undergraduate engineering school in the country, and that's all we offer. So, it's a lot of these other colleges, they have a ton of different majors, a ton of different minors. For us, it's basically all the engineering disciplines and math and science. So to work at a place like that and to be able to have a competitive football program is a pretty unique thing with what we've done here. So really excited to just kind of share what we do here with everything. So one of the things I always appreciate and listening to coaches and talking to coaches is understanding where their backgrounds are from and where they've been with everything. And so I'm just going to run through quickly my background on everything I've been doing while I've been coaching football. So I played and coached and got started coaching at Otterbein University, which is a Division III school in Columbus, Ohio. So as a GA there, wondering what the next step was going to be. And it's funny, Coach Zablocki was just on here because Lakeland College, if you don't know, is in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. So little connection right there between back-to-back speakers, which is pretty cool. So he is right. It is cold on the lake, but it's an awesome area. Sheboygan's fantastic. So was a run game coordinator there, moved back to Ohio to Wilmington College for a few years before ultimately getting back to Otterbein in a full-time capacity. Very unique situation there. I was the special teams coordinator and the offensive line coach, which you don't see too often at the college level. And I got 2 jobs that way. The next one at Davenport University as well, which is an NCAA Division II school in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And then that got me to Rose-Hulman in the fall of 2020. So I started November of 2020, which was like peak COVID. So that was a fun time to start. And we had a spring season 3 months after I started. And so it was hit the ground running type of situation with everything. So it's been a whirlwind, but Rose has been a really great place. And I can remember too, for some of you guys that want to be an offensive coordinator or are an offensive line coach and trying to find your footing. When I was at Otterbein, I was talking to one of the guys that I knew that was an offensive coordinator. He was an offensive line coach. And I just remember asking him, I was like, what do you got to do to be an offensive line coach and offensive coordinator? Because those jobs are sometimes hard to get. And he said, you just got to be true to yourself on what you do and just trust in the job you can do and things are going to fall into place. And I've been really lucky that happened for me here at Rose-Hulman. And, we got great kids and it's a great school and everything like that. So if you're that guy that wants that opportunity, they don't come very often to O-line guys young in your career. Sometimes you got to grind a little bit to be able to get those opportunities. So I would just encourage you to stay with those opportunities as best as you can. And eventually something will get done as long as you just keep working and keep your head down. So offensively, I want to go through just kind of the background on what we do with everything. So our offense last year, we're basically an up-tempo spread, no huddle offense. And that's how we've been since Jeff Sokol, our head coach, has been here. He's been here the last 12 or 13 seasons. And, he's done a great job here. And offensively, we've always just kind of carried that through with the 3 different coordinators he's had. We averaged 39.8 points per game. That was down a little bit from the previous year when we won the conference championship in 21. We were right at 41 points a game. But I feel pretty confident with our defense. Like I tell the offense, if we're scoring 40 points a game, we're going to win a lot of football games. So we were right at that mark, right where we want to be. And then that's a great number for us. So We averaged 419 yards per game. That included 165 yards rushing and 253 yards passing. So the passing numbers went down a little bit from the previous year. We had a new quarterback, but he still did a great job, but our rushing yardage went up. So that contributed a little bit to that. We want to be known as a run team. You know, here in Indiana, the weather's not always great, especially at the end of the season. So we have to be able to be a team that can run the football first and be efficient with our pass. And that's something that we've been able to do. And that number, 56% run, 44% pass, is great. We want to be as balanced as possible, but we also know sometimes some games we're trying to run it at the end of the game to get out of a game. Like I said, we want to be known as a running team. We don't want to be pass happy. We're going to take our advantage when we can in the pass game. We average 73 plays per game, so that's a good number for us. And I'd like to see that a little higher if we can, but sometimes, again, if we're trying to run the clock out at the end of a game, we might be huddling in our sugar huddle instead of going no huddle and up tempo and everything. Lastly, about our offense too, is I give a lot of credit to our players. Like if you guys ever been on great teams or coach great teams, like we all think we're good or we all think we have an opportunity to be great coaches, but it really comes down to the players that we're coaching. And we have some of the smartest kids I've ever been around, but they're unbelievable athletes as well too. So we had 3 all region selections, d3football.com all region selections. And then we had 8 all conference selections too. So, and those were 8 first team all conference selections. So what I'm presenting to you today, I understand we're very fortunate for the players that we have, and you'll see those as these guys are running around and taking advantage of the defense and what we're doing. So when, thinking about being able to talk to people this year, I was like, I kind of want to get out of my comfort zone a little bit more. And Coach had mentioned it, right? Like there's only so many things you can do for outside zone or inside zone. And I thought, like, not a lot of people talk a whole lot about, at least O-line standpoint, too much about the passing game and what they do. And so I wanted to dig in deep and see what we're really good at in the passing game and talk about it. So our drop back pass, we run 19% of the time in our offense. Within that, we're 45% efficient, which is obviously really great. We take a lot of time to prepare for protections and pass pro and everything like that. So that part, that's good. Our shots are 16% of our offense, and we're 53% efficient. So we'll come back to that in a second. Our hops is kind of our pass action pass. I love the hop series. That's something I could do another clinic on, but that'll be a different time. We're 52% efficient there. Quick game, we throw 14% of the time at 52% efficient. And then sprint out, we probably need to do more sprint out, only 10% because we're really efficient at that too. So you can see as a passing game, we're very efficient with what we do across the board. But our shots here are what I want to talk about today. And our shots are our 7-man play action protection. And you'll find out why we call them shots here in a second. So,
hey, Coach, I don't mean to interrupt. Can you talk about what you constitute as efficient to get to that percentage?
Yeah, absolutely. So good question. So for us, on first down, we need to gain, if it's first down play, we need to gain 4 yards. If it's a second down play, we need to gain 4 yards. If it's third down, we just need to convert. So I know some people do it differently. Like that's too much math. I work at one of the best math schools in the country, but I ain't a math guy. So I like to try to keep it as simple as possible. So it's 4 yards on first, 4 yards on second, and then converting on third down, whatever it might be. So that if that helps you there, then that's good. So shots wise, these are our play action series married to our inside split zone concept, which is our base run game. The tight end is involved in the action. Okay. So he can be on the call side or come from the backside, depending upon where he lines up with this. All right. It's a heavy run action in the backfield. The back can check sneak after he fakes and picks up his protection. If there's nothing there, he can sneak out with us as well. But this is a heavy run action in the backfield. We are calling this on first down. We're calling it on second down. We're calling it on third and short. Like it doesn't matter. We're going to take our shots when we can. And this is a huge reason why it's got to be the heavy run action. So low hats, you can see right here, we want to make it look like run to draw the linebackers to the line of scrimmage. As an offensive line coach, we have not done our jobs if those linebackers are not stepping up. If they're bailing right away, then that's probably means it's like 3rd and 10 and they're not buying that we're going to run the ball on 3rd and 10, which in that case is fine. But again, like this is what we're trying to get to. Okay. It's a gap protection or a full slide for the offensive line. Super easy to coach. I give the guys a hard time all the time. This should be our easiest protection we have. The only thing you got to think about is having that low hat. So when I say gap protection or full slide, they're going to get the code word, and they're all going to the left or they're all going to the right, and they got their gap to the side that we're going to. So it's pretty dummy proof for the O-line. They just got to make sure we sell that low hat read. The tight end has C gap to the call side. So if we're going, if the call is to the right, if we call vodka right, the tight end should end up on the right side, even if he's lined up on the left in the back or as the sniffer. The running back will check C to D on the call side, and if nothing shows, then he'll sneak out there. And the QB will sync with the mesh and try to get back to 9 yards. So this is the other part of the heavy run action stuff here is the quarterback's really got to fake that sync. Like he's got to make it look like it's run just as much as everybody else and really sync with the mesh. And then he's got to get back to 9 yards to be able to have some time to throw that football, and that times up the routes and everything. The only exception there would be when we have our H motion, which again, you'll see that here in a second. So maybe you're curious why we call them shots. You can see why we call them shots now. So all of our offensive stuff is based off of categories, essentially. So our shots here's our menu of our shots. We have bourbon, vodka, Bacardi, Patron, cognac, and then crash is not a shot, but we work at a high school or a college level, so we can be a little bit we don't have to be as good, not dealing with high school kids, but like we tell our guys, like, hey, if you go out and you have one or too many shots, you might come home afterwards and crash on the couch. So that's where crash came in, because we can only run out of you run out of so many names so fast. So that's where crash came from. So jumping into it here. So this is the first one. So this is bourbon. All right. So bourbon is very simplistic. Again, these are all 3-man routes, and we're very, very heavy into trying to get the linebackers to suck up and get everything there too. So quarterback, you can see what the reads look like for us. We're going to run a bang here. So he's seaming in to get vertical on the logo line over on this side, the outside receiver. The boundary receiver, he's got the same route. All right. We have identical routes there. And then the magic to bourbon is this slide route. So the inside receiver, RH, he's going to get back. He's going to get about 7 yards depth here to try to sneak behind those linebackers as they step up. And then he's running 22 yards to the sideline. So the quarterback read should be 1 to 2 to 3, and really taking his if one's open, we want him to throw it. If two's open, take it. If three's open, take it. And so this one takes a little longer to develop on the over route, but again, the other two guys do a good job of getting open too. Up front here again, so this would be bourbon left. Our code word would tell the O-line that it's bourbon left, so they know they are now sliding to the right. They're just gapping. Sorry for the I don't have my mouse here. I'm doing this on the trackpad, but they're all sliding to the gap to the right. Eyes in the gap. If there's nobody in the gap, you don't have to fly out there. You can give a heavy hand to help somebody inside, but don't just void the gap. You're taking 2 hard steps down hard inside and getting there. Tight end, he's got C gap, and then the back, he's going to come check C to D. If nothing's out, then he should be sneaking out there. H bourbon. So this is the exception where instead of the quarterback syncing with the mesh and then getting to 9, he's going to ride this. And this is a good thing for us because we do a lot with this H motion where he comes across. The defense really sucks up on that. We have our back running the wheel, and then our receivers, again, are just running those bang routes. For us, this guy's kind of just out to pasture here because we're really focusing on being able to see what's happening over here on the concept. If this guy's open, great, take it. A lot of times, though, the couple clips I have, the back is pretty efficient in getting out there as well, too. So take a look at it here. So again, outside 2 guys should have that bang. Daniel's running the over route here. And as you're looking at, again, 1 to 2 to 3, you can see with the rotation of the defense, they're rotating to some type of 3 high looks so that the corners are sinking. We're not going to be able to beat those guys. But again, linebackers, we do a great job up front. And I always feel like, too, like a good point here is anytime our tight end comes from the opposite side, we get a little better look out of it. Like instead of going bourbon right here, we went bourbon left, and that brings the tight end back across, and that really opens up that split zone look, and I think that helps sell it. That's something I got to do a better job of being aware of when we're calling these. But we get those linebackers to suck up. Daniel's at his left, or he's getting to his landmark, and then he should be getting right to the sideline. So make a good ball. Safety gets too nosy as he's getting down there. We got everything taken care of. So here's a look at protection. So again, this would be Bourbon left. So the O-line should all be sliding to the right, getting to their gaps. Sometimes you got to coach these guys not to go too far. They get too crazy with it, and they want to like run 5 steps like it's outside zone. It's not. It's just 2 hard steps inside and protect your gap. Tight end does a good enough job as he comes back around, and really the back could check release there because he's got no responsibility. All right, looking again. So same concept, same exact thing. I won't walk through every intricacy here, just to kind of let the tape roll a little bit. But again, you can see linebackers are sucked up just enough. We get behind the defense. Bang route's got to be covered. Daniel makes a good catch, and he finishes, which is good, obviously. So again, protection-wise, everybody slide right. Full slides are great because you don't have to worry about the twist game here in the middle. Center does a good job. I'd like to see him not rock back right there, but center does a good job of keeping his eyes in his gap. He sees that looper, and we got it all taken care of. We get a good ball, a good throw, and we end up getting the touchdown. Again, that's 3rd and 7 there too, right? So like late in the game, 3rd and 7, we're just trying to we're getting beat pretty bad at this point, to be quite honest. But these linebackers get sucked up just enough on 3rd and 7 that we're able to throw behind them. So here now, again, so we've thrown that slide route twice. And again, the first 2 options are these bang routes. And this kid's one of the fastest outdoor kids. He runs a 10.400 right now, one of the top times in Division III. So we give him a little bit of freedom. He does a good job of stemming in, and then he just wins with speed, and our quarterback gives him a chance. So obviously it's a great ball. I told you we got great players. I'm not naive enough to sit here and say that, but when you got guys that can go win, it makes this game a lot easier for us as coaches too. So slide-wise, this would be Bourbon right. So the tight end, again, here you can see the tight end now, instead of coming back across, he's here, stepping up to C-gap. All the O-linemen now should all be in a mentality that they're sliding to the boundary in this case. Good low hat by the center, right? We get those guys sucked up enough here. It's 2nd and 5. We ran the ball pretty efficiently this game, so those guys step up just enough. And again, we go in and throw a good ball. So here now is our H motion. This is with the Bourbon. So we're bringing Daniel across here, and we're running it back to the field, which can really open up some things here. So the back should have that wheel route, and then he doesn't have to stem in as much based on alignment. He's just running the bang to go with the wheel route right there. So you can see the action we get here. Both of those safeties, that safety in that corner, are both downhill thinking run action, and we got a guy running right by it. So typically we run it to the boundary. This week we thought we could exploit it to the field. We run right by, and sometimes we don't make the throw and the catch. So this one hurts. This one hurts to watch, but you guys can see how effective that is as well too. And even 5, right? Like number 5, his eyes are back here in the backfield to see what's happening, and that holds him up just enough. And again, if we catch this, it's probably a touchdown. Here it is back to the boundary. So we're throwing the wheel in this case. So again, we got the H motion. We got the bang right here. We got the wheel. And then this guy would be the 3rd option as he settles right here. This particular defense we were playing this day, we knew was super aggressive in the run. And we got him here. They mixed up the switch route. We got the back wide open. And the rest is a great play. Not the lowest of hats here. I would coach these guys up, make sure we're lower hats. We're sitting down, and we're really flying through that thing. But again, we knew defensively this team was much more aggressive than some teams, and they wanted to be downhill, and we got them on that one. So the next one would be vodka, okay? So, and we also have swap vodka. This particular one here, we just talked about it. We want him to take a 2I or a 2-0, so he should take 2 in and then stem and then be there. We're going to go with a 2I here, and then he's going slot fade. So that's just a little adjustment we talked about this week in the office. But vodka is just basically vertical, so we're running vertical, and we're really giving this guy that's running the post a ton of freedom. We want to take advantage. He really owns anything between the hashes. So, yes, it's a post. You'll see one clip where he kind of runs a post corner or he runs a little flatter. Like, we don't overcoach that too much. We just want to allow that guy to go play football and go win. So, swap vodka, the S or the O in swap tells the outside 2 guys are switching. So that's been really effective for us as well too. Again, 1st and 10. We'll call this at any time. We knew Hanover was giving us inside the 20. We felt like we were going to get man in certain situations. I think actually this one we went with our ice part of it. So we call in a play, red set hit. They don't move. And then we call in a play again. We knew what we were getting. And, we're in the red zone here. But again, Daniel can go win. He's got a post. He should slam it at 10. It's a little condensed, so he goes a little bit earlier, but he goes to win, and we get a touchdown on 1st and 10 from the 19. They're in a bear front here too, which helps. So it should just be 5 for 5, right? 21 hesitates just enough that he sees that run, and he can't get back to catch it. Same thing here. Again, you can see we let him play a lot here with what we do. So he's got a lot of open field. Looks like they're clouding here to the boundary. So that safety here, we're not going to run a post just into that safety. So he flattens that out a little bit and makes a great catch. Again, tight end coming from the backside. We get a little bit more influence there. You can see he steps up. We don't get as much out of that, but we get just enough where the quarterback can throw it over top of those guys. O-line wise, we're pretty good here. I don't love the guard. The guard should, he sees twists. He shouldn't be looking back. I told you we got smart kids, but they're not always they don't always remember what you tell them. So he's got to get his eyes in here, and that's where he should be. This is another example. Again, freedom here. These guys are just running vertical. He's got the post. Same try defense that's super aggressive on the run. I mean, 1st and 10, all of these guys are downhill. Like the safeties are downhill, the linebackers are downhill, and now we're given the second fastest guy in school history a whole lot of room to work with. So he gets that guy to turn his hips, little fake, and then he just breaks him off. And I mean, that's as easy as they come. So again, we're calling this at any time, and we call them quite a bit. So here's another example. So again, the safeties, they don't drop fast enough. We get behind the defense and we throw that post. So here he's not flattening it out because he knows he gets behind him. He's not going to flatten it when he gets behind him, and we throw a great ball and we go finish. Again, great players make great coaches. Great players make great coaches. In the interest of time here, I'm just going to kind of flip through this one. Here's the swap concept. I'm not going to walk through it too much. These guys don't pass it off very well. They run into each other, and then we hit the slot fade on the switch route. Protection-wise, there was an issue here, so this is pretty good blitz against gap. Our right guard slides too far. Our center needs to come back. They should know if they have two, they should come back. He comes back, and then the tackle needs to pick up 43. So that was not a great look at protection. So Bacardi is basically the same as Bourbon with the exception of the outside guy now. He's in a minus, so he cuts his split down, and he's now running the over route. We have a corner for the 1, a post for the 2, and then we're looking to hit the slide right here. Again, you got to have fast guys to be able to do that, but Wilkes covering a lot of ground here. All right, these guys get sucked up. They're rotating the other way. They got nobody playing down here. Wide open for the slide route right there. If I'm going too fast, I apologize. My contact info is at the end. I'll be happy to kind of help anybody. I just want to make sure I get through all of our stuff. So, again, now we're coming from the boundary with it. Adam does a good job. You can see even this linebacker's, he's getting a little bit nosy. This guy's getting a little nosy, but they're deep enough where we can't hit the post. We can't hit the corner. So Miggy throws a great ball here, and we get a good catch. And, again, another good score. There's one particular one I want to get to. So now here we ran this play quite a bit against these guys. So this safety, he's dropping. He sees that slide coming. He hesitates just enough where we can get behind on the corner now. Just to show you, we do throw all these routes. We ran a great or a post route, sorry, and we're able to throw that post for the touchdown now too. So we spread it around pretty well. Our quarterbacks do a really nice job. Cognac. So this is another new one for us here. So we have a post route right here. If we can win on the post, we're throwing the first one. If we can win on the dig, it's here. And the post corner is really what we're trying to hit, but we're not going to pass these up. But it takes a long enough time to run this post corner that we just know we got to look somewhere else first. So the quarterback looks 1 to 2, and if those aren't open, then we can hit that corner post. So you can see here, again, not a great dig. We want that actually be broken down into. I really think, too, Jalen's winning outside. He ends up going there. If he slips inside here and runs the post, he's probably going to be an option. But we get a good route at the top. You see slam. We get the DB turned around. And we throw a great ball and make a great catch. So now we're running it to the field. So we're giving all this space out here to Jalen to be able to win on the post corner. And he does just that. The other two are covered. We're sinking there. Got that dig covered. And we're right there. I think this is the one where, for whatever reason, he throws it. He throws it to the dig, which should not be the case because he drives the dig. I would like to see us take a shot with the post right there.
Hey, Coach, got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Coach Ray asked, do you have any issues with the OL coming back, missing green dogs or delayed blitzes?
Not too much. Like I said, that one clip I showed you against DePaul was really the biggest one we had, where they brought two men to the same side, and that was really the one that we've been caught up with the most. And again, the O-line's got to understand too, right? Like the coaching point there for them is like I try not to tell them, like, that's why we don't just run away from things. We should take 2 hard steps and settle. And if nobody's in the gap that we settle to, then that's when we just kind of try to gear down and help on the backside. Because if guys do come backside now instead of my eyes in my gap where I know nobody's at, I can come back and help. So that's what we try to do at least. So for the most part, no, we don't have too many issues with it. And part of that is because we coach the tight ends in the backup to try to get there as best as possible too. Let me show you one more here. I know I'm cutting close on time. Sorry, Coach. So crash here. We knew this particular team when we went nub tight end with 3 to the field. He was going to be super aggressive in the run. So we wanted to exploit that and take advantage of that. So we get the run. He comes down enough. And again, we got Jalen running the over route now. And we didn't coach this one up too much either. He's going a little higher than 22, but we told him to run the green grass because he was going to be open, and got us bailed out of being backed up there as an offense. That's the same play right there. Just trying to make sure. So yeah. So again, I'm sorry that went kind of quicker than I expected, but there's a lot of good things there. If you have questions, there's my email, my cell phone, my Twitter handle. DM me, whatever you need from us at Rose. Let us know if you got any really smart engineering kids that want to go to the best engineering school in the country. We'd love to help those guys out as well too. So whatever you need from me, please feel free to reach out.
Appreciate it, Coach. I loved it. And I love that they were all named after alcohol.
Yeah,
because of
like
shots. I mean,
that's the difference from the college game. We can be a little more intricate with what we call stuff with everything, and it's just been a great spot, and we've had really great players, obviously, which helps too.
No doubt. Well, I don't see any questions. Anybody's got anything? We can always hit you up. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on and sharing some knowledge.
Yeah, no sweat. So anytime I can help, just let me know. I appreciate it, Coach.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Coach should be coming on momentarily.
Right.
If you have not already, make sure you like the stream. Make sure that you have subscribed, and we will keep it rolling. Let me go to mine. We are coming up on session at 1:30. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 official sessions left. We are rolling along, guys. Yeah, it's really good so far. I love 7-man protection shot plays. I love pulling linemen on your pass protections, like faking GT counter. Blocking everybody down the front side, and then the guard traps off the end, and then the backside tackle fits into the B gap. Love that stuff. Really messes with linebackers. Got to mess with those guys. Really good stuff. Then we have, I think it's like 4 hours left, guys. If you've been here the whole time, shout out to you. If you just joined us, it's all good. Let's see. Banners. I'll go back down. 23 guys rocking with me today. Really appreciate all the love and support. Like I said multiple times, guys, I'm not some guru. I'm not some know-it-all. If you know me, you know I don't feel that way. I'm just a coach trying to give other coaches a resource, right? I don't know everything, but I know people that do know everything. So that's what I always try to tell them. Oh, coach should be joining. If you're not keeping track with the schedule, Coach Guminsky, I hope I'm saying that right, Coach Guminsky from Iowa Wesleyan University is coming on next. I'll go ahead and put his banner up. I'm talking about utilizing deep choice in your offense. If you don't know what choice is, it's a very great, it's a really good passing concept. So I'm really excited. Wait, let me see. Wait, who's supposed to go next? Yeah, Coach Guminsky's next. Coaches, no, not yet. All right. Doing a little communication real quick, guys. Guys, more comments, guys. I couldn't imagine losing the extra Indy time if I was special teams coordinator. No doubt. For those who don't know, I used to play. I used to work for Coach Ray when he was at Gardner-Webb here in North Carolina. And during special teams period, whenever they're doing their indies or doing repping special teams, we would get a little bit of Indy in. Always trying to get some extra work in. So, yeah, that would be. I guess you have to have a GA work with guys or something like that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure where coach is at. Guys, make sure we're checking in. Let me know who you are, where you at. So all I see is 24 guys. I don't see who's here. I see 24, right? So I know there's 24 people not talking. So let me know where you're coaching at. What do you coach? And make sure you put your name on it. Really good way to spend your Saturday, guys. There we go. Coach Garvin Dublin, youth football head coach of the Brooklyn Skyhawks in New York City. Awesome, Coach. I appreciate you being here. Coach Luis Gonzalez, what's up, fellas? I didn't want to pronounce your school's name, Coach. I don't want to mess it up. He's the offensive line coach there. Coach Ryan Williams, Southern California High School offensive line coach and run game coordinator. I'll be logged in as I work out, and I do work around the garage. Awesome. I appreciate you, Coach. Coach Wilkinson, are you ready? Can you go ahead and go? Because
yeah.
I'm not sure where Coach is at, but we'll go ahead and we'll flip the sessions. So if you want to go ahead and click present down there, if you have your presentation.
Okay.
And then share your screen.
I think I'm doing this right. All right, can y'all see me?
There you go. And then do you have
So can y'all see that presentation?
No. Can you let's see. It's like bugged out. Can you do it again? Like remove the sharing and do it again? Are you doing a PowerPoint or something?
Yeah, PowerPoint.
Okay, so when you present, go to share screen and then click entire screen, and then we can go to your PowerPoint. And I'll put there it is. Awesome. Let me put your banner up. Cool. All right, and then you go full screen on that, and then you got it, Coach.
All right, cool. So my name is David Wilkinson. I'm from Burney High School. That looks like Bourne, but it's Burney. That's how Germans pronounce it, I guess. Just north of San Antonio in Texas. We had a great season this year. I'm the offensive coordinator there and the O-line coach. We went 15-1. Made it to the state championship, first time in school history, had a great year. We led every second of the state championship game until the last second. They got us on a 29-yard field goal, so it was kind of heartbreaking, but it was a wonderful year. So there's my information, my Twitter, if you want to follow me. And then if you have any questions about this or you want me to send this to you afterwards, I can send it to you. The only thing is I have presented this a few times already this year at different clinics and stuff. I can't send the whole thing with the video cut-ups because it's too big, but I can send you just like the first half of the presentation with all our rules and stuff that we go through. But basically we base out of 11 personnel. We get into 10, but 12 is where I really feel gives the people a lot of problems. I'm originally from like a old school pro eye under center background. Now everything seems to be gun because of RPO and all that stuff. And so we wanted to integrate this 12 personnel package. So basically it's an inline tight end and a sniffer and then a tailback is what we call. And so when I first started coaching, I was a defensive guy, and we always answered these questions whenever, do they have a tight end? Do they have two tight ends? How do they get an empty? Do they get in double tight? Do they play with tempo? And so we wanted, as an offensive coach, when I became an offensive coach like 20 years ago, my goal was to always make them answer yes to all these questions. I felt like it made the defensive coach's job harder if they had to answer yes to all those things. So we feel like 12 personnel makes them answer yes to all that because we do play with tempo. We are no huddle. We will sugar huddle, sprint up to the line. And so we do a lot of things just to agitate them rather than just run plays at them, which, everybody's doing these days. But that's kind of how this came about. So why 12 personnel? The biggest thing is, the extra gap. The most imperative thing is you've got a hat for a hat. So safeties have to come down and make tackles. People play a ton of 7-on-7 now with a lot of 4 wide, 3-by-1 type looks. And so, I feel like they're really good at those coverages. I feel like getting in 12 personnel, you don't get to use your standard basic, 7-on-7 coverages that the kids aren't as comfortable with it. We use motion within our 12 personnel to try to mess with the safeties and get their eyes bad. We do throw out of this quite a bit. So the beginning of this presentation will be how we call our run stuff.
but we do throw out of it quite a bit. We love our play action out of it. And so we'll go through all that stuff too. And then again, we have, when we have good outside receivers, it creates one-on-one matchups because those safeties got to be screwed in and be heavy to the box. So we like those one-on-one matchups outside. And then, like we talked about, it forces defenses into coverages that they're usually not comfortable. A lot of people seem to be very comfortable, against spread, playing coverage, things like that. And so, this kind of forces into stuff that they're not used to. So the purpose of today is I just want to review give you a good overview of our 12 personnel package. Again, that's a sniffer with a tight end. Our run game is, split zone, insert zone, power. We call it GH counter and GT counter. And then we run some jet sweep off the outside. A lot of play action pass and drop back pass game as well. So anyways, I had this up there on my last presentation, we had a breakout session afterwards, but we could do that through email or whatever you want, and we can go into more detail about everything. I'm not going to get into like blocking rules and stuff like that just because we don't have time. It's just going to be like a general overview, but we'll see what we can get into. So basically it all comes down to we have rules for the attached tight end and rules for the sniffer, because the O-line's rules do not change, and that's why we like it. So, for example, if we have an attached tight end, all right, our tight end's rules are, are you covered or uncovered? That's our O-line's rules. That's our tight end's rules. Are you covered or uncovered? If you're uncovered, you're looking at the knee of the next down lineman. If he shows up into your play side zone, you're blocking him. If not, you're working second level. If you're covered, you're looking play side to a play side defender first, then head up, then backside. The rule still same, and we have all our steps based upon all that stuff. How many hands you can put on a guy based upon all that stuff. But basically, it gets down to anytime you're running a zone play, you're blocking your play side zone. If there's nobody in there, you help your backside zone until you have to block your play side zone. All right, and so you're that's basically what it is. And then we have a whole gamut of rules that go into that. All right, so our sniffer has zone rules. And we'll get into that here in just a little bit. But basically, the rules stay the same all the way from freshman, JV. So we don't have a very big staff. We're 4A Division I. So if you know anything about Texas, there's 1 through 6. There's 6A football all the way down to 1A football, and then each division has 2 divisions within it. So really, there's 12 state champions every year, right? There's 12 divisions in Texas high school football. So we're 4A Division I. We're the 5th largest division. We have 10 total football coaches, which is a small staff in Texas. The last staff I was on, I was 6A. We had 19, to take care of everybody. So we coach everything. We coach freshmen. We coach JV all the way up through. So I coach the O-line, freshman, JV, varsity, and so they all hear the same thing. Our tight ends coach gets all the same thing. So we have 3 practices a day, which is
okay. Not sure where coach just went. Hopefully he'll come back. Guys, I'm an idiot. I sent the link to the wrong coach. No wonder he wasn't in because I sent to the wrong one. So I feel like an idiot now. If Coach Guminsky is watching, I really do apologize, Coach. I feel like an idiot. Anyway, I don't know where Coach is. Hopefully he'll show back up. With that being said, guys, we are going to be getting behind, so just bear with me. But appreciate the ones that checked in. Coach, I hope it's Corrill, Caleb Corrill. He's the offensive coordinator at Mount St. Joseph's University. He is a speaker. He will be on later. Coach Ryan Williams, thanks for all that you do. Loved the OL clinic. Love picking up new drills, even if I don't run the same plays. Heck yeah, definitely. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Mike Davis at EC Glass High School. Quarterbacks coach and offensive coordinator. Appreciate you, Coach. And then Coach said, I concur with Coach Freeze. He's really good. Yeah. So, yeah, little technical difficulties, guys. I'm sorry. both coaches' names start with a G, and I was trying to do it too fast, and yeah. Yeah, not sure what happened to coach's his computer or something. While we have this moment of uncertainty, go ahead and keep signing in, guys. Let me know where you're at. Wouldn't be a day or a stream without something going wrong, but it's all good. Yeah, we got started late. Now coach is gone, so now we're going to be really backed up, guys. Which is fine, because that's why that last 30-minute session is extra time, just in case something like this happens. So hopefully we can get coach back up in there pretty quickly. Your computer probably died or something. While we're sitting here, got 27 guys tapped in. We're waiting on to get Coach Wilkinson back in here. While you're in the chat, tell me who you are, where you're at. I know I've said that a billion times, so I'm going to keep saying it. But give me a goal for this season, for you personally, not for your school, record-wise or anything. What is your goal as a coach? It could be whatever. Let me know. The GOAT, Coach Kenny Ray. Coach Ray, Fort Valley State University, OL coach, run game coordinator. Trench Mob. Y'all see up here in the right-hand corner up at the top where it says hashtag Trench Mob, and then that's my school's logo. Got that Trench Mob from Coach Ray when I was working for him at Gardner Webb. That right there means a lot to me. Trench Mob means a lot. And I try to uphold the standard of what that means, of what Coach Ray implemented when I was under him. Hey, if Coach Ray is the GOAT, Coach Carlo is the second GOAT. That's my guy right there. Gardner Webb in the house right now. I worked for Coach Carlo when I was at Gardner Webb. He was a GA and film guy at the at school, and so I worked for him, running backs and tight ends coach for the illustrious Summerville High School in South Carolina. Summerville's like one of the most premier schools in all of South Carolina. Appreciate you tapping in, Carlo. We're waiting on Coach Wilkinson to get back. Something happened to his computer, probably. Let's see. Coach Ryan Williams says, I want to get all our plays, run and pass pro down and recorded, including drills, so my players and lower level coaches can help us get on the same page. Nothing wrong with that. Especially if your guys are really, really good at technology. I know a lot of places do like Google Classrooms or Zooms or stuff like that. Basically what people were doing during COVID. If your guys, it's a little easier to do that because you can't meet with them in school. They can refer back to it. I do huddle installs, but it's diagrams. And then obviously I do my own YouTube videos. So doing videos is easy to me, but it might not be easy to other people. I'm gonna assume it's Wechter, Jeff Wechter or Wechter. I don't know. I'm gonna say Wechter at Bishop McDivitt High School in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Appreciate you, Coach. And then Coach Jed Aldridge, offensive line coach at Loganville High School in Loganville, Georgia. Thanks for putting this together, Coach, and thanks for sharing, guys. Hey, trying to be a resource out here. Not sure where Coach went. But I don't know. It's getting to be, if it gets to be 2 o'clock, then I got to let Coach Guminsky go. But I was really loving what Coach Wilkinson was talking about. But it is what it is. I love 12 personnel. If you got the guys that can do it, if you got the guys like you have 2 tight ends, you better be in that 2 tight ends. Coach Carlo, you know it. You're the man. Nah, man. I'm not the man. I just know the man. Let's see. Thanks for hosting again. Running back goal, have 2,000-yard rushers. Tight ends goal, have at least 1 all-region selection. Yeah. We talked at the convention about that stuff. And Coach Carlo he's a good one, man. He's a good one. Coach Aldridge, how many of you guys flip-flop your O-line? That's kind of a community question. If y'all want to answer that with Coach, please go for it. I love interaction. Please do it. For me, I don't. I don't flip-flop. I kind of have preference on how I want my guys. So I'm right-handed. So it makes sense in my mind to run more to the right. So for me, I want my best, and I'm heavy gap scheme, so I want my best pullers to be on the left because we're pulling to the right. Does that make sense? So then I'll probably want my bigger guys, my maulers on the right side because they're down blocking, if that makes sense. Just how my mind works. It doesn't have to be right or wrong. Hopefully nothing happened bad to Coach Wilkinson. Otherwise, Coach Guminsky, I gotta send him that link. I'm falling down the job, man. Hold on. Let me go ahead and send that to Coach. First, I don't send the man the invite, and then I still don't send it to him. There it is. All right, so Coach Guminsky might be getting up in here soon. Don't know where Coach Wilkinson is. We're going to try and fit him in sometime. Coach Ray, I need to come down to Georgia. Come and visit. Carlo, I need to come down to Somerville. Shoot, screw that. I need to come back to see both of y'all. Coach Ray said I played at Southern Miss in a flip-flop line, but never coached it. It's tough on the center, which I played. Yep. Well, no, fact, Coach Ray was at Southern Miss when Brett Favre was there. I believe that's correct. Yeah. It's tough on the center. Well, it is what it is. We'll see if we just get and get coached. You know you're welcome anytime. I appreciate you, Coach. Coach, who at Fort Valley recruits North Carolina, or if it's more specific, who recruits like Winston-Salem, Greensboro? That's at Fort Valley. And when we say that, here's it's Guminsky, correct?
Yes, it's Guminsky.
My guy, Coach Guminsky. All right, Coach. So I apologize for the miscommunication.
Oh, no problem.
I will get you to go ahead and do you have a presentation and stuff to share?
Yep, I got it on Huddle and everything. So
all right. So if you want to go ahead and hit present and then share your Huddle tab.
Okay, let me see. What is share my screen? Okay, cool. I've never done StreamYard before, so still getting a little used to this.
No worries, no worries. There you go. And I'll add that, and I can see it. So you want to go full screen, and you can do your own intro, Coach, and we'll get rolling.
Yep, absolutely. Well, appreciate everybody's time here. I know it's a Saturday. There's a lot of spring games on right now, so appreciate everybody for taking your time to, just see what we have to present. I know a lot of people kind of run the same stuff, but really just appreciate your time. Just a little bit of background on me. I got the job here as the offensive coordinator at Iowa Wesleyan in July. When I took over as the offensive coordinator, they had 3 offensive coordinators essentially in the previous 12 months before I got here. They had struggled a lot offensively in the past few years. So it was a little bit of a project, and we didn't have much time. So when I got the job, we had about 3 weeks to get staff and everybody together and everyone on the same page. And then we had about 3 weeks in camp to get the players ready to play a game. And then we had to go. So the biggest thing for me was, how do we do simple things, get really good at a couple different deals, and then go in and our guys have a lot of confidence and be able to run exactly what we want them to run and be able to do it effectively. Before the 2021 season, I really didn't have a whole lot of concept of what deep choice was, but that was one of the things that we decided to do. We ran it in 2021 when I was at Bethel University. I was the tight ends coach there, the one in Tennessee. I always have to say that because there's a couple of different Bethels. But, yeah, the one in Tennessee. So really didn't have a cool concept of it. Knew Art Briles ran a bunch of it, and I knew that was the kind of the sexy thing that he did. But my experience with Bethel using it really made me decide to go forward with it at Iowa Wesleyan. And we got pretty decent at it. It ended up being really good for us. We were 20th in the nation in passing this past season. We had the most points per game in a full season since 2017. They were also air raid before I got here, so we kind of did more of a spread pro. So we had more rushing yards than they had in a while, and we had the most wins in the program since 2014. So we were able to do a couple of different things. But enough about that, more into deep choice. So the way I utilize deep choice is I use it in 3 different ways. I use it as a concept for one receiver. So we're calling this play to get it specifically to one guy. He's only one player is running the deep choice. We'll use it as a concept for 2 receivers, specifically the outside guys, and they will both be running the deep choice. And then we'll also use it as a tag backside on concepts that we run. Now, I know that kind of sounds pretty simple, basic. It may sound complex, whatever, but it really ended up being dumbed down, ended up being really good for our players just to go out and execute. So the first one that we had, we called it Commanders. So all of our deep choice stuff was named after DC professional teams. And the reason why is because deep choice DC, which was really good for our players to be able to comprehend, do well with, ended up being a really good deal for everybody. So when we talk about Commanders, we're going to tag the deep choice player. And the read type is we're going to read this inside to out. I know without a drawing right now, this is just words on a screen, but hopefully this will click once I show the drawing. Our progression is we're going to use our eyes to bring the safety away from the deep choice to create an isolation one-on-one. Deep choice is great against cover 4 because we're able to isolate those safeties and those corners. On the 3rd step, so pretty much if you're doing this out of gun, you would probably do it out of 5-step. If you're doing it under center, I like doing some under center stuff too, but we did this primarily out of gun. We're going to take a big 3-step. On that 3rd step, we're going to take our eyes to the deep choice. Before that, we are trying to bring those safeties away. Once we turn to our deep choice on that 3rd step, we're going to take a hitch, and on that hitch, we got to confirm with our eyes. The reason we have to confirm with our eyes is because essentially you don't know where that guy is going because it's a deep choice. So you have to confirm where he's going with your eyes. Okay. This is kind of a wonky drawing, but I use it just for teaching purposes with this. So whatever player we tag with the deep choice, if you are inside of that tagged player, you have a dig to grab the safeties. If you are outside of that deep choice, you have a wide hitch to keep that corner there. So wherever the tag player is, it's very simple. If you're inside of them, it's a 12-yard dig. If you're outside of them, you got the 7x2 witch route just grazing the hash marks. If you have hash marks on your, or tick marks, sorry, on your field. We tell them they need to make a decision by 10 and execute that decision by 12. So you can go a slot fade, you can go a post, you can go a dig, you can run back down your stem. There's so many different options. When we talk about this, we talk to the receivers about depth, leverage, and inside access. What's the depth of the defender I'm running the deep choice on? What's his leverage? And do I have inside access to bring it in on a dig or a post or something of that nature? And that usually will dictate where your deep choice ends up going. This is an example of it. So right here, we are tagging H commanders. So this is our H right here. So that means we're going to get our wide hitch by the outside guy. Our sniffer H-back is going to be in protection. And on the back side, you can really do whatever you'd like to do. We would change this up by game plan just to make sure to kind of keep it, a little bit of a guessing game for the defense. So they're in cover 4, which is really what we'd love to have. So this wide hitch is going to bring him out and isolate him and then put him right on this safety, which is what we want to have. So with this, okay, what's his depth? So he's very high over top. So you're probably not going to be able to do a go ball, a fade, anything like that. Slot fade's probably out of the question. What's his leverage? He's just slightly inside to head up. So a post is probably going to be hard to complete. The grass is inside, though, because you have inside access. So he takes us in on a dig. What you can see from our quarterback, takes his drop, confirms with his eyes, and is able to take a shot downfield in green grass. And then our player is able to make a good deal off of this. Now, how long did this take to perfect? Again, kind of talking about the timeline that we talked about. And again, it wasn't perfected by any means. This is about after 3 weeks of running it. So in camp. So this is our first game. We threw for 393 yards in our first game. We were able to have a lot of success. We called deep choice in our first game. We called it less as the season went on. Just because we also got good at other things. But in this game alone, I believe we called deep choice 30 times. Okay, this next clip. So now we're calling Z commanders. So now what we're going to have is he's going to have a conversion. So he's just going to go on a fade. We're going to have a dig, and then he's going to have the deep choice. Now, again, they're sitting in cover 4, which is what we love this against. So this dig will bring this safety down, and this dig will bring down this safety, getting us right on here. So we'll be able to do some really good things off of this. They're playing that like cover 4 special look. So really they're playing cover 4 against 10 and then manning the outside. This is one of our bigger receivers, honorable mention all conference receiver. So we really liked this matchup. Okay, takes us 3 steps. Gets the safeties to come down on it, and then he's able to confirm with his eyes, throw a deep shot, able to flip the field. Okay. I'm sorry if I buzzed through these a little bit too quickly. I'm just trying to make sure we make good use of our time. Okay, again, we're running H commanders now, so you guys have probably caught on, and we would mess with the splits a little bit. Wide hitch. We got the deep choice on this safety. And then because we started throwing those deep shots on these guys, they started bracketing and clouding this our single side receiver. Okay. Depth, leverage, inside access. Okay, again, he's pretty far deep over us. His hips, and so far as leverage, his hips are starting to turn outside, so he'll probably be able to break this inside. Okay. Our slot receiver does a great job of getting on the toes of this safety and being able to break it off inside and then being able to go be an athlete. Okay, again, this is also just our second game playing, and you've seen this run with 3 different receivers. So we were able to do a lot with this, be able to get a lot of mileage out of it. Okay, this is when we ran it at Bethel. Okay, we're running it now out of a nub set. So what we did was we sent the tight end on a corner to occupy this safety. Again, we're doing the deep choice by him. So we got the digs, and then the deep choice. Okay, see how those are able to grab the safeties based on the leverage of this corner. Turns his hips. You're probably going to have inside. He's able to gain on him pretty quickly. So he's probably going to be able to get past him. Because of this safety coming down on the dig, he's going to have inside access. So post would be great here. Confirms with his eyes. We're able to throw a deep post for a touchdown. And while we were at Bethel, we were 5th in the nation in passing. So again, just running a lot of deep choice. Okay, same type of thing here. We're going to tag our outside receiver down here at the bottom. So just run some type of route. Sometimes we run a post corner. Sometimes we just run a stop route. They run cover 2, so we're able just to sit in the whole shot area. Okay, same type of thing. Depth leverage inside. We're even with them. His leverage is outside. We'll go inside. Okay, H commanders. Again, it's a lot of the same thing. We're getting this kind of split coverage 4-2 look. So now we're just trying to isolate one of our best receivers on a safety. So we get that dig to draw this defender out. This wide hitch occupies him. Now we're one-on-one with him. Now his depth is high, but his heels are in the ground. So we're able to get right onto him and able to take it on a slot fade. Big shot. Okay, same type of thing. Now he's very far over top. He turns his hips, so his leverage allows us to get inside. And we have inside access, but not too heavy over top. So we're going to break this more on a dig. And then he ends up doing a great job on the scramble, just being able to move. Biggest thing, kind of getting your receivers to understand when they do the deep choice is they cannot stay still. They can't just stop. They can drift, but they can't stop. Because if they stop, remember the quarterback has to confirm with his eyes. So in the time that it takes him to confirm with his eyes and get the ball down the field, it could potentially be an interception. So they have to stay on the move. Okay, so that was how we do it with one defender. Okay, now we're going to do it with one receiver. I misspoke. One receiver. Now we're going to do it with 2 receivers, mainly our outside guys. We're going to treat this as a RAS read. If you've heard Will Hall at Southern Miss talks a lot about this. A lot of people call these rover reads. Whatever you call it, we're just reading away from the near side safety. So our eyes are going to be on that near side safety. And wherever he goes, we're going to go to the side that is away from his rotation. Okay, as you can see here. Now, every single RAS read needs to have a middle of the field open rule, because what happens if they stay in cover 4 or go to cover 2? So we need to be able to have this. So one of the things I like to do is if we are playing a heavily middle of the field open team, cover 4, cover 2, that kind of thing, I like to run more commanders. If I'm going to a team that is a lot of rotation, I like to go defenders because now I got the deep choice either way. What we started getting a lot of throughout the season was also these 3 high safety looks. It's kind of popping up all around the country. So I'm sure a lot of you guys at your own individual levels are seeing a variation of this. I always joke with my staff that the best 3 high beater is running the football. But let's say you do call this and you end up getting that look. We do have a check for that as well. So if we get middle of the field open, we're going to the field. And if we get 3 high, we're going to the field. Okay, this is a drawing of it. So this is our defenders. So we got the deep choice. Big thing to talk to them about is the numbers divider. We were less than perfect at that this season, but we've started to get it really good in spring, and especially as we ran this more, getting them more wide, because you don't want to have digs running into each other. You could possibly have collisions, and it could be a bad deal. Okay, this is a way just when we do a 7-man protection, and this is when you're doing your standard 6-man protection. So again, you have those digs on the inside, taking away those safeties. Okay. Now, in this look, the safety's already pre-rolled down. They're really still playing a little variation of that little cover 4-ish deal, but they just have one safety much lower than the other one. So this safety kind of stays where he's going to be. Our quarterback decides that decides on his rash read that he's going to take this to the boundary and just throws a really good ball. Able to get it in. Okay. This safety here near to him. He goes into the boundary, so he goes to the field. Okay, it's still same rules. Depth, leverage, inside access. His depth is way over top. His leverage is outside. Inside access, a little hairy, so now he's going to come right back down his stem. We're able to get a 10-yard completion. Okay, same thing. Now they're in a 2 shell, so he's going to run probably cover 4 here and then cover 2 down here. So which means we go to the field because it's our middle of the field open check. Comes to the field. He's able to get the dig in here. And again, because his read brings him to the dig first, if it's wide open, just throw it. Right, we get a good gain off of it. Okay, this is an example of when we get that rotation that we've been talking about. So now this safety runs to the middle of the field. Our quarterback now knows he's reading the deep choice here. So he keeps that safety in the middle for a second, confirms with his eyes. Again, our depth, leverage, inside access. High over top. It's going to allow you to go inside. So he turns this into a dig. We're able to get a good ball off. Okay. Now this safety is rolling down into the boundary. So now we're going to read the field. Okay. Our receiver here believes he can outrun this corner. He ends up being correct. Him and the quarterback are on the same page. Yeah, we get a touchdown off of it. Okay. The next thing that we would do is we use deep choice as a tag. So we'd use it on the back side of a route. I really liked this when doing formation into boundary. Thought this ended up being a really good deal. Let's say you're playing a heavy cover 4 poach team, and they're going to, or steal, a lot of people call it cover 4 steal, where that backside safety is going to steal the number 3 to the strong side. We loved using this formation into boundary. So our progression is we're going to read the concept away from the deep choice. And then on our third step, we're going to turn our eyes to the deep choice. If the other concept is not open, again, confirm with your eyes. Okay. Cali was our universal smash China concept. If we called Cali and there was 2 receivers, it became smash. If we called Cali and there was 3 receivers, it became this China corner and 2 in routes. You'll see in the film that these guys may be on hitches because that's how we ran it at the beginning of the year. And then we changed it towards the end of the year. So again, just able to isolate him. We love doing this formation into boundary because if you get that cover 4 steal, the safety will sit right here and we're going to have a one-on-one right here. Okay. This is an example of it. So he takes his 3 steps, really likes his deep choice look. It's the look I was just talking about, kind of that 4 steal. This safety's in the middle of the field. This is our best wide receiver against a freshman corner. So we're able to take advantage of this matchup. The receiver's able to gain on him quickly. Corner's not really moving. So we're able to throw a deep fade ball. Ends up being an 85-yard completion. They called this out at the 1-yard line. Okay. Same thing. He's even with them, so he's leaving. Wide receiver makes a great play on the ball. And again, we just tag the receiver, so we wouldn't say Z deep choice. We got to the point where we did this so much, we would just say Cali Z, which just told the Z he was running that deep choice. So again, here, he's even with them, so he leaves them. Able to get a touchdown off of it. Okay, another graduation to this that we also did is we started mixing this in with our screen game. We do a lot of this burst, this little swing screen where we'll do the tier motion and throw it out on the screen pass. So what we would do is we would have the swing screen on this side, and then we'd have the deep choice on this side. Sword was our swing to the right. So if he likes the swing pass, he would just take it. A lot of bodies over there. He decides he doesn't like it. He likes more of the one-on-one matchup. So now he'll take the deep choice. One thing that I think is great about this clip is our quarterback confirms with his eyes before he lets this go. So 1, 2, 3, confirm, now throw. We're able to get a deep shot off of this. Okay. And we're just running Cali Z. You can't see it great, but it ends up becoming a little bit more of that one-on-one matchup. This is a 6'4" receiver. We're able to get a good matchup with it. This is probably one of the more impressive clips to me on this because you've probably seen fade, 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 fade. We did do something other than fade, and this is why this ends up being a good clip for us. He ends up running. He sees the leverage of him. He's deep and he's outside. And he also has this access because the safety's probably farther down than he probably should be. So he's able to break this in on a post. Easy pitch and catch. Okay. Same game, around the same yard mark. So it looks eerily like the same clip that we just saw. But now he's playing a little bit more inside. So now we take this in on a fade. Quarterback just throws a great ball. When you're in the red zone, we would tell our quarterbacks that they can speed this up. It doesn't necessarily have to be 3 and confirm. It can be almost like a quick shuffle step and confirm as you're hitting that third step. Okay. This is a clip we had at Bethel. Same type of thing. He's able to get into the space and go. Again, talking about depth, leverage, inside access with them. Here's another red zone clip. Again, more of that shuffle. Confirm as you're shuffling, then let the ball go. What we also started doing is once we got into the low red zone, we didn't want to change a lot of terminology. So we started just tagging more of our deep choice tag, but our receivers just knew that it meant fade if we were inside the 5. So we ran so much deep choice, a lot of our spread stuff. When we got into short yardage formations, this was our package, more of this power eye look. I do like running the football. So especially on 3rd and 1, I used to love getting in this package. But what we started doing is we started tagging X so that we could have the fade. We just throw it to our big receiver.
Hey, Coach, you got a question in the chat.
Yes.
Coach is asking, do you give 2 or 3 route choices for the wide receiver, or is it like you give 2 or do you give 3?
No, so it would more so be it's either the fade. If it's in the slot, it can be the slot fade. We would give the post, dig, and then the run back. So he could have 4 or 5 choices depending on his alignment.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. And then this is the last clip of the presentation. And again, now we're running it with duo. So he can either hand off duo if he likes the box count from under center, or he can throw the fade. Choose to throw the fade. This is in overtime. Ends up being a great play for us.
All right. If anybody's got any questions for Coach, because he's got plenty of time. Coach, I loved it. Because stuff like that's not what I know. So whenever I can sit in on a session on like that, that's what I love. I'm learning more stuff like that.
Yeah, it's very different. I really wasn't accustomed to it until right before the 2021 season. I was more used to the 4 verts deep game and the double post over kind of stuff. But we were really successful with that at Bethel, and it ended up being a really good fit for us at Iowa Wesleyan, just for us kind of being short on time and being able to install one thing, and ends up being a lot. If you want to see a lot of film on it, watch a lot of Tennessee film. They run a crazy amount of it. I probably did the same thing that a lot of other coaches did. After this year, everyone went and started studying Tennessee film. And what you notice is they're running the same 3 or 4 plays. And it's really cool how they're able to utilize all that. And they do a great job. They do the switch deep choice and do a lot of different things.
Yeah. Coach Avery asked, how do you install it? In a short, I'm sure you could talk about it forever, but in a short term, how do you install it?
Yep. So what we did is we kind of did the same way that we did this presentation. So we'll install it more so the first way in the commander sense to where, hey, if we tag this player, then everyone else has that dig. And we talk to the dig players about grabbing those safeties. When we talk to the actual player running choice, again, we just continue to harp on depth, leverage, inside access. The biggest thing that's going to happen when you do this is, and what I've kind of told a lot of coaches who have asked me about it is, you kind of have to wholesale on deep choice. It's not one of those things that can just be one of the pass routes that you have, just because it takes a lot of reps. So when we went into our fall camp, we were probably throwing deep choice 50% of our past plays, if not, more, just trying to make sure it was ready and getting people doing the right things. Because especially when you install it the first time, everyone wants to run a fade. And that's probably the biggest thing that you'll battle when you install it. But the biggest thing is just making sure those digs understand that they're trying to grab those safeties. They're not necessarily trying to get open in a sense. They're really trying to grab those for the deep choice. And if those safeties aren't going to allow them to get grabbed, well, then those guys are probably open. And then the wide hitch, just making sure that they're getting that leverage. And then the choice is just going to take a lot of reps to make sure that they're running the right stuff. Again, depth, leverage, inside access is the biggest things that I talk to them about all the time. I know a lot of great high school coaches in Texas that run this, and they talk about how they'll do it in the hallways and just, be able to kind of get as many simulated reps as they can.
Yeah, he said, thank you. He's like, it's like mesh. You have to work it every day.
Yeah, it's funny he mentioned mesh. That was our secondary concept. So we went choice and mesh pretty much the entire season.
I hear you. Well, Coach, I appreciate it. Being out in Iowa, I've never been to Iowa, but what is it like out there?
It was different. Me and my wife are from the East Coast, so okay. We're from Virginia. Okay. So we Iowa. The first time we were ever in Iowa was my first day on the job. Oh. So that was very interesting to say the least. I love the Midwest. The people are awesome. The people are great. It's really cool being at this school just because there's so much history. With Hal Mummy and Mike Leach having been here. Probably being cursed because I went away from the air raid at Iowa Wesleyan, but it's so awesome. It was really cool. There's that big famous picture of Mike Leach and Hal Mummy on the whiteboard at Iowa Wesleyan, and that whiteboard is actually in my office, which is really
wow.
Cool. Yeah, so it's been really cool to have that, and the people are awesome. Our coaching staff is awesome, and our kids. When they come here, they love football and they do great. A lot of our incoming players always joke, where's the nearest mall? And we always have to say, well, it's about an hour away. So.
Interesting. What part of Virginia are you from?
Williamsburg. So,
okay.
Yeah, so the more colonial Williamsburg area.
Yeah. I lived in Virginia Beach for a year. So
cool.
I know that area out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I coached at Old Dominion University for 2 years. So.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so a really, really great area. Love Virginia, but Iowa's been very good to us.
That's awesome. All right, Coach. Well, I don't know how much time you got, but you can take off or you can hang out. I'm just going to talk to people. I'm going to try and get Coach in here, and we can get to the next session and get going early.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I got time. If anyone has questions, just wants to talk ball or whatever you guys want to do, I got about 15, 20 minutes until Coach gets in or whatever you guys like to do.
Yeah. So how long you been at Iowa now? Iowa Wesleyan?
Since this past July. So got the job a little late, but been here through the season. Then we went through spring ball. We just found out the school is actually closing down at the end of the semester. So we've also been trying to navigate that as well. So we very quickly became a school. We're also sending our kids out now, so that's been a little interesting.
I didn't know that. That's insane.
Yeah, so it's been very interesting seeing coaches leave, seeing players leave, all those different things.
Oh wow! So y'all won't have a fall season?
No. So on June 1st, there won't be an Iowa Wesleyan anymore.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so It's been a little crazy, but it's been cool to kind of see our kids get some recognition. They've been pretty heavily recruited since all the news broke, so it's been cool like seeing some of our guys get some really good opportunities. And there's been a little bit of publicity, at least locally, about it. So a lot of schools around us have been kind of coming at them. So a lot of guys that were really good players for us are now like going Division II. We got a few players like going Division I now, so that's been a really cool deal to see.
Yeah, it's awesome. Make sure you take that whiteboard.
Yeah, no, that will definitely be in the truck.
Yeah, no doubt. That's interesting. Let's see.
Yeah. Thank you for doing this. This is awesome. A great resource for coaches and everything.
Of course, that's my biggest thing. I want to just have something guys can refer to and guys can be able to do. But Coach, if you want to spotlight your socials or how people can get in contact with you, I'm gonna get Coach in here. He just
absolutely. So my Twitter is really just my first and last name. So you just Brett Guminsky will get you to my Twitter. That's the main one that I go through. Please feel free to follow me, message me, and we can exchange contact info. However you guys want to do that, but really appreciate y'all's time. I'll hop off so Coach can get on. But Coach, I really appreciate your time, and coaches appreciate you guys' time listening. So
yes, sir. All right.
Coaches appreciate you guys' time listening. So.
All right, Coach, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. How you say your last name?
So Corrill, like Coral Reef.
Corrill. Okay. Do you have the stream playing in the background, Coach?
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Did you have the stream playing? I could hear myself.
Yeah. I was like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, I was watching you guys on YouTube. So we're ready.
Doubt. All right. So do you have your presentation? You want to share it?
Yep.
You can click present down here and hit share screen.
Okay. All right. There we go. I think we're going to be – got me?
Yes, sir. All right. You want to do your own intro, and I'll step away. I can see everything. It looks good.
Cool. All right. Well, first of all, I appreciate you doing this. I think this is awesome. Just having a way to keep teaching ball and getting coaches, which I'm sure everybody in here on a Saturday is just a football head like you and I just wanting to talk some ball. But it was pretty cool that that Coach Guminsky leads in with deep choice because this is essentially an underneath version of the deep choice stuff. And I'm going to talk about what we call option routes, underneath options, quick game type of deal that we do. But for the brief intro, so we can dive right into it. My name's Caleb Corrill. I'm the offensive coordinator at Mount St. Joseph University. It's a Division III program, Cincinnati, Ohio. This will be my 7th season as the OC there, 9th total. So I've been there for a little bit. And actually, Rose Holman, Coach Freeze, that's probably one of our biggest rivals. So it's kind of cool to see him presenting and see what they do. Not that I have to ever game plan against him being the offensive side, but I see them put up a lot of points against us and other people. So pretty neat. But we're going to dive right into this. And I don't have a crazy intro slide because I want to really dive right into this thing and talk about how it works, why it works. But essentially, for us, this option series, we learned it. A lot of it comes from the NFL. We really studied the Patriots, the Saints. When Alvin Kamara was really cooking, did a lot of it. I know they do it with Renfro. And then the more that we kind of investigated in this, you'll see some high level Division I programs doing it. And obviously there's guys across the way that do this, but it's one of those things that I don't see a lot of people doing it, which I think is kind of a good thing for us. But ultimately what this does for us is this is a way to allow us to diversify our quick game. I think that I still am a huge proponent in true quick game and being able to catch and get the football out. We're we'll RPO, we'll dive into 12 personnel. Like I know you had Coach on talking about, we actually run deep choice as well and really went for it. And this is one of those things like deep choice where you can still have your basic quick game that a lot of us in this chat will know, your snags, your sticks, any version of that, and have this as a backside. To me, it just builds and grows your quick game pretty quickly. The other thing I really like about it, similar to deep choice, like Coach was talking about, when you give option routes, whether they're deep or short, to me, you're empowering your players. And we tell our guys, we want you to know the parameters of the concept, but then to go win. And I think kids really enjoy that. We equate a lot of our stuff to basketball and how teams play now by spacing the floor, creating isolations, and doing those type of things. The other thing as a coordinator that I would advise to other guys is this is one of those concepts. It's like a really good zone concept in the run game or deep choice where, I don't have to call in the perfect play. This can look like a slant. This can look like a speed out. This can be a sit down. It could be a whip route. It can be a lot of different things, but I don't have to call in the perfect play as long as we've taught it, repped it, really, shown our kids how to execute this thing. And I really like that. I think, I believe Lincoln Riley said 80% of your calls need to be able to handle any type of look, because I think defenses are advancing exponentially right now. And this is one of those things that we believe can handle a lot of different looks, a lot of different structures and coverage deals. And then ultimately, all of us, whether we're run guys, pass guys, quick game, deep game, gap or zone, doesn't matter. You're trying to get isolations. And this particular concept isolates receivers, any receiver that you want really on box backers. And I think if we can't win that, then we probably don't need to be throwing the ball that much anyway. So we get that isolation in a matchup sense that at all levels of football should favor the offense. So that's a big thing for us. And I've mentioned the word a couple of times. This is an isolation concept similar to deep choice, where you're trying to create an isolation with the front side concept and the backside. But ultimately, you're going to diversify your quick game. And just to back it up, last year I think we ran it 7 times a game. We were 74% completion on it, which I think is a great number to be at in your quick game. So it's not just something that's going to win on a whiteboard. We do this. We ran it. We had spring ball this morning. We ran it, in 40 reps. We probably ran it 15, 16 times. In practice today. It's just something that we do. So kind of diving in this thing, the base way that, if you've heard of this concept, that a lot of people, may have heard it, is stick option is a really, really common phrase for it. And so the way that you get to this concept, all right, you're going to have quick game on the front side. So this right here would be our front side. And then we're going to tag this option on the back side. And again, we can do this to the tailback. We can do this to the inside receiver. We could do it to a tight end if we want. We could reduce a split of an outside receiver and allow him to do it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to figure out whether, through game planning, matchup, who our personnel is, what guys we want to option and who we want to option them. And so I know a lot of guys, like if you run stick, I know one of the base ways that people run stick is they're going to go double slants, which I think is a great concept. It kind of operates in the same way, but ultimately what I tell our guys is what happens if they take away inside leverage, okay, on this inside slant, they really beat up your outside guy. Now they've covered the stick. All right, they've covered the slant. So now instead of me saying, hey, let's run a slant, we can take this slant and take it out. We can take this slant, sit it in. We can bring it into a slant. Whatever it is that dictates what gets our guy open is a key piece of this puzzle. So I'm going to dive in first. I think this is the way we teach our guys it. I'm going to dive into just a couple really good clips of the route itself. All right. So to me, this is one out of trips. And I just think this really illustrates just multiple ways. I'm going to kind of cook through these and give you a kind of why I like it. And then I'll transition into more of it as a concept, but this is how we kind of install it. So in this clip right here, we have the number 3 receiver. He is going to be isolated here on this nickel, and he's going to have a good 2-way go. All right. And you can see what we're trying to do with this route is we are trying to square up our defender, which I think is a key piece of this puzzle. And again, in a 30-minute session, there's going to be a lot of, potential details here that might get left out. But if this interests you, I'm willing to talk option in the sense of pass game as much as you want. But what you see our receiver do here is he really squares up the defender. He gives a hard jab inside to sell inside and creates a nice, simple separation. At the end of the day, it looks like a squared off, out, maybe a stick route running away. But we have given him a 2-way go here. And I think the key details is You've got to be even with your defender in the sense of we want to get as close to shoulders with that guy, so that way he doesn't dictate which way we go. You want to close the space between your receiver and the defender. All right, I always teach our guys basketball. If you have the ball on the wing and you're going to take a defender, if you're going to hit a crossover, you're going to close the distance to his toes. You're going to lean, and then you're going to snap him off the other way. We just teach it as simple as that. We try to get guys that are pretty good in the hoop game, and even if they're just good in intramurals, a lot of them understand that concept of squaring up and snapping off, and you can see the isolation is phenomenal here as far as what we're getting and how we can sling this thing out. So that's just a good example of a route. I'm going to show you one from the backfield here that I think is excellent. And again, all these principles stay the same for us. We're going to have our version of a stick from a tight end trip set on the field side, looking to get an isolation on this Will. And you can see our tailback here as I'm going to skip through some of these annotations here. All right. As he gets to the defender, all right, he is going to close the distance. He's going to hard stab to the inside, and he's just going to roll it out. And I think everybody in here that has any type of 5-out pass game, has an arrow type of route, has a check release that works up and gets out. And so at the end of the day, we've given our guy a two-way go. He stabs inside, knows the corner's going to lift. We deal it on time, catch, run, get up the field, and go. All right, it's a 23-yard completion against a good football team on something that we allow our kids to dictate how they get open. One more of those is so we can dive into some of the concepts of it. Again, similar deal here. All right. We're going to isolate the will backer. We have a tight end trip set. We're going to work a sticks concept to the front side. And then we're going to allow our guy to win the route. Okay. By squaring up the defender, he hits kind of that 1-2 at the top. All right. And what I love illustrating right here is, as you can see, is all this drawing means is we've created a true isolation. Our quick game has taken 4 defenders over our 3. This vertical has taken the corner in the boundary safety. And now we've isolated and allowed our guy to just go win the best way he thinks possible, which he believes breaking out. And we get up, catch it, and rock up field. And that's another 22-yard gain on a nice, easy completion. All right. So we've seen the out cuts. I want to go to here now where we some of the concepts. All right. So there's a lot of ways to do this thing. The base way that the Saints did this is they would run their what they would call stick option. In the NFL, they would oftentimes refer as this as a sloppy route. All right. As I believe slot option is the meaning for that. So if you're kind of looking, there's some pretty good resources online for this stuff, even if you're just interested in the deal. And I think once you kind of see these, it's hard to unsee them. Once you learn it, it's hard to unsee them when they're happening on Sundays as well. So the base of this concept, we're going to have our stick game, and we can do this with snag, with stick, with any version of those type of deals, whatever your flavor is as far as how you want to get to that. But essentially, we want 3 guys, all right, operating to the front side of the concept. And again, against a 4-2-5, a quarters look, you're really going to get a clean isolation here, because most likely if they want to stay in a too high structure, they're going to have to exchange somehow in this manner, whether the Mike's taking the flat control or the Stars taking the flat control. Either way, they've got to get these guys pushed out. And what we teach our quarterbacks is it's a Mike read. I think some guys refer to it as a ram read against the Mike. And what we tell our guys is if they maintain a too high structure, all right, and the Mike pushes, that means automatically we have an isolation on the backside. All right, we will throw the front side. This is more of our zone answer. If they bust, we'll kick it out here. These are kind of our roll down cover 1 answers. But really, if we're getting cover 2, cover 4, 2 high split safeties, we're going to work from here to here essentially in the concept. All right. And at the end of the day, I think one of the major details of this that it took me a couple seasons of running this thing to learn is when you get a really hard inside leverage will, for example, and our guys lined up here, the thing your kids are going to want to do is just take and run a speed out, which they are correct in basing on where the leverage of the backer is and where they probably are going to win. But what happens in that, especially if you're running it to the boundary, is what we see a lot of against split safety teams is they'll run read 2, some form of cover 2, and that fade flat post flat type of deal is really going to stress the quarterback and this receiver into the boundary because there's going to be a squat corner there. And so what we tell our guys that one of the most important critical pieces is you must square. You'll see some guys in the NFL do it with, I think they call it a skippy step, a tempoed route. We do it both ways. I like to say if we run this 5 times, I want to win with speed, and then I want to use a changeup of maybe a little fancier release. But we also let our guys kind of be creative in how this goes. So kicking into some of these looks, this is a great look here. We do leave our back in because we are having, we just as a protection deal, but ideally we would want to get him out, which would then stretch these defenders. But I think this is just a really clean look against a 4 down, 2 high defense of this weak side guy running the route. And there's some really subtle nuance here. Okay. What I will tell you is what our kid does right at the snap is you can see with that skippy release, he squares the defender up. Right now he has an in or out go. It is unclear to the defender which way he's going. I think he could easily just try to run to the flat, but that's going to activate a read 2 corner to really sit down and pick it, or potentially sometimes worse, really knock the crap out of your guy. So what we're doing here, the subtlety of it is squaring them up and then winning. And you can see that hard jab, okay, that hard jab outside, sit inside. He does sit down because the mic's kind of in that Tampa 2 look, but I believe if we get our tail back out, we'll get this guy to exit the picture a little cleaner. But I think this is a great rep. It's 2nd and 10. We pitch, catch, get up the field. This is also a freshman quarterback in this clip. So I know a lot of the things guys question about this concept is how does the quarterback and receiver get on the same page? We'll take it back to deep choice. If you have intrigue in deep choice, to me, you already got this kind of built in. It's just now you're teaching it in the quick game sense. You just got to rep it. You got to teach it. You got to believe in it. You got to let your guys go. I don't know that I'll be able to dive into the isolated drills we do for this concept in this presentation, but I'd be willing to talk with guys about how we do that. But I love what our guy does. He squares, he stabs, he wins, he sits. We get the ball out on time. Another question that we have is, when does the quarterback trigger the option route, which maybe make guys nervous? Is this a reaction route for the quarterback? You can see he works his eyes left to come back right. He reacts to the win of the route. All right. And that's what we talk a lot about. Similar in deep choice, that the receiver can be creative, but he cannot trick the quarterback and what's going on. So you'll see a freshman Q. He's putting this guy in protection. All right. And you can see kind of where his eyes are going to go. They go to the front side. The Mike's shoulders shift. And even though he's not exiting the picture, he's pushing to the front side of the concept. He comes back, deals it inside, and it's just a good clip. And poor ref takes a fall there. All right, here's a good one. These are our backups as well this past season. All right, we are going to push motion our back. We're going to run that stick concept. All right, and then we're going to isolate the weak side backer. This is against a 3 safety look. And this is a really unique way that our kid gets to this route. It's not how we teach it, but I think it's ultimately effective where he wraps the guy that he is looking to isolate. All right, and a lot of that is you can see on the snap, this guy's shoulders, he's just hard pushing because he's got this quarters look. He's got to squeeze the flat. He's got to squeeze that seam. So he's really pushing, which kind of eliminates that ability to square him up. And our kid, I think, first year in our program here is really crafty where he just gets to the same spot. He wraps around him. You can see they go 4 over 3 to match our concept. All right. And then we wrap right into the same spot we would to catch it. And like I said, it's a sophomore quarterback. It's a first-year kid in the program at slot. And so everybody, not every kid in our program runs this route. We tailor it to certain guys, but all levels. You know what I mean? We have a JV program, and we run this at all phases of what we do. This I want to just show just to kind of give proof that it's not always just throwing the option. You can see here, same concept. They want a hard push here to the concept, but they leave this stick window open, and so our quarterback reads it. We wrap in behind. They've kind of doubled off the option. We will throw the front side concept. I like to show that, even though that's not necessarily what the presentation is about. This is more than just this is our only option on this deal. We have a quick game that we believe in that we're going to go to on the front side of this deal. All right, let's go to I want to show you guys another variation of this thing. And so here's one, and you can see this is our starting quarterback now in his second year. And even they'll miss sometimes, but I want you guys to see this kind of presentation. 4 down, 2 high. We are going to what we call orbit motion to get to a stick concept on the front side. It's not only going to move backers over, but it's also going to move this safety. And then we have an outside leverage star that we will be isolating. So once he moves, this will be our read. This is our isolation. And you can see here, what I love about this is I think it's a really good presentation. Right now, everything's dictating. We're going to come back to this. And what I love about this is our guy realizes the leverage of the defender. He sprays his release to move him off his spot, and then he cuts inside. And I think it's good protection. I think he's open. I think if we trigger it now, it's going to be a big play. Our QB, who's an all-conference type of guy, player of the year in the conference, even misses it, and it happens. You know what I mean? So it's not. I'm not acting like it's our kids don't mess it up at times either. That's just part of the deal. Another presentation of this. Again, the way I sell this to our kids, this one we base out of empty. All right. If you really look at this is a stick concept. You have a vertical, you have a flat control, and you have somebody in the stick zone. We do wheel this up, but we have our guys look just in case they want to pinch this, and we can flick it out to the flat. But at the end of the day, that's stick. It's a post wheel with a stick, and it's going to serve the same purpose against a quarters team. You're going to get some type of carry here. He might trail this wheel. He'll have to play over top. If they stay too high structure, he'll have to match there. This vertical will lift these two guys, and you can see on the drawing where the isolation is going to come from, and we'll just tag it out that way. So this is a great clip against the top 50 program in Division III. We're going to run that variation of the concept on the front side. We're going to have this weak side option. Now, they give us a pretty unique look here where they're rolling this safety down the double, which I think is a pretty good adjustment. But what our guy does is he understands where the space is. He squares up and he sits. And even though the corner's not there, I love that more than just running to the flat, because they're in the boundary. There's high potential for that squat corner. And I just love how he squares, he wins, he sits, and our quarterback delivers a great shot on the outside. Then we get some yak. And I think this timing at quarterback is elite for this concept, where you'll see him process the front side, come back, boom, deliver it right on the shot. And you'll see again, except for this safety rolling down, we get 4/3 on our concept. All right. We have an opening. It's not technically an isolation, but it still serves a purpose because that safety's late to the party. We steal 8 on 1st and 10 in the high red, which I think is always 8 yards is always a good play unless it's 3rd and 9. All right, in the snow, okay, in the playoffs, this concept travels for us. We're going to run same deal. All right, we're running that variation of a stick, okay, with option down to the boundary. And this is going to be another example where if you don't get heavy Mike push to the concept, just deal the front side right now. And you can even see our quarterback is used to throwing the option. This is also an All-American in the slot. So his eyes go option first. He sees late that the Mike is going to squeeze and double him off, and he comes back wisely, snaps that thing off, steals 7 on 1st and 10 in the snow. Highly efficient play, and allows us to get that completion. So you're seeing multiple ways to do this, and I think everybody, if they believe in true quick game, is going to have stick in their arsenal. All right, so if you see split safeties, I think that's important. Easy for us to do if we want to take it out of empty, put it in trips, same front side concept. Instead of tagging this as an option to a receiver, we just call this top. Okay, the tailback in our system is a T, so tailback option. Same process, same everything. It's a little different release point, but this is kind of the one that Alvin Kamara made really popular. Here's a team that top 25 team in Division III football. They held the runner-up Mount Union to 23 points, and here's us executing this play. So we're going to go front side variation of the stick. We'll bring our All-American from the backfield out of it, and I think this is one of the most elite option routes in particular in our system, and examples that we have, and you'll see it from the tight. I'll give you one more look here from the wide, but square them up, stab him inside. Let's take a look at this thing from the tight because you can really see his attack here. So here's our tailback. We are going to isolate this weak side linebacker. All right, he's going to take the path of least resistance. Boom, boom, and you can see he gets low, and I'll slow it down so you can see outside, inside. I'm going to break back out. He physically, with his route, moves this defender, makes him think you're running that Texas route, that angle route, stabs him outside, in, and back out. Now, to that point, and again, I can cover this, in further detail in a one-on-one session. We teach 3 ways to run this route. We teach a 1-step, okay? We teach a 2-step, which is on display right here. And then we teach what we call sauce, all right? Sauce them up. We use different terminology. Really, you let them kind of be fancy with it. So a 1-step would literally be, hey, I want to go inside. I'm going to run at the top of my stem, jab outside, break in. That's 1 step. What you're seeing on display here is a 2-step, okay? So he is going to stab outside where he wants to end up, back in and back out. And that is that tight Euro step, that crossover type move where you want to move them and allowing them to get saucy. We say you want to change that up as you get further into it where they can run a speed out to a return, a whip route where they're really adding a true double move to the concept as well. Continuing on, here's another one where they kind of trap. I think this is a good – they go to a 3 down. They drop 8. They double off the tailback option, all right? And so what we do is we buy time here, and you'll see another example where it's great pocket awareness, but you can see that wheel pushing up, sitting down the void, okay? They take away the option. We have the ability to make them pay with the other routes in the concept, and I think that's something that we advanced later on in our deal where we just get our guys we want to make sure that everything in the concept is truly accessible and not just the option. Although I will say 8.5 times out of 10, if we call this, that thing's going to the option. Going to cook through some more looks at this. All right, again, to me, this is another variation of a stick for us. I think this one's becoming more in vogue. I love this one in a quick review because you got to cover 3 off corner to the field beater and your wide hitch. You have a man beater. Okay, we call it a lock route, inside fade. Then if you know you're going to confirm 2 high, cover 4, we will read this split safety from stick to option. If you get weak side roll, you can steal that thing on the vertical. Really, that vertical hopefully is going to drain out the corner and the boundary safety. Another really good one. I know the Bengals do this a lot with Tyler Boyd. This throws a bit late, all right, for my liking, but it ends up being a really good play for us. So we're an empty. Okay, you can see they actually do spin it down, all right, but this guy starts to lift, which gets us back into a 2 high structure. I think you could steal this stick route right now, all right, but he's not wrong in taking this isolation, and you can see our receiver here is an all-conference guy for us. He wins this with speed. There's not a lot of flash to it, but I also think there's a lot of merit with that 1-step stem, boom, get vertical. That's 12 on 1st and 10. We're creeping in on midfield. Really, really good play for us against this zone coverage as well. All right, here's a good one as well. This is us stealing the front side stick. The mic is matching, but the mic is long, late to the party. We get the isolation on the backside. You can see our tailback has the isolation and has 1. But I love this. I mean, if you are an air raid guy or value stick, I love just ripping this stick outside shoulder, steal 7 on 1st and 10. I'm never going to complain with a completion above 3 yards. Very efficient early down efficiency. Keep this thing rolling on as well. All right, let's go. That one's a vertical shot here. All right, and while I got a couple more minutes, we'll just show you another variation for us. And again, this kind of looks like a snag picture. Again, I sell this to my guys. We have a vertical, we have a stick zone, we have a flat control. All right, we're getting there in different ways. I think the best coordinators can disguise their best concepts. You asked about what the goals were for each guy in the chat today. My goal is to continue to learn how to maximize the base amount of schemes we have out of multiple looks, multiple personnels, multiple ways of using our guys. That's something I'm personally working on this year. So again, this is the same concept for us, same read, all right? Gives us a different look, gives us, maybe outside verticals or posts aren't your deal. Maybe you can throw a corner out a little better. You don't need a 6'4" receiver to go up top on a corner route necessarily. So we do this. I love this. We leave our back in here for some protection purposes. We'll watch our field slot work here on the nickel. He's going to square up on the snap. Simple, subtle picture here where he takes that drop step square. We got a two-way go. He gets to the top. He hits a one-step. He sits down. It's a really high IQ play because he knows the mic's still hanging. All right. But we steal that 7 yards on 1st and 10. That's huge for us. All right. You can see this concept playing out over here where we've got some ability to work it, but I love that steal on that option route for 7 yards. Great timing by the quarterback, takes the rocker step, works front side, gets to the backside very quickly, drills that throw, bang. Really good stuff. A couple more. So this is great. This is our backups. This is a freshman actually run the option route, okay, to the field side. We're going to put this thing in the boundary. We're going to push motion, see if we can move everybody. Here goes the mic. We get the isolation on the field star. And this is both a really good rep and also a teaching point. So I'll let you play it. I'll play it out just so you can see. We obviously have leverage to get back outside, but even to the field, okay, a read 2 corner is going to drive on the speed out. So what we told this guy on the sideline is, drag him into deep water. He's protecting the inside for a reason. Drag him in. Maybe you can steal the inside, but if not, that's fine. You have created more space for yourself to get open outside, and the further you go in against a read 2 corner, the more likely he is to lift on the vertical, thus opening the flat. So I'll show you this clip. We do get a great completion, and it's a good yak. He ends up putting the ball on the ground, unfortunately, but I think you're getting 10 yards. Well, what's beautiful is that's play 153. We come back to this thing to the same kid, all right, same concept, really same game, and I think he does a much better job here of closing the distance on his defender, squaring him up with speed, then snapping off. And they might not be in read 2 here, but that corner certainly lifts, and you can also see the quarterback's indicator is pushing away, all right? So we let them play 4/3. We snap it off. Get an easy completion over there to the boundary side with some of our backup guys as well. So we are running this top to bottom in our program. I think it's a really good concept. The last thing I'll say before I let Coach take back over is we can do this with multiple personnels. If you have a really quick, short area guy, doesn't have to be big, okay? They can win it. Julian Edelman, Hunter Renfro, those type of guys really popularized this thing. You can do it with an elite back like Alvin Kamara. You can do it with bigger guys that can use a little bit more physicality. They'll do it with tight ends in the league if you have a versatile guy. But we probably there's probably 6 to 8 guys in our program that are option guys, and they range from all shapes, sizes, types of players, fifth-year seniors down to incoming freshmen. And it's honestly one of those skill sets that we recruit in our in our recruiting process because it's a 74% efficient type play for us. And so, like I said, I'm willing to talk this short area option stuff. Send over if anyone's interested. This cut up would Zoom with anybody to kind of go through this concept. I hope that if it's not something you want to utilize, it at least was intriguing. I think it's a really unique concept, and knowing they do this on Sundays and our ability to implement this at the Division III level, to me, it makes it one of those no-brainers to protect your quick game concepts on the front side. But like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you got at least a nugget out of it. Maybe you got something to improve your regular quick game. But if it's something you're actually interested in, you guys, it's not hard to find me. I can drop my Twitter in the chat and kind of go from there.
All right, awesome, Coach. I really appreciate it. I love the option route stuff, and I love stick. Like I'll run stick all day long. So adding that to it is just making it even more versatile. So that's awesome.
Yeah, stick's about as good as they come. It's been around for a while. You mentioned Mummy and those guys. I mean, it's been around. It's a good concept, run at all levels. So yeah, it's a good one, and I think it's been good for us, and I love learning about it and kind of implementing it.
No doubt. All right, Coach. I'm gonna go ahead and get Coach Cooley on. We can start a little early. So
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. This is awesome. This is a really cool deal, and I look forward to talking with you more in the future.
Heck yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Coach Cooley.
What's happening, man?
Not much, man. It's getting to be a long day, but I'm loving it. I mean, I would rather not do anything else. So
Absolutely.
Rolling on. So do you have your presentation ready to go?
I do.
Awesome. So you hit present down in the bottom, in the middle, and then you share your screen if it's on Huddle or something like that.
Okay. I got two different ones. I can pick both of them, right? Let's see.
If you're going to do two, you're probably better off doing entire screen.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
You can go back and forth. Yeah.
Yep. That'll be good.
All right.
All right, here we go.
All right. You can do your own intro, Coach, and I'm going to step away.
All right. So just thank you, Coach Tatum, for having me on today and just putting this whole thing on. It's really awesome. Been trying to watch all morning off and on, but just going to talk about gap scheme RPOs just a little bit. My contact info is right there, and I'll come back to that at the end. If anybody has any questions or if you want the slideshow or anything, I'll send it to you. It doesn't really matter to me. Just a little about myself, and then I'm going to get to the most important part, which is the football stuff, because I didn't come here to talk about me. Started my career in my alma mater, Sequatchie County High School. I was a volunteer coach there in 2011, right after I graduated, and then I worked there from 2018 to 2021. Made the move to Georgia. Went to Lafayette High School. Was the OC there. Had a family emergency. Had to move back to Tennessee. So ended up this past season at Cumberland County High School. They were gracious enough to give me an opportunity to OC there, and just got a new gig, a new job closer to where we live in Hickson, which is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity there. But enough about myself. Let's talk about some gap scheme stuff. So why gap scheme? So number one thing for me with the gap scheme is it creates angles and leverage for your offensive line. Very, very simple rules versus any front. Can be effective with any type of offensive lineman body. We use multiple spread looks, but we deep down, our identity is running the football. I feel like you have to be able to run the football to win in the playoffs. And when it gets colder, I mean, it's a necessity. So we're primarily a gap scheme team. We've dabbled in some zone stuff, and just depending on what kind of kids that we got, but we try to really keep our gap scheme stuff no matter where we're at. It's really low maintenance for us. It's high efficiency because you can use the gap scheme with any type of offensive lineman bodies. So RPOs with that. So why are we doing RPOs? So we're going to use these as corrections in the run game. Okay. So we want to run the football, like I just said. And a lot of this stuff that I'm about to talk about, I've gotten from other people. I didn't just come up with this stuff myself. Brent Dearman, if you guys have ever heard of him, he's the head coach at North Alabama. He's been a lot of other different places as OC. He's got a couple things on YouTube and CoachTube. A lot of this stuff that I really got from him because I think he's amazing in how he teaches it. We want to protect the run game with RPOs. We want to make the conflict players serve two masters by reading them post snap and making them wrong. So if they're a conflict defender, so if they want to play the run, we need to attack them in the pass game. If they're going to stay flat-footed, drop back to pass, we want to run it. Right. So simple as that. Defensive players who have run pass responsibilities are these conflict players. A lot of times they're your outside backers, your force players, could be others, but a lot of times that's who we're talking about. And we teach the quarterbacks to read gaps instead of players. So for example, who's the C gap defender, who's the D gap defender, and what have you. Situational stuff, when we like to call these base downs, 1st and 10s, second medium, second longs, third mediums, 4-down territory, red zone situations, core run schemes. So these kind of depend on what kind of kids you got, obviously. But our gap schemes, power counter, we're going to run one of two. We're going to run either ISO or inside zone, something that we don't pull anybody. And we're going to have at least one good outside run, 2 if we're lucky. So a stretch, an outside zone type thing, or a buck sweep. This past season in Cumberland County, we were a big buck sweep team. When I was at Lafayette in Georgia, we were more stretch. So it just depends on what kind of kids you have, just making it work for those kids. But our run schemes for today, we'll just talk power, counter, and we'll go through some ISO stuff. So here, I'm not going to go through all the blocking schemes for power. You guys know that. Just so you know that our base power play, so if we call 25 power, 26 power, whatever, we have a bubble on one side along with a stop block, and then we have on the single receiver side, we'll have a 5-step glance. That's our base way to run power from an 11 personnel or 20 personnel set. We have a sniffer in, tailback in. So the twins receivers, we're going to go bubble stalk, and then the single receiver side, we will 5-step glance, and whatever side the tailback is on will be our post snap read. Okay, so whatever side the tailback's not on will be our pre-snap read. Okay, so that's power. Counter the same way, same deal. Won't go through all the blocking rules there. And then ISO is kind of the same deal. So all base runs, all inside runs that are base, we have the same kind of base RPO there. Just bubble on one side, and then we've got glance on the opposite side. Okay, so like I said a second ago with reading gaps for the quarterback, so some terminology for the quarterback. Our C-gap defender, we call him the end man. It's not the defensive end. It's not 9 technique, 5 tech. It's the end man. So whoever is outside of our end man on the line of scrimmage, if it's our tackle, if we're not playing with the tight end, it's our tackle. If we're playing with the tight end, it's our tight end. So we call that the end man. Okay. D-gap defender is the Sam. Okay. I have Sam or safety on here, but we just kind of call him the Sam. That way we don't confuse our quarterback. So we call D-gap defender Sam. We call C-gap defender end man. I don't care. I tell the quarterbacks, I don't care what number the Sam is. I don't care if he's number 4. I don't care if he's 98. He's the Sam linebacker. It don't matter how big he is. If he's out there in the D-gap, he's the Sam linebacker. If we want to read the C-gap defender post-snap, we call an RPO that begins with the letter E because end man. End man starts with the E, so our C-gap RPOs they all start with E. So Emo, Easy, Elvis, we'll go through those in just a second, and vice versa for the D-gap. So we're going to go S letters. So D-gap is Sam, so we're going to have S letters that dictate that he's reading the Sam backer. So stick, smoke, and we have some others as well. RPOs. So we're just going to talk about 3 of these. I've got a lengthy list here, and we obviously don't carry all these into every single game, but we obviously keep our base, which is the bubble and glance that we just talked about. We have Emo, which is the H-back slice. We have Easy, which is a now screen. Elvis, which is a bluff, kind of a pop deal with the H. Stick, which is your basic stick concept with a go and a hitch. Smoke is all slants for us. Speed will be a speed out, and then Monster will be a middle linebacker read out of a trip set. But we'll talk about Emo, stick, and smoke for today, and then I'll take any questions. Hopefully, I'll have enough time and get through it and won't get hung up on something. All right, so Emo. So first level RPO read, right? So it's a C-gap defender. So this is our end man. Okay. Quarterback reads the C-gap guy, which is the end man. So it can look like a split flow zone, can really good off a counter tray. So instead of blocking the backside end man, the H will slice out on an arrow route, stand behind the line of scrimmage. And it really just turns into a triple option deal. Okay. So if quarterback has a pull read, he'll pull it. First 3 steps should be flat running at the sideline. He can run the football or throw the H-back. His second read will end up being the alley guy. So usually the free safety or whoever running the alley. If the free safety chases the H-back, he can tuck it and run it. If he attacks the quarterback, he can dump it out to the H-back. Our quarterback should never stay in the pocket on the end man read. That's a disaster waiting to happen right there. If you're not blocking a C-gap guy and you're keeping the quarterback in the pocket, that's not good. Okay. So we want him on the move, escaping that end and not staying still in the pocket. So we'll go from there. We'll watch a couple clips of Emo here. I got 3 clips and we'll kind of move on. All right, so first clip here. We've got twins to the right. I know you can't see, but we have a receiver right here. So their responsibility is just to stalk. So who most dangerous? So as you can see right now, this is a 3-3 stack look. Kind of going into more of a 3-4 look. They played a lot of stack stuff. So number 4, right now, if quarterback's looking at the end man, this is the end man, right? So there's nobody walked up. So this is literally the end man. He's in the 4-eye, but he's the end man. But number 4 walks up, right? So quarterback declares number 4 the end man. We're reading. I'd like to see our quarterback get out a little quicker than that. He kind of was a little lazy, boom, but gets the ball out. Right, at that point, we have 3-on-2, okay? We got 3-on-2 here, triple option football. If we make a block in the slot, and then we have a big play. We don't, we kind of whiff. We get tackled there, and it makes it, third and 2, or 4th and 2, sorry. And we run this off of a counter tray look, which is my favorite way, one of my favorite ways to run this slice with the H-back, because the end man usually gets in this tackle's hip, right? If he sees the tackle pull, which he does, boom, they want to get in his hip. They take a bad angle. If we're able to escape that, get a little more depth and a few more steps out, pop it to the H. Need to make a block on the perimeter, but we're in a good spot, 3-on-2. Eventually, we'll win some of these matchups if we keep getting those. All right, next clip, kind of the same. It's the same look. We're still running this off of our counter tray look, and I think we actually get a block out here. So quarterback does a little better job of kind of escaping and getting three good steps to the sideline. Those are to the H. Look how much space here. Getting kids the ball in space is huge. Huge. Have space. Would like to see him get some more yards out of that. But that's a first down play. Like I said, in base situations, that's a 1st and 10. We pick up 8.5, 9 yards on first down. That's a win all day. All right, we run it a little different. So we're in a 2-back set, and this is strictly this is a game plan situation. This is a defense that loads the box, absolutely loads the box, and they want to put the pressure on everybody. I mean, they want to bring everybody. So we've got a tight end in the game here. Our H-back's going to do a shave motion, which is just we tell him he's shaving the box. So he's going to motion out and line up at receiver out here. And we have a miscommunication. We want to run a go right here, but he ends up running a slant, which ultimately ends up making the corner make the play. But we're going to run counter tray, and then we're going to slip the tailback out on the same Emo situation here. And if we run a go route, you'll see here, if we end up running a go route right there, I think we have a lot more room to make a play. We run a slant, miscommunication, and corner ends up making the play. But you can see off of the counter tray action what the end man does. He gets in the hip of the tackle like he's coached to do, going to make a play. Triple option football. This is not a very good play for us, but it could have been a very explosive play if we are all on the same page. So all my clips are going to have a lot of coaching points, just to be honest with you. I don't believe in showing perfect clips because I don't think any clips are really perfect. So we're gonna have a lot of coaching points on these, but you guys can see the ideas that we have here. So let's get back to the slide here. Let's go to some D-gap level reads. So let's talk stick. So just like the stick concept, I know Coach was talking about that before. Just like the stick concept in the passing game, it's a similar situation here with the RPO stuff right here. So it's second level read. We're going to read the D gap defender. Okay, usually the outside linebacker or safety, depending on what defense they're in. We call them the Sam defender, like I said earlier. Our Z receiver, which is our outside receiver on the right, is going to run a mandatory outside release, so he's going to go vertical. A receiver, which is our slot guy, is going to run a 5-step hitch. D-gap defender fits the run. We're going to pull it and throw the hitch. So instead of having a arrow route or some kind of bubble or something attacking the flat like the stick pass game, we're just treating our run scheme as that. So we check to see if he's check and run. If he is, we're going to throw it. Okay, so let's go to some stick RPOs. I've got more clips here. All right, so this was when I was in Georgia at Lafayette High School. We slide the H back. I believe we're running power right here. Yep, power on the play side here. So ends up being outside release here. Sorry, my penmanship on this huddle stuff's not very good. And then we're just going to sit the hitch down. So our Sam ends up being this cat. So he's our conflict player. He fits. He fits the run. We pull. We throw it. And this is a second and long situation. Pick up 6 yards. 6 yards on 2nd and 10. We have a 3rd and 4, 3rd and manageable situation coming up, which is good. All right, same game. Kind of the same situation right there, even though quarterback, I think he just wanted to throw this thing because our read is backing up, right? So another coaching point. So we probably want to hand that one off. Probably hand it off even though they stacked the box here. But he pulls it, makes a good throw. If he's gonna throw it, he puts it on his outside shoulder, right? So he knows his cat's on the inside. Put it on his outside shoulder, give him a chance to go make a play. That's a first down, 1st and 10, and we gain 5. We'll take that all day, every day. 5 yards on first down is a good thing. All right, next clip. I think I mixed some runs in here too on some gives. Yep, so we hand this one off. One reason is because they started moving this cat down. Sorry, Coach. Start moving this cat down a little bit and playing him out here, right? So he didn't feel comfortable. He sees it pre-snap. He didn't feel comfortable handing that ball off or throwing that ball, so he hands the ball off, right? So he hands it off. Another first down play. Pick up 5 yards. So this is a practice clip. I know these are not the best usually, but I like it because it's the drone shot and you can kind of see what's going on. This is our scout team, and everybody knows what scout team plays like, but it is what it is. So what play we run? I think we're running counter here. Yeah, so we got counter going. So it's GH counter. So we're pull kick. We're wrapping with the H. Here is our Sam. He's our conflict player. Our quarterback recognizes right now that he's going to probably disengage and throw this football. Only thing for the quarterback, he's a little slow on his release and his feet. And this was a freshman. We played a freshman, started a freshman last year, all year. He did a great job for us. Obviously very raw and has a lot to learn and has gotten a lot better. And this was earlier in the year, and his feet are a little slow, but just recognizing that he's got to get rid of this football. So he throws it. It's a clear picture for him. Not bad. All right. So let's go to our third RPO, which is smoke. This is all slants. So it's the same type of read as our stick concept. So it's a second level read. Quarterback's going to read the D-gap defender. So this is literally just copied and pasted from the last slide. So our Sam. Smoke is all slants for us. I know a lot of teams use smoke as like a now screen. I don't really know why I picked smoke to be all slants. I just kind of did. I don't know. It's weird. If the D-gap defender fits the run, we're going to pull it and throw the slant. It's that simple. It's that simple. Same type of read, except different routes. Okay, so here we go. So this team was a heavy 3-3 team, really like a 3-3-5. And they literally are playing – they play cover 3 some. They played a lot of man. So right here, our quarterback notices this is a 1st and 10. I think this is the first play of the game, if I'm not mistaken. Our flat defender is literally on the line of scrimmage. That's our Sam. He's on the line of scrimmage. Quarterback knows from the jump here he's going to pull and throw this thing. So it's supposed to have a 3-step slant out here. It's not a 3-step slant because the wrong foot's up. His outside foot's up. He can't get 3. He stops on 2 and hits the slant. Really want him to have his inside foot up and hit 3 steps. But we throw it. It just takes one miss to have an explosive play. Free safety doesn't make a play. Explosive play, it's play number 1 of the game. Big time play for us. Good catch. Way to make something happen after the catch. All right, so this a scrimmage, another drone shot. And this was last year with our freshman at quarterback. A couple things on this one. We don't run a 3-step slant out here with this receiver either. He takes 1 step, and we talked about this in film with this kid. He was bad about doing this sometimes for some reason. He takes 1 step and runs a slant. Really want him to take his 3, selling that vert, selling that go route, 3 steps, and break it off. One thing here, you're going to notice our left tackle. He's gonna step and hinge B-gap. Which is what we would do on our power. I'm pretty sure this is power right here. Yeah, we're running power. That last play, we were running ISO, by the way, but we'll come back to that. We're running power. So obviously he's going to step B gap and hinge, but when we run an RPO, we just want him to lock on this guy. So he takes too much of a B gap hinge step and lets this guy run around him, and our quarterback kind of gets hit for no reason. Right, so if we just lock on to him, we have a good feeling that we're going to throw this ball because our Sam's right here. So if Sam's in the box, we're going to throw it. Just go ahead and lock that guy. And how we call into play, we're a wristband team. So every player on the field, they'll have a wristband, and it'll tell them to play and their responsibility. Right, so all the offensive line, they have to play. And the tackles have when they're supposed to lock or stay. I think I used lock at Lafayette. We use stay at Cumberland because that's what they used before. So I put it'll be 26 power and it should say stay on it. So he should get that call every time. It'll say stay. He just got to stay. Right? He doesn't stay. He gets the throw off, but we get destroyed. And like I said, freshman quarterback, his feet are really slow. Takes him a long time to throw it. It's something we worked on, and he got actually real good towards the end of the year on doing this. But that's an 8-yard gain right there, and that's a 1st and 10 or a 2nd and 10. I can't remember exactly which one, but we get 8 yards. Not too bad. Another practice shot. Off a counter. Stick it. Not too bad. Sam's right here. I'm not sure he really – I guess he gives us a read by standing on the line of scrimmage, but I'm not sure he really gives us a read. I think just based on alignment, he kind of just stands there. scout team. Am I right? But just based on where he's aligned pre-snap, he's made the decision he's going to throw this football. All right, so back to Lafayette, and this is the same game. This is against Sonoraville, who's a really good team. This is literally on the 3 or 4 yard line. Easy touchdown. Just based on how they're playing, sail the outside vert from the receiver here, step on his toes, break it inside. Good throw, and that's off of our ISO scheme, not pulling anybody. When we get further and closer to the end zone, I mean, I'll still run power and counter and stuff, but I like if we can run plays where we're not pulling anybody and leaving a gap open, I'm a fan of that. So again, we hand it off. I mean, if we're judging based off of our reads, this is a throw read, but I think the snap throws him off, and if we're in doubt, we hand the ball off. But this is after we've thrown this, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 times. It's a 2nd and 11. Little high snap. He decides to hand the ball off. We're blocking ISO. We're fanning on the play side. Pretty good gain right there. Not bad on 2nd and 11. Again, I mean, we have the slant all game long because they never adjusted. We've got this all game long. And we threw it a lot. Another practice clip. Running it, I think, to the 2 receiver side now. Sam Backer on the line of scrimmage, and these were game plan situations, teams we played. I don't know about you guys, but we in Tennessee, we've saw a lot of 5-2. I've been really seeing a lot of 5-2, especially last year. Saw a lot of 5-2, a lot of man or cover 0 looks. And if you were playing us last year, I understand why you did it. But really, a lot of 5-2, a lot more 5. In Georgia, I saw maybe 1 5-2 team, and the rest were a lot of 3-4 cover 2 or quarters, a couple 4-man fronts. But we played a lot of 5-2 boxes, so this is what we were preparing for. Not sure what week this was, but we're running our smoke off of counter, I believe. Yep, counter. And really, he can work inside out on this progression right here. Replace the Sam. So Sam, we're running double slant. We teach him to read inside out. Not sure why he threw the outside. He completed the pass. I know it's practice, but I would throw inside right now. Throw it now. Because that's where the pressure kind of comes from. Sam kind of comes on a little blitz or something, whatever scout team kid's doing. Right, replace him with a football. It's a lot easier throw.
Coach, you got about 3 minutes.
3 minutes. I think I just wrapped it up right there, Coach.
All right.
I can put my information in the chat if anybody needs it or whatever I need to do.
No, we can add it right back there.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. If anybody, if you liked what you saw, guys, hit up Coach. There's his details. Because we're going to do a lot of that stuff. So
yeah.
I love it.
It's good stuff, and I obviously got a lot more stuff. I planned for 30 minutes, and I'm surprised I hit it right on the head right there. But I just picked 3 to kind of talk about. I could talk about it for 2 hours, but man, I appreciate you having me on. It's awesome what you're doing, man.
Hey man, I'm trying to be a resource, trying to give guys something to do on Saturday.
Yeah.
But heck yeah, I definitely will be hitting you up for some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
Maybe just talk through some things communication wise, and get after this year.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Well, yeah. Good luck this season.
Thank you. You too, buddy.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, man.
All right, Coach Yoder.
What's going on?
What's going on, man?
It's been a good day.
It has been a good day. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
I've made a couple of mistakes and told guys lack of sleep, but it's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you want to go ahead and get started?
Yeah.
You kind of, you haven't presented on here before. You've used StreamYard before.
On here before. If I hit present, will it show my whole screen?
Yeah. So if you go to present and then the far right tab, it says entire screen.
All right. So when I click on present, it gives me slides, video file, share screen.
Yeah, share screen, and then the far right tab, it should say entire screen. And then you should be able to click on what's up there and hit share.
There. Okay, gotcha. There we go.
Yeah.
Entire screen. I have the entire screen. I hit share, but it won't let me share it.
Are you going to share something on that's online?
I had a Google slide, and then I had some Huddle stuff.
Okay, so if you want to do it, you do this. You can do hit share screen, and then you just choose a tab, and that always works a little easier.
Okay. Yeah.
But the only thing is when you want to go back to Huddle, you just got to do it over again.
Yeah, just go back down to present and redo everything.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me bump up here.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. Now if I do, going out with that. Does that look better?
It's loading. Let's see. There it is. All right, you're good.
All right. My name is Josh Yoder, and I coach the offensive line and the H-backs. This year, we actually got a new O-line coach, and he's going to be doing that. And his name is Jared Johnson. He's actually on Twitter. He's very involved. So I'll be just primarily coaching H-backs alongside him. He'll be doing the O-line. But I've coached the offensive line the last 3 years at Brownsburg High School. It's been an awesome time. I've actually been coaching at Brownsburg since 2008. So I've been there a long time. But something that we kind of hang our hat on here is outside zone. And for our group, we have some culture and core beliefs that we kind of believe in. And one is our relentless effort. And as you can see, all right, these guys going across here, okay, maybe the tallest guy here in this group is about 5'10". I got him over here. He is 6'6", but mainly the guys that I work with are like this. We are at a big school, but relentless effort has to be a part of these guys' DNA as much as it is for the guys that are, pretty big. Obviously, having great effort will get you noticed. So if you're wanting to try to move on to the next level, do that sort of thing, clearly you get noticed on film and in practice. Competitive excellence. A lot of these guys here will end up being dudes here. So, this guy was a sophomore at the time. Fast forward 2 years, senior, starter, winner. But they have to be engaged in every drill, mentally and physically. Play with purpose, not on autopilot. And then the power of position. Obviously, offensive line is a big position group that's, built along the lines of the unit. They don't fight because they hate what's in front of them. They fight because they love what's behind them. It's the greatest mystery known to man, but it's obviously what's made us great in our military and our actual idea behind why we fight. Our belief system, okay, for our offensive line, it says wide zone. I will get to it, I promise. But we believe in winning your one-on-one. We will start everything from a drill standpoint as one-on-one. We want to be the most physical offensive line in the state. We want to be the most physical line in our conference. Our conference is one of the top-ranked conferences in our state, so that kind of goes along the same lines there. We want to dominate third and fourth quarter, and we want to make the game. We want to try to turn this game into inside run. So that's where we kind of do the most of our coaching, that sort of thing. Some of our points of emphasis that we do through our summer. We sprint off the ball. Okay, we're trying to beat them off the ball every play. Vertical push, no dents. Do not get dented into the backfield, especially on outside zone. Lock on and sustain. Okay, land nose to nose and pass pro. That's kind of what we do POE wise. Here were some of our outside zone stats from last year. We rushed it 228 times. We gained around 1,300 yards on just this play. We averaged right around four and a half yards per play. And over 23 of our plays went for 10 or more yards. We had 22 touchdowns, only 12 penalties. And we were 10-2. And for most of the year, we were ranked number 1. Stats are stats. Sometimes they don't mean a thing. But this is kind of what this is about and kind of what we're talking about here today. So why outside zone? It's our physical attitude play. We will run this at everyone. All right. We do it by flanking a defense, front side, right, and stretching it front side, and then cutting it off on the back side. Weekly practice looks like this. We've done something I think that is different in terms of how we prepare, how we get after our opponents in a week, and I'll kind of break down our practices like this. On Monday, we are full go. Usually Monday's a walkthrough day. You do the scouting reports, do that sort of thing. We've switched that. We do the scouting reports. We give out the awards from the following Friday, but we jump right into practice because we want to take our plan right into practice and see where it's good and not good. And it ended up being something that was very valuable to us. So we actually flip our Monday and our Tuesday. So our Monday is full on, we're going, and our Tuesday is just helmets. That's it. No shoulder pads, no nothing. It's just helmets. So we flip those days. So we go every other day. So Monday is a helmet and shoulder pads day. Tuesdays, just helmets. Wednesdays, helmet, shoulder pads. Thursdays, just helmets. And then that's our pregame day. And then Friday's game day. So, and I'll tell you, I'll kind of explain how we do Wednesdays as well. So Monday's our most critical day. So this is kind of a look on what we do through our Indy. So our one-on-ones, this is what I was talking about back on that first slide, is we have to win our one-on-one. So today we're really going to kind of focus on the outside zone, how we pot it on our Monday practice, and then and then we'll go from there. As you can see, we work all of these other things during our Indy. Wednesdays, it would be our next padded day. We hardly get any Indy time. It's all game reps. So we're setting up every scenario for our game, and we practice it in that way. So we are on the field for about 5 to 6 plays off. On the field, 5 to 6 plays off. Our defense is exchanging with us. We call this period best of the rest. We get guys that are backups on either side of the ball to play scout teams. So we're getting the best look that we can get and trying to maximize our team sets as best we can. As you know, sometimes in scout team, the actual looks don't get very good. And so it kind of gets messy. So anyway, we make our Wednesdays those full team days. Tuesdays, we do our hip mobility. We do our sled work. We punch the sled. We do our one-on-ones, again, with no pads. And we do our zigzag. These right here are our cores to our weekly prep. All right, so here we go. Fundamentals for our outside zone. Our base blocks are head to the outside pec, our play side hand to the armpit, backside hand to the sternum, rib cage, drive your backside knee to gain ground through the crotch, sprint off the ball, win your one-on-one. How do we do this? We start with what's called a towel drill. You can literally take a towel, you can get a board, and we work on our first step down that line. It's a 45-degree angle, but we are working that towel drill on air. There's no one else there. Then we add in the man for one-on-one, and then simply dry block the guy. And the defender has to learn how to be a good dummy. And that means he's got to learn how to lean on an offensive lineman to give him the most beneficial look to blocking one-on-one. And we practice that, and we practice it right and left over and over and over again. Our combos, we call them combos, but we really, really teach them like one-on-one blocks. And I'll get to that here in a second. Again, we already kind of talked through what it's going to take to cover up a person, head, place, side of the pec. The uncover guy, this is what I consider to be the most important part of running outside zone, is what does the uncovered guy do? What is he responsible for? And that sort of thing. So his first thing is aiming at the defender's far armpit. He's got to look through the crease or try to get his head into the crease of the defender and the offensive man, trying to push his face through them to the opposite armpit. You get 3 scenarios. So in these scenarios, you have an overtake, you have a snap, and you have a climb. Usually the climb is the first option because the guy is running away. So you climb up to the linebacker. Then we snap the guy over, and then we overtake it. Overtakes are the worst case scenario for anything that's slanting to us. And we practice these daily. And I'm going to kind of go through these here real quick. So in our combos, this is what we consider a 1. So for coaching wise, I stand back here and I give the scout team guys a 1. They know, the defender knows that he's going to go hard to the outside here. That tells the guard on his 3-step read to this end that he can't reach him, he can't get a hand on him, he's climbing to this linebacker. So he takes his 3 steps, the guy runs away, he climbs, lands. We do that, making sure everybody gets at least 2 reps in both directions, then we switch it. Then I put it up to a 2. Eventually we get it to the point, obviously with these 1s, 2s, and 3s, where we're doing them at random. We're not sitting there trying to, get our guys used to know what's coming. We want them to be prepared for all cases. So in a snap scenario, this is where the end is trying to lock up our offensive tackle. Our tackle's trying to reach him or run him, and they're kind of hooked up. They're kind of locked up on each other. This guy is going to put 2 hands on this end and shove him as hard as he can. Typically, this can end up as a decleater type push because this guy is so focused on our tackle that he doesn't see this coming. So that usually knocks this guy out, and then we climb up to the backer. The third option is the overtake. And this overtake is when this end typically is slanting to us, okay? And we get to that outside armpit, and the tackle is climbing to the linebacker. Now, this tackle will only know when to climb when he feels this end cross his face, okay? He'll feel that end dip away, all right, back towards his guard, and then he knows it's time for him to climb. In all other scenarios, he is solely focused on whipping the guy in front of him, absolutely beating him, okay? Because that's the core one-on-one. That's the thing we got to win right away. So what I want to do is I want to go and show you guys some film of the climb. So let me bump it over here and get back to, let me reshare this real quick. I'm going to go give you the climb here real quick. All right, so this is our Ohio climb. So in this look here, okay, we're running outside zone to the right. If you watch, it's our right guard and our center right here. Watch these two. We end up a 3, a 0, and a 4 eye on the back side here. Okay, so as we go to run, his eyes are aiming at that far shoulder. So as you watch him here, he is trying to go there. That guy is running away. All right. So all he has to do is climb and land. All right. Next, if we go back and watch our center's head up. Okay. The center is just like what I was talking about on the tackle. His whole idea is to lock this dude up. I want to put my head on this play side shoulder right here and drive through that as hard as I can. This combo is between the guard and the center to this linebacker. So as you watch the center, he feels it fall away, climbs. Okay, he's not a huge hurry. You know, I heard McNally's done a really, really nice job on Twitter talking about not piercing. Okay, if you watch our center's not piercing the line of scrimmage. Okay, so it gives us the ability to land this linebacker. He's not just running up there and you know, getting beat athletically, but he ends up hitting it and our back squeezes through and away we go. Okay, again, watch these two on the right. This is against more of an odd front. So we have a head up 4, a head up 0, and a head up 4. Again, you watch, he is aiming for this shoulder of this down lineman. Notice his eyes are not looking at this linebacker. Okay, he's aiming to hit it. He hits it a little bit. He doesn't give a very good snap here. He should have snapped probably a little bit harder to knock this guy outside of our tackle. But if you look at our tackle, like I was saying, when you're one-on-one, our tackle sole purpose here is he is not looking to go anywhere else but other than kill that 4 technique. And our guard is trying to get in there, gets involved, but his combos here, notice he runs, climbs. Okay, again, watch our center. If I go back to the beginning, center has the nose slants away, and he slowly climbs, lines the linebacker up. Again, we get a nice solid run through right here. That's the safety. So we're borderline ready to pop that through our B gap again. And our wide zones, you know, we could say we want this thing to go outside every time. Our running back is truly reading. He's reading this guy's block. Okay. So initially it looks like, oh boy, this is going out the front door. But then it kind of changes late, and this is why it kind of screws up his read. If you look at this, he is on a 5-step read. So step 1, 3, 5. He should be making his decision about right here. So you can see he ends up getting to about his 7th step there where he's really making that decision to cut. Now, it didn't hurt him here because we climbed up and we kind of had a gap to run through in our B gap. But that's kind of where we coach this play from. Again, watch our right guard here. Does a better job of climbing, lining up the linebacker. Okay, that linebacker has to run because we're running outside zone. That's what we do. And we end up lining up and climbing to it. This is a tough one here, okay, because he pre-snap thinks, okay, this is my guy. I'm lining up on this. My center's coming with me. We're going to work this combo up. And on the play, we outran this 2 technique just by our movement. If you look, the 2 is he's kind of pinching, but he barely gets 1 step in the ground, and we've already reached it with our center. So, it's one of those deals. We still take play side steps, okay? But it takes, if you look again, our guard is looking at him, but once he goes across and that far down inside, he knows, all right, I guess I'm on the climb. Okay, I am on the climb up to this linebacker, and you'll see him land 53. Okay, so these are our climbs. Let me, here's another good one. This is actually 2 and 1. You're going to see a good climb from him, and you're going to see part of the snap that I was talking about, which we'll show some more clips of on the next few slides. But you'll see that snap right there. If you look at where he started, if you put a a pinpoint right here on this spot on the turf, you're going to see him get absolutely launched off that point, and we go in untouched on the basically the 5-yard line. Okay, but again, watch this here. He knows he's in this combo. The play goes. Guys slant again back to our tackle. Our tackle ends up getting a 2-for-1, and our guard ends up landing our linebacker second level. Just enough. Here again, this is another climb. Okay, not as impressive. I'd like to see a little bit more of a snap. As you can see, there is a little bit of color sitting on this side of the tackle, so he should have snapped it. But he was patient, saw the run through coming, lined it up, and landed that linebacker, which allowed us to get out the front door. Some of these clips are probably some of my favorite. This is probably the second toughest team we played this year, third toughest team we played this year. They end up winning our conference. Really well coached, really tough team. So in my opinion, when you go against really good coached teams or well-coached teams, you get more realistic type things happening up front. It's a little more clean. But if you watch this, watch our guard. He gets a good snap here, and then he climbs right to the linebacker. Okay? And that snap, if you watch this snap, that snap totally takes and knocks the nose off balance, and then our center just finishes him. Okay? So once these young guys figured out this piece, everybody loved the snap, and everybody appreciated, especially being the covered guy, appreciated the fact of when they caught a snap of how much it helped them decleat or pancake a guy. The other guy to watch here is our left guard. Our left guard here, again, he's running. His aiming point is the far outside shoulder of that 4 technique. As you can see this, he is pushing. He's pushing. He can't get there. Climbs, lands the linebacker. Now, if I go back, if I go back and did the end zone clip, you'd see it just a little bit better. Or the sideline clip, you'd see it better where he lands that linebacker. Here's a good coaching point. We actually screw this up. So our left guard, he lands perfectly. But if you look at our right guard saw the inside shade here. He should not ever step back against our zone. He stepped back against our zone, which made him late for our linebacker here. If we land that linebacker, we're in great shape. As you can see, we're going to land everybody front side. You can see our left tackle working out. Our H gives a good snap, climbs. Okay. But if we would land that backside linebacker with our guard, he doesn't step back against it. He should be with the center here, working for that inside backer. If he doesn't step against it, we land it, and we got a good front side play again. All right, so that was our just our climbs. So if I go back and share this again, I'll kind of show you. So that was just our climbs. I'm going to go through and show you some of our snaps that we have. Let me go back and show you some of our snaps. So here we go. This is a good one. This was our first play of the year, and we fumble it. Jitters. But if you watch this, we end up getting a really, really nice snap from our left guard here. Okay, so the nose is here, and our tackle, he had so much going on here, we decided not to block the biggest, fastest defensive lineman they had, and he goes running through here. Our tackle should have went there. But if you watch this, the idea here is based on the snap. We screwed the play up. But as you see here, he's kind of mired in here. It's tough look, but our guard is here. Now his aiming point's not right. I'd rather his face be kind of in front of the defender. But if you watch this, he ends up giving a really good snap, okay, and decleats him. And again, he's able, by doing this, okay, he's able to land. Now this combo was going for 12 and this combo was going for 8, okay. He was going to be able to snap that and land it. So now, our left tackle should have blocked him, the inside shade. Again, if you watch, this is kind of a poor snap, but you can see how he gets his face down. He sees that he's mired on the center just a little bit again. Gives a good snap, knocks it over. Okay, watch our center here. Okay, they had talked about this. They had told him to go, so the center left to go help the guard. Our backside guard said he could take 93, so he did it. And then we get a good snap. As you can see, if our center doesn't snap 23, okay, that guy is kind of beating our guard right now. And because we get that snap, it knocks that guy out, and we land the backer, okay, and we get at least a positive play out of this. But that snap was huge in making that happen. I think I've already shown that one. Okay, again, here's another good snap by our left guard. So again, aiming point, he's aiming his nose. If you notice, he's not looking at 32. His sole focus is 49. He's going to get in there, get a snap. Now he's going for 32. Okay? Now look how much he displaced 49. Okay? Boom. Huge displacement. Lands the backer, and we end up pancaking 49. Again, these are not highlight plays, and I'm not here to try to show you, 40, 50-yard touchdowns every play. I'm trying to show you the techniques that we go through every day in order to try to this is our best play and make our best play go. Again, I showed you this snap earlier from our center. He ends up snapping him out like that. Good run. Easy run for the running back. I mean, that I could have ran that in. Here's a good snap by our tackle and tight end. You watch play side. Boom. Good snap. Look what this left tackle does for our tight end here. Our tight end was a converted receiver that we needed to use as an athlete to throw him down in here. We didn't have a tight end this year, so we used him.
You got 4 minutes, Coach.
Okay. We used him, snapped him out, climb. All right. I'm going to stop this real quick, and then I'll jump over to our overtakes real quick. I'll show you some of our overtake stuff. Sorry, it was kind of – oh, dang on it. I'll just show you a couple, and then – all right. Here's a good overtake. Now, that's a tough one, and I don't like the way our shoulders turn. My left tackle's shoulders turn down, but I want to talk through one thing about the overtake, and that is if you feel him slanting down away from you and you are going to be the guy taking on the second-level defender, all right, we want to get hands-on and get extension. So if you look at our left tackle's hands, he's supposed to be extending off to land that second linebacker. So you can see he gets that backer, but those extensions allow us to get back on line. Watch, here's another good example. Okay, we're getting our second guy into this. Uses a little bit of his extension. Okay, right there he extends off, lands backer. Here's one more. Okay, there, extension, land. Now, if you watch it, okay, we'll go slow. He hits it, extension, lands backer. We got a gap. We're running through. Your last one here. And there it is. So you can see the guy kind of slants inside. We get our head play side to that armpit, land it. That's the toughest block for outside zone. That's the toughest block, is landing the inside slant. Tackle gets extension with his hand, stays square, lands the linebacker, and we end up hitting it off there in C gap. So at the end of this talk, all I'm trying to get through here is 3 core principles, and that is how you teach the combo and how it will affect the outcome of the play. And I hope you saw those 3 things as far as just winning a one-on-one block, climbing second level, hitting your snap, and then how to overtake a slanting defender. So just a little bit of wide zone. Hope you guys got something out of this.
I appreciate it, Coach. We've talked before, outside zone, wide zone, whatever you want to call it. It's not my forte, so I appreciate guys that can come on and speak about it. I can learn a little bit.
It's one of those deals where it's something you practice as well, right? And when you kind of hone in on a core set of drills, those guys get real comfortable with it. They get real confident with it, and then all of a sudden it just like changes the whole outlook. All of a sudden you got running back saying, "Hey, call outside zone."
Yeah,
it's like, "Oh wow, you like outside zone, okay?" Or, "Hey, call power. Oh, let's go." Once that confidence gets there, it's contagious. So.
No doubt. Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming on, and I know you're a late addition, and but you were very gracious to come on and help me out in the spot.
Yep, no problem. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, guys. Coach is coming on very momentarily. If you haven't already, make sure that you like and comment and subscribe to the channel. I think we're at 660 subscribers, so you can do that for me. There's 19 folks watching. Make sure we're doing that. Guys, we're down the back stretch, guys. We have 3 sessions left. So let me text Coach. He says he's working on it. So whoever's still here, 18 people left. Whoever's here, comment. Let me know who's still watching with me. And if you've been here since the first one, now don't cheat now. If you've been here since the first session at 8, like not 8:30, 8 o'clock when I got on, if you've been here all day, holler at me. There he is. Let's see. What's up, Coach?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. All right, so say your last name for me.
Guglielmo.
Okay, cool. I was saying it wrong. So, there's Coach. Go ahead and do the present, Coach, down the middle, down the bottom. And then are you going to just like go through like huddle or something?
I'm just going to use a Google Doc.
Okay, cool. So you can share your screen and then click whatever tab you want to use and then go ahead and hit present.
Processing.
No, you're good. Let's do this. There it is. All right. So we're live, Coach. You want to do your own intro and we'll get rolling.
All right, sweet. How's it going, everybody? I'm Dom Guglielmo. I'm the head football coach at Crothersville High School in Missouri. I'm going to talk about program building, and where this kind of came from is I talked to Coach about coming on, and this is something that we've been working on here for the last little bit. So just what I'm going to go through, kind of where we are, what we've done to kind of revamp the program and just things that organizations, activities, and stuff like that that we work with or that we started to really keep the momentum going. So Caruthersville, we've had football since 1915. I think the only 2 seasons that we didn't have football were during wartime. In the last 20 years, we've won 12 district titles, and then COVID hit, which led to there being about 4 head coaches in 4 years, really, me being the 4th one. When I got hired, the coaching staff previous came down from the administration, and to allow those kids to have a fall and to give them time to hire a football coach, which fortunately for me was me. But they ended the season with about 18 kids. And for Caruthersville, that's a lot lower than they've been in a very long time. So then we get in and we started as a staff going through the process of rebuilding the program from lower numbers, COVID, and then we ended up finishing the season with over 30 kids. So that was a big jump for us. Got a couple more wins, got a couple more kids in the all-state, all-district, all-region type stuff, and then spent the entire off season really getting ready for 2023. There's a ton of things that you have to do when you rebuild a program. As I sat here getting ready for this presentation, I rambled off about the top 10 biggest ones. You have to understand where you are, create goals, be present in a couple different ways, build a relationship with teachers and district admin, earn the trust of the kids, make football the vehicle, build your program into a family, be direct with your expectations of everybody involved, get the community involved, and then build a brand. So the first thing we did was, or people should do when they're rebuilding a program or looking to take the program to the next level, is what's the big issue? What are the big issues? I mean, for us, when I came in here, the biggest issue was numbers. I mean, it's very hard to compete for district titles, conference titles, state titles, when you only have 18, 19, 20 kids. What you want to look back at the program and talk to the kids and talk to the community. What have the coaches done here in the past? And that's important because as you strive for the future, you want to learn from the guys before. What worked, what didn't work, what offense were they running, what defense were they running, watch film, see how the coach's office was when you moved in, see how the field house was when you moved in. What are the traditions? So you don't want to step on traditions that schools have. I mean, there's traditions here that have been around for over 100 years that we want to keep intact because you have respect for the alumni community and everything else. You don't want to come in and burn everything down and miss out on the things that people feel makes your program special. What's the community like? Are they supportive? Are they a football community? And with every head coaching job, whether it's in Missouri, Texas, New York, Alaska, what matters to that community? Are they a baseball community? Are they a football community? Are they just supportive of everything? That's important. And what teachers are supportive? Which are they going to be the ones that you know you can lean on to really help these kids bring it to the next level? And the reason I skipped the goal or the goal point is create short-term goals and let them be known throughout the program. We all know I describe goal setting to our kids as it's like a train ride. You're the train. You're getting from point A to point B. And if you're ever at a train, you know you got to stop everywhere between. And the end goal is your big goal. And every stop in between is something incremental. So creating those short-term goals and then telling the kids about them and getting them fired up about it is important. What can we fix quick? Look, field, like we're fortunate. We have a big field house here. taking pride in the field house, showing the kids the fruit of their labor as they're cleaning, and when they walk in going, dang, it's like making your bed. The weights are put away, there's nothing on the floor, the locker room looks good, the bathrooms are clean, all that kind of stuff. Those are quick fixes. Those little programmatic things that kind of like success starters in the classroom. What needs time to fix? What's going to not be fixed this year but next year? Lay that out. You don't have to tell the kids the goal, but you can tell the kids the increment so they have something to strive for. This year, we want to give them travel gear they can take home. Guys, we need to raise X amount of dollars. We're buying this travel gear. Showed them a sample. We're doing it through the Lift-a-thon, and those kids are rock stars. They've already raised the money before we even left. It's been great. Give them a goal. But give your coaches a goal. Give your community a goal. When you're talking to these community members and the board and this and that, say, this is where I want the program to be, and these are the steps that we're going to have to take to get there. And this is what we need to do. Be present. As a new head coach in a town where football matters a lot, and me not even being from Missouri, I don't think I'd ever been in Missouri before I interviewed here. I made myself present and our coaching staff present everywhere. That meaning I still to this day go to as many games, regardless if it's golf, track, baseball, softball, basketball, girls basketball, middle school volleyball, middle school baseball. They need to see everywhere. Like, they have to put a face to the name of the person that's going to go out there, work with the kids, and build a program and build something the community is going to be proud of. Be at the community events. If there's a charity event that needs a volunteer, go. Not just as a head coach, but encourage your staff to do the same thing. If there's a celebration that's open to the community, go. If there's a 100-mile-long garage sale, go. All of that stuff. A lot of the teams have kids that are in choir and band. Look, I'm not the most musically inclined. I listen to the same 12 songs on repeat all the time, but I'm there. You have to be visible as football staff or in your football stuff all the time so people know that you're out there representing the community the right way, representing the football the right way. Build a relationship with teachers and district admin. The teachers are your best friend when you're a football coach, and the district admin. And I don't mean the guys like the superintendent and the board president, stuff like that. And they're really important to build a relationship with too. But if you're the high school football coach, you know that eventually you're going to be coaching the elementary school kids and the middle school kids. So their building administration is very important for you to build a relationship with. Free youth camps, all that kind of stuff. Let them know what your plan is. Get them involved in things. Ask them to come to a lifting session or a practice or something. Building the relationship with the teachers, building the relationship with the district administration, building the relationship with the central office is huge. Being transparent of your goals and your plan and what you're trying to do and understand that you're for the kids and for their academic growth is very important. Building that, I hate using the word political power, but building that political stance of I am invested enough in the kids to build my relationship with whoever I need to help me do that is huge. We do a program last year that we didn't put as much time into as we will this year, where we have a faculty coach of the week where they're invited to all football meetings, football lifts, football practice, can ride the bus if they want to, stay on the sideline, get a t-shirt, get a jersey, the whole nine. And we had one teacher come out, and she was amazed at how much work these kids actually do. If you're not a football coach in the building, and these teachers, and there's always that one that's like, oh, the football team gets everything, da-da-da-da. When they see how hard these kids actually work, it changes the tune almost to where now they're understanding that these kids go from school and then put in 2, 3, 4 hours after school, and they have to go home, do their homework, take care of their brothers and sisters, do their chores, and then flip back around and come to school. Putting that in perspective doesn't necessarily make it easier for the kids, but it shows the teachers that they're doing something that the average student isn't. Earn the trust of the kids. And if you're a coach in the town that you grew up in, it's probably a little easier. Here, it wasn't the easiest in the beginning. So this is kind of like hits on how I feel that you can build the trust of the kids. Be there for them is easy. And when I mean be there for them, it's like, of course, you're going to be available to them at practice and at lifting, Be there for them. It's more of like, you'd be surprised at how many kids don't hear, how was your day during the day? Hey, what's that look? What does that look on your face? Well, like, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I was like, okay, well, come back later when you want to tell them the truth. Like, stuff like that, just asking goes a longer way than brushing it off. Let them see you fight for them. And I'm not saying go out there and get into a boxing match. But if there's something important to the kids that you feel will benefit the program, make the team get involved in making a positive change. Fight for them. Coach, we really want to get lifting t-shirts this year. All right, let's do it. I'll get the money. You do this, you do this, you do this, and I'll do this. And it's amazing how just a lifting t-shirt goes that long of a way when to us it's a $6.99 t-shirt. For them, it's like, wow, he actually does care enough to fight for us. Let them see your passion. And I don't mean kicking and screaming and kicking water bottles. Just show them that you're passionate about the game and passionate about their development. Like when they do something well, I would love to one day, every time a kid gets an A on something, post it on like a whiteboard or post it on a tack board. Like, show them that you're passionate about their grades. Show them that you're passionate about football. When you get up and then talk about football, it shouldn't be, oh, I had a long day and you're stretching and whatever. You should be, boom, ready to go. Hey, this is what we're doing today. We're starting the counter RPO. You have this, you have this, you have this, you have this. Let's go. Trust them before they trust you. Like, I have an open door policy. My office separate than my staff's office. I leave my office open. I keep snacks and drinks in there for them most of the time, unless they tear through them pretty quick. But they know that by me keeping my door open to the office that I trust those guys. And I haven't had anybody break that trust yet. There's been an instance where, thanks to Apple Pay, I don't really need my wallet as much anymore. And I left my wallet on my desk, and a kid actually gave it back to me and said, hey, did you lose this? I was like, oh, well, awesome. Care about what they care about. Care about what they care about. We have a kid on our team right now who likes all that anime stuff, and I asked him to talk to me about it so I could understand what he was passionate about. Sacrificing 5-minute conversation for him understanding that although I'm not into it, I care about what he cares about. It's huge. It's bigger than football, and they need to know it. Football, and I'll get to football as a vehicle in a second. Look, football, and yes, we all want to win on Friday nights, and I've been preaching if we do all the little stuff right here in spring ball and this, and this, we'll be able to do this, and this in the fall. But they have to understand that football it's bigger than just the Friday night. It's a sense of pride for the school and the community and everything like that. Be one of their biggest fans. Every time a kid does something great, I get excited for them. Every time they do something great in another sport, we put it on the football social media account. Every time one kid gets all district and band, everybody hears about it. We get it on the announcements. We recognize them, T-shirt, whatever. Show them that everything that they do great, that you're one of their biggest fans. Because you know what? When push comes to shove, when it's 38-38 in the fourth quarter, and this, that, and the other thing, those kids are going to fight a lot harder for coaches and players that they know are there for the good, the bad, the ugly, school, football, track, baseball, than they will for the guy that stands out there every day with a whistle and yells at them to hit the slide. And the time commitment is not that much for it. Understand that football is a vehicle for a lot of these kids, especially when there's not a ton going on in the town, or if it's a town that's in poverty. Football is a vehicle for them to go to college. Football is a vehicle for them to join the military, maybe give them a couple skills. They'll hopefully learn a lot of skills that will be able to translate to them going into college, military, trades, valuable life lessons like, shoot, we've already had to teach a kid how to change a tire. You'll use football as a vehicle for them to grow in life and make them understand that they can ride football to do a lot of great things. Look, I was a college coach for the most of my career up to this point. There's always a place for everybody to go. There's always financial aid out there. And there's always an opportunity for a kid to stay involved in the game. There just is. Whether going to community college and volunteering with the football program, or doing this, or playing, or getting a scholarship to play, or going to a D3 that meets their needs financially, football can be a vehicle for anything. It's also a vehicle for the school. Football team does better in a football school, the hallways are a little bit brighter. The grades are a little bit better. And football is a vehicle to personal and social growth. Look, these guys need to learn how to, especially after COVID and with Snapchat, cell phones, Instagrams, all the other stuff that they're on, they need to learn how to communicate interpersonally. They need to learn how to express their feelings. And you know what? When it comes down to it, football can teach that. If you have two kids get into a spat, sit them in the office and make them talk to each other. Learning how to communicate effectively is something that we can use as football coaches to help these kids. And you'd be surprised at how much better it makes your program if a kid can communicate with another kid without throwing a fist. Build your program into a family. Teach kids how to care about each other. We have a leadership academy here. It's a 5-week program. We run through lessons. They have to read a book. And we take situations that we had last fall as coaches, and even some of them that the kids didn't see, take out the names, change the scenario a little bit, and let the kids see how they would handle it as coaches. It was a really good program. We're about to start our second round here in a couple weeks once baseball and track died down. Show the kids you care, which we talked about earlier. Be there. Be present. Ask them how their day was. Even if you're having a bad day and, quite frankly, couldn't care less about how math class went that day, because everybody's got those days, ask, because they might put a smile on your face, and it means a lot to them. Each level supports each level. We do a free youth camp here. Our middle school team plays on our varsity field, and we let the kids sit up on the patio of the field house and watch the game, and they get to get rowdy and stuff when the kids score. That means a lot to young kids. It keeps the kids in the program because they know the guys that they watch on Friday nights are there for them. We bring kids out to the Pee-wee practices just to watch practice so they can see, oh, it's number 8's here to watch us play. And then when they get to high school, long-term game plan, they can look back and see that. So let the young kids high-five the kids. We let the young kids run out of the tunnel with us, the whole 9. Build that family-type program where every level cares about every level and every sport cares about every other sport. Because that's bigger than we think, too. Be direct with your expectations. When you take over a program, especially one that struggled the last few years, set your expectations based on the current situation that you're at or where you're at with the resources you have and something that can be obtained. You can't go, okay, like if I walked in here and they went 2-7, all right, guys, we're going to win a district title with 11 returners that are all freshmen last year. That's just not an expectation we can meet. Guys, we're going to do the list. Character, we're going to be men of character. We're going to take ownership for our mistakes. We're going to take ownership of the good and the bad. We're going to respect each other, respect ourselves, and respect the community, and we're going to get full effort. Core, character, ownership, respect, effort. And us as a football team, and this is what I told the kids when we met in the locker room, my 5th day here, is we're going to unify the community and unify the school through football. And our term here is we ride as one. We put it on the back of the helmets. And I was at the baseball game yesterday, and the kids peeled that helmet sticker off before reconditioning and put it on the back of their baseball helmets. Even non-football players found a way to get some. That's how you know that expectation started. We will be the community-based program. We will do things for the community because they do a ton for us. Live your expectations. If I expect a kid to be high character and apologize and take accountability for his actions, well, guess what? If I freak out at practice, I'll apologize. I'll say, I shouldn't have lost my cool there. Next time, I'll take a second and talk to you about it. Because I'm a high-tempered person, now when kids do it, they go, Coach, I apologize. I could have handled it better. That's a huge expectation that we have, is taking accountability for your actions. And when I got a 15-yard penalty at Hayti, I ran my suicides just like the kids do. And yes, they yucked it up and recorded. I ended up on Snapchat for 3 weeks. But now they're taking responsibility for what they do. They already know if they do something, there's going to be an ownership aspect and and some form of accountability, whether it's a letter of apology, a meeting, or whatever. Because if running a kid for every mistake worked, we wouldn't have any problems, because everybody on this clinic has probably been ran to death by a football coach at one point. Get the community involved. If you have something in the community, say, hey, do you want to come out and just set up a stand? We don't want your money. We just want you there. Hey, can you post our camp on Facebook? Hey, do you want us to if you give us whatever, we'll put your name on the banner for the football season. Hey, I'm going to come to you to buy pizza for the kids because you're local and you support us, we support you. No, we don't need a discount. We want to support you because you're a local business. I'll buy 20 pizzas. That goes a long way in a small community and a big community. They support us. We support you. The animal shelter's having a 5K, 2-mile walk. Guess what? Football players are going to be there. Football team is going to do an X amount of hours of community service this year or this summer in Caruthersville. And not just going out there and shaking hands and picking up sticks. Like, we're going to actually do something positive for the community other than our youth camp. Bring the community in. Shout them out on Facebook. That's huge.
5 minutes, Coach.
Thank you. Have a role for everybody involved. We started an alumni association here, which is huge. We allow all levels of football coaches to come to our meetings. We let the local businesses find ways to get involved. Everything that we do, we let the Booster Club slide in because Booster Club supports all of us. But everybody that wants to be involved with the program should have a role, even if it's your role is to be a fan. And that's huge. And build a brand. We coined We Ride as One when I took over. It's been on like 5 different clubs' T-shirts. It's the baseball team or the basketball team uses an aspect of it. We sold the slogan. We sold the slogan like we're a Fortune 500 company, and the community's rallied around it. And because we got the community involved, We Ride as One's kind of our thing. It's on the back of our helmets, on every T-shirt. That's how we break down the team. It's how the youth camp's broken down, and the middle school breaks down, and all of that. And it's been awesome for us. But building that brand gives somebody something to identify with. As we were in the rebuild, last year we basically doubled the roster size, doubled the win, sold out to games, increased the amount of kids that were all conference, all region, all district, and all state. Fundraising's been awesome for us because we got the community involved. All these things that we did to kind of help us bridge the gap and then really in full stride rebuild right now. We started a game night, which is Coach Bill from Philly's idea to help the kids stay off the streets and have a good time on Friday nights. We have a full freshman signing day. This year it's on May 4th, so it's kind of got like a Tiger plus, because I'm a nerd, Star Wars Day to it. And we're going to require the varsity guys to be there, so it's a big event. Mom's practice. This is the first year for us, so it'll be interesting. I know there's a lot of moms out there that want to come out and smoke their kid, but get the moms involved. It's easy to get dads involved, but you want the moms to see what the kids are going through and have a little fun and enjoy football. Free youth camp. I refuse to charge for youth camp unless I have to. Like, we don't need to make any money off helping kids. And now we're partnered with cheer, so we got football and cheer going on the same football field on the same day. And then interactive fundraisers that people can actually see what you're raising money for. I like going out there and say, hey, I'm raising money for team travel gear. This is how we're doing it. The kids have a stake in it, and I'm out there fundraising just right with the kids. And then you order an extra couple warm-ups, and you give it to the superintendent, the principal, and this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and then you order a couple to raffle off, and the community can actually see that, look, I didn't buy, because every once in a while you get a coach that trying to get his fundraiser where people just stop buying it every once in a while. My mom always said, I'd rather give a kid $20 than do this. And I think our interactive fundraisers where they're seeing what the kids are raising money for and the kids are out there doing it has been more fruitful for us than and I know a lot of coaches use discount cards, and that's great. Like, if that works for you, interactive fundraising works for us. And in conclusion, nothing's impossible. You can always find some way to achieve a real goal, not a pipe dream. Not all jobs are good jobs. For everybody, that's a piece of advice I got. There's some head coaching jobs that it's really just not the best job, but you can make it the best for you. I'm fortunate. I struck gold. Make the best of what you have. I mean, if you have a weight room that's 5x5 with 3 squat racks and 3 bench racks and a curl, make the best of it. Paint the walls, paint the floor, do whatever. I'm very fortunate to have what we have here. And so I'm blessed. I know there's a lot of blessed football coaches out there. Make the best of what you have. Control what you can control. You can't control anything other than the message that you're putting out to the kids and your actions, and hoping that your interaction with them and their parents and everything else is positive and they want to play for you and you want to coach for them. Assimilate yourself in the community. I ate at every single restaurant here. When I first got here for 3 weeks, I gained 20 pounds, and I did not need to gain 20 pounds, but it was worth it because I made awesome people, and I talked to them about the vision, talked to them about how great the town was, and it was awesome. And if you can, and I know hiring's tough because we have a job open right now, hire football guys, not guys that coach football. And football guys are the guys that come in here and do it for the right reason, not guys that just want to say, oh, I'm a football coach and get a free polo and a free hat and then call it a day. The guys that actually care about the development of the kid and winning. So if you guys need anything from me, you can find me on Twitter. And yeah.
All right. Awesome, Coach. I appreciate it. I was writing down stuff, and I love the ideas you got. Program building can never be, spoken about enough because, my ideas might not be your ideas, but we can share ideas, and we can always get to what we need to, different avenues. So I really appreciate you coming on.
Hey, thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it. It's nice to get back doing these and being a part of these again. So,
no doubt. All right, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right. Look forward to it.
Yes, sir. All right. Coach. I'm good, man. I'm good.
How's everything going?
It's going good. It's kind of the back stretch now. I got the last 2 speakers, so I appreciate you. If you want to go ahead and you got your presentation to present.
Yeah, I just share the screen here.
Yeah, you got to click present down in the bottom middle, and then the next thing will say share screen, and then you can either do entire screen or you can select a tab.
Yeah, we're gonna select the tab there so everybody can see that.
Yep, looks good. I'm gonna let you do your own intro, and I'm gonna step out.
All right. Well, so I'm Matt Goggans, the offensive coordinator up here at Bowie State. Got up here to Bowie State up here. I'm sorry about that. And in August. So I got hired up here in August of this past season, really a week before camp. I was a player at Bowie State. So, we had some success here in the past. There was a coaching change that happened last March or the March prior, where Coach Wilson got the job at Morgan State. And then Coach Reed, who had been the OC last several years, got an opportunity with the Commanders. So I got the opportunity to come up here from being an offensive coordinator down at Coahoma Community College in Mississippi. And I've been several different places throughout my time. Really this conversation and really this topic is, I think, from us coordinators is we like plays and we have a plan. We have stuff we want to get to, but are we practicing? Are we structuring our call sheet? Are we putting our guys in a situation, in a position to be successful? So I'll show you guys an example here. Oops, sorry, one more time. So we'll go ahead here. We're trying to create explosive plays. And I say we practice generating explosive plays, and some guys don't quite know exactly what we dictate as an explosive play. So we say it's a rush of 12 or more and a completion of 15 or more. So we're not including PIs or face mask penalties. We're talking strictly, hey, we gained that many yards. Okay, objectives, we're at least 8 per game. All right, and really there's an analytics out there that says, roughly if you get 8 a game and or 2 more than your opponent and you win the turnover battle, you're right around 80% from a win percentage. All right, on last season we were at 10.1 a game, so we had 101 in the whole 10-game season. Offensive philosophy, the explosives to us serve 2 major purposes. Okay, one, and I'm gonna preface that with, we're a Division II. Okay, we don't have necessarily a ton. We have a couple guys that are D1 bounce backs. We have some guys that probably could be on D1 programs, but a lot of it is we have to generate, I think, as a coaching staff and as a play caller, the ability to push the ball down the field, keep a box light, but also create momentum. I think that's critical. And I think when you work with guys that maybe aren't the most talented, or, they're at Division II for some reason, you got to try to generate something and give them a purpose to being explosive. All right. And so the first part of the explosive is to stretch the defense, right? We don't want a defense that can just pound gaps and fit down there and really put everybody at the box. So we want to try to stretch them vertically. All right. As well as horizontally with, perimeter quick screen stuff on the edge of run game. Okay. And the second is, again, positive momentum for the offense. This creates more opportunities to score. So if we're able to be explosive and we can push the ball down the field and we can score points, it gives us another opportunity to get another possession in the future by being, whether it's fast or just, hey, let's go put the ball in the end zone quick. All right. So ways we create explosives, we're looking at tempo. Okay, so we have some one-word tempo calls where we're just going to call it. It's a tells us formation, run play or pass play. It tells us protection and tells us any sort of RPO tags or anything else along with it. Then we have personnel. So can we set in a 21 or a 12 personnel set, and will that give us a different box fit from the defense, to allow us to push the ball either down the field, or are they going to play 2 on the roof and keep the box light for us and allow us to have the opportunity to get hat on a hat in the run game. Third is trade motion and shifts. And I want to emphasize that we're in the middle of spring ball, doing a lot more of that, just trying to create the matchups, which gets to your number 4. So if you don't have, whether you're whatever, regardless of level, right? I had been at Colorado in 2018. We had the LaVisca Chenault kid that's playing with the Panthers, freak athlete. You just kind of say, hey, go put him there and let him go be him because he's a guy. This past season, we had some really dynamic slot guys. We had some dynamic shorter guys, though, right? And guys you wouldn't say that let's just go 50-50 jump ball and live with it. So you trade motion to shift and create matchups, right? And if you got a matchup, if you're a high school guy and you got that 3-star, 4-star, 5-star cat, that you can go throw the ball to him or hand it to him, and he's going to make your play call right regardless. Then go with that. And so those are kind of where we put categories of how to generate them. All right. So for example here, all right, some of these clips are right after each other. So here's an example of some tempo. Okay. So just going to go with, we're in a 3-by-1 formation. Okay. Just going to throw our base protection, throwing a little stick switch. All right. Get the ball out, play pitch and catch. Again, getting it to our little slot guy, and then following that up. Let me get these annotations out of there. All right, let me not give away too many trade secrets as well. This intermediate quick game, follow it up, right? Follow it right up. Next play, flip the formation. We're going to run. So now the other thing is, and we can get in a whole dive down the rabbit hole, but we're running some vertical read choice stuff, and that was something completely new to this program. We're getting better at it, and we started playing with it. So right here, this is just tempo, flip it. We're going to call our number 3 receiver on a vertical read, and he's just going to read his near safety. So it's the way we created the shot. We got the matchup again, just kind of right after it. And getting to it after this run action. So this is the series. So there's play 1. Here's play 2, just off an inside zone, right? Ripping and running. Doesn't go for it, but then we come back in it and we stay in it in our spacing, tempo, and having the structure of the play right after that. Okay. So there you go. Vertical read. Our number 3 is free up the seam. We can get the ball up and down and rip it in there, and it makes it work. Now, again, had a really talented quarterback last year that could do that and understood it. But, again, it's just structuring play calls. So I think I got in here. We got – and that's the vertical read I'm talking about. We have when we practice our game plan stuff, we are looking at – we go sets of 4. So in a rack of 4 – we're going to get 4 plays. We're going to go left, middle, right, middle. And what you try to do, when I try to do from when I'm scripting practice, is try to live in our personnel and or have the answers off of that play. So we might start 3-by-1 open to the right off the left hash. We get to the right hash. We're going to flip it. And we know, hey, we're going to go tempo, quick inside zone or inside zone or wide zone or GT or whatever the concept is. And then we're going to stay in it. And from a play caller standpoint, in the box, you can say, hey, listen, they're cheating that middle of the 3 safeties they're playing with, and he's in more, tilted more towards the middle of the field. So we're going to take the vertical read shot to probably our most dynamic slot receiver. Quarterback knows, hey, that's who we're going to, little action to it. And there you go, rip it, play and catch. Okay, so we practice that, and I have some practice film here at the end of it. All right. To show you kind of some of the stuff we're doing. Okay. So here you go. Here's some tempo. We're getting in a wide bunch deal, still vertical reading, right? Just calling pass, gets it out. Right turn, play pitch and catch. Okay. I don't want to bore you guys with it. Again, creating FIB formations, tempos. Okay. Coming back in it, running again, same formation. Running some wide zone off of it. Again, bounces, just playing with some tempo. This was a tempo call for us. We're just saying we're going to stay in it. All right. Hand the ball off. They're misfitting. Backs making plays, playing fast. Right. So tempo, right? That's one way to create explosives. Okay. All right. Next week, okay, playing a different defensive front. Setting up kind of that same 3-by-1 backs near, okay? And now this is more of a quarters team. We're going to get one-on-ones with our safety, so we're going to throw inside double post, okay? Off of this later. So here's wide zone, okay? Hammering it. In there, we don't get it. Again, just setting it up. So having – and the moral of these plays is – having the next play in your mind. So we're, again, if you look at it, there's first down. Here's second down. All right. Confirm it. Get the little action inside double post. There's the throw, right? So when I'm talking play calling and or structuring the practice, we're trying to set. I'm going from this play. I might go from P and 10. Maybe we want to run it. If we're not feeling good in the pass game or protecting, so we run our wide zone or inside, whatever the run scheme calls for it. But let's try to stay in it and let's go see if the defense wants to adjust. So if it's a team as you game plan them that they're going to stay the same, then we can now, stay in it. And now I got the next follow play, and you practice that way. And again, at the end here, I'll show you guys some practice film. So there was some tempos. That was just we just call it stay in it, but we're going to follow it up with our next play and have that in mind. All right. So now we talked about personnel. So now you saw that we were in 10 personnel earlier. Okay. Now we're in a 21 or 12 personnel. Okay. And here's a little bit of a motion deal, right? A little motion shift, running a little A-gap power right to it. Okay. So again, switching personnels. This is, I believe, week 5 or week 4 for us. Okay. So again, try if you got personnel for it, right? And sometimes us offensive coaches, we get so stuck on this guy can only do this. If you can teach guys just core a core run scheme, you don't need that much. And I don't have the stats right in front of me, but we were not. I mean, we might have run power a little bit, but we were really a wide zone, inside zone duo team. With some gap schemes just as a little bit of flavor, okay? So here we go. Hand that off. Come right back to it, okay? This is later in the drive, or later in the game, but motion it over with the zone read, arc, and there you go. So now, they're all clown card up. That end's trying to wrong arm and I guess spill their power, right? So they're guessing. You get quarterback pull, you load it. And now you got quarterback on the edge, and so there's a nice little chunk of a run, okay? And again, in this game specifically, we without changing too much philosophy, it's just inside zone strong to us with a tight end loading on the backside. We got it done. So here we go again, same series, motioning it over, action, getting stuck on the backside, throwing a little bang eight glance. So again, just and again, I'll show you at the end here the practice film, but we're setting this up, right? So have that package ready. I think sometimes, hey, we want to motion from 3x1 Y wing trips and motion the H across or the F across. And we want to dig out that C gap and run A gap power. Well, you got to have another answer to it, right? So when you're talking about designing an offense, designing a play call, designing, structuring practice, you're trying to get what a defense is going to do or what's going to give you fits from an offensive standpoint, right? So there you go. Get a little zone read action, RPO it, okay, hand it off, and it rips and run. That right tackle is killing me because he went the wrong way. So, for example, guys, here we go. Okay, this is kind of what our practice scripts look like. So, as you can see, and let me zoom in there if y'all can see if I work this. Okay. So as you can see where B stands for blue, which is our personnel. Okay. Formation. So you can see formation, motion, right? With the different ones, but you can see we're blue all the way through with a little bit of different, we're going from nub trips to 2x2 attachment, right? Which we're going to stay in it. And then we're going to motion out to a different set. As you can see, we're just doing it with multiple personnels, but we're trying to get follow plays right after it. And I don't have the full play in there, but you can see we're going to stay in it. So we're not – what's that do from a offensive philosophy standpoint? Now I can rep more plays in practice, okay? I can get my guys geared up and really lined up, and we can rep what they're going to do on Saturdays, but we can also – they can get the players get the feel of, hey, if I'm going to go from this to this, depending on hash, coach is probably going to call this. And so they are more confident in the play call. They know what's coming, and then they can go execute. All right. So, for instance, here's some wide zone, or excuse me, not wide zone. Here we are, a little short motion. This is practice film, right? Gonna spray release, action, running the post dig over the top. We hit it in the game or practice, same motion, right? Run our little drive series, play pitch and catch. Okay. All right, here we go. Game time. Okay, end of the season. Gonna short motion it, and I don't have all the clips of it, but there's short motion. We're gonna go inside zone. We're gonna stay stuck on the backside. We're gonna run our vertical read to our short motion guy. So he's gonna read that safety. Now this team was an odd front. They're a lock quarters team, and so we knew if we short motioned it, now we're no longer gonna get a corner up. We're gonna get more of an alley fit from the safety. So the run action gets them. Now on our vertical read choice stuff, we're trying to get the post ball. So we knew that if we short motion this, that gave us the option to it. Now we throw a dang change up, but we had it. And so I'm going to show you the tight here. All right, so we can push out to it, zone action to it, back nose he can peel if he needs to. There it is. I mean, that's not much prettier than that. We just got to play pitch and catch. Okay. We threw the change up when it should have been the big post ball over top. All right, so there it is. Now here you go, same game, right? You all saw the practice film. We're gonna work our same sort of short motion. You know, we had run inside zone off of it. We had done a couple different things, but here we go. We're coming back with another variation of our shallow series. Okay, post dig. We're going to drop it down because he's got the rep of it throughout the week. Pitch and catch, get your ball players the ball in space, right? And so, again, personnel, motion, tempo, right, and matchups. I put matchups at the end because that's the last thing you want to rely on, to me, right? We had pretty good distribution from a touches standpoint last year. And I always want to have guys that have some ability to do a lot of different things and or align them in multiple different spots, but hey, you're really doing the same stuff, right? And if you can keep guys doing the same stuff, give them options, give them choices to win the route in a pass game or in run game, then we're going to be successful, okay? Again, any questions, you guys feel free to stop me here, okay? So here we are. We just flipped the formation. We're in a little bit tighter split. Okay. 2x2. Motion it across. Okay. Run a little mesh series, trying to pick it off. This is a 3rd down and an 8 deal. Okay. Not worried about, basically head coach is saying, hey, you got 2. Play pitch and catch. Good yards after catch. Again, same deal. Motioning it through, right? Running some meshers or some drive series stuff where you are forcing defenses to communicate, to talk, right? And if you're in it enough and you kind of got a beat on your defense, you can find the matchups you want, right? You can get a receiver on a linebacker. You can get a back on a guy you want in the run game or pass game, okay? So here we're throwing a little mesh, dropping it down to the X receiver, and he'll get vertical north-south. Oops, sorry. All right. Again, odd front defense from a core, okay, from a core philosophy. All right, get them and force them to communicate. Force defenses to not just sit there and run their base stuff and live with it. All right, so we just hit that shallow. We're going to tempo this. This is just a wide zone strong. Now we're ripping and running. Tailback gets on the edge. Okay, we need to do a better job on the backside cutoff of our tackle. We need to stay attached from the Z receiver standpoint. But we're playing with tempo. Our guys are playing faster than their guys. You can see defensive line-wise, this is kind of, I think, 3rd quarter. They're not a lot of pursuit, whether it's, again, being big and physical and running, mauling guys off the ball or playing in a lighter personnel with a little bit more tempo, right? But we always want to, whether it's run game or pass game, we want defenses, they have got to fit gaps, okay? They have got to line up they have got to match up with who we got on the field. And I'm blessed from a position and a unit and a group of guys that we have offensively. All right. I hope that wasn't too short. More than happy to answer some questions. Contacts right there. If anybody has questions for me, I'll open this up. Let me see if I just hit stop sharing, will that kind of?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can just hit that.
Okay. So let me see if I can get here. Again, I hope that wasn't too short and sweet for you guys, but really, we really go again racks of 4. I look at, hey, first 2 plays, we're going to go from here to here. So if there's a short motion in the first play, second play, we're looking at a similar motion, or, hey, where's that receiver end up? Okay. If he's going to end up on the other side of the ball, well, then let me just stay in a nub trips formation, right? And have that follow-up play ready to go. Have answers, have a lot of different ways from run game and to get the same reads for your quarterbacks. Make it simple for the offensive line. Help them as much as possible from a schematic standpoint with alignments and motions. And just, at a certain point, you got to just let guys be players and carry what the players can handle. If there's any questions, I'd love to answer for you from there.
Yeah, guys, go ahead and drop your questions in the comments if you want. Coach has got about 6 minutes. He can hang out if you want.
Again, and if I need to go back, I'll happily go back. But really, with me showing up from really being in basically a week before the season started, walking into a group of guys from a player standpoint that I didn't really know, and even a staff that I didn't really know a ton. The critical part for me was not really getting in there and saying, hey, I want to do X, Y, and Z. You guys saw some of the vertical read choice stuff. It's stuff I've been around, but it was foreign to a lot of our guys. So it started the season as a single one-on-one tag and drop back pass game. When we got into the RPO aspect of it, that was later on. But I had to find a way to get it and smooth it into the offense. When you get into your tempo and still want to call motions, how are you getting that form sidelines? Hands. Yeah. So Jamie, we're hand signals. We were, trying to just kind of keep it short and sweet. So we just have basically core rules of, hey, if we're in 2x2 open and I'm saying the Y or the H or the Z move across and foreign to say, yak or zach, we're basically saying the 2x2 open and I'm Y across, we're going across. Now, I've been places where we were a little bit more detailed from a number system, putting guys specifically. So like we go 3x1, 2x2 open and get guys, into a sniffer position or 2-back set. There are some limitations on that and or it becomes a volume deal. So we are hand signals. We try to make it short and sweet. We'll tag up the position that we're motioning across or moving them through. And again, I think the biggest thing with tempo and how I create, we snapped it roughly 75 times a game. So we weren't extremely fast. We weren't Tennessee. We weren't light speed Texas Tech back in the day, Baylor fast. But what I did is we created a lot of different fronts for the defense to have to fit. And some of that was organically built in by going from Y twins 2x2 with an attachment. And maybe we're running a drive series and that Z receiver from the boundary is going to be to the field now. So let me just call it into our nub trips call and have an answer. Have a wide zone strong or a power read weak where essentially you're not going to get gapped out. You're not going to have a defense out leverage you, unless if they're playing honest defense. And some of that becomes play call dependent, right? I mean, they get you every once in a while, but we hand signal it. We have some one-word tempos where it means, hey, let's go line up in it and go. But we also have some follow plays. So just, hey, run it again type stuff. And I think the best thing we did was, the ability to have a run scheme regardless of kind of personnel. So like I know I can call power, and power to the O-line is power to the O-line for us. We're going to down with 2, send the center back, tight pull with the guard, and pick hinge on the backside. And so if there's a tight end, essentially, we kind of talk about our run game without a tight end first. So then if we add a tight end, now it's just a little tag for me. Quarterback echoes it, but O-line wise, it's the same deal. So if you can get those guys going to the right people first, everything else kind of works through it. And again, a lot of that, if we go back looking through, if you look at the practice, I know it's a lot of pass game, but we were able, and when I call the script and when I have it scripted, when I have it set up from a practice plan, I'm going from, hey, I'm going to go 2x2 twins to 3x1 dub, and then we may sub out. So then we're repping the personnel subs in there. So like we really go, hey, 2 plays, same person, and then the next personnel is going to be 21 or 11 or whatever. We're going to go from one to another. So our guys get really good at communicating it, communicating the tempo and or the formation and motion stuff. So that's a good question. Again, we're not a speed team. I've been places where we are, and it's just a volume issue with that usually. So, you try to cut down formation calls. You definitely are much less multiple if you are snapping it quick. I feel that from a coordinator standpoint, it's much easier to allow myself to some flexibility with to create play fast and let ball players be ball players, because we're not quite there yet from a standpoint.
No doubt. All right, Coach. Well, it's 5 o'clock. Let me get Coach up in here. I appreciate you coming on and sharing some wisdom. And if anybody wants to hit up Coach, he's on Twitter. And he had his information up there, and he open to get you whatever you needed to, and talk to you about anything you want to talk about. Appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you, guys. Yep. Y'all have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right, let's see. Coach Wingate.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. End of the day, a little tired. We're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, I get to run anchor today.
You do. Hey, I've been looking forward to this one all day because I love what you do. So you go ahead and share your stuff.
Yeah.
Do a little bit, do your own intro, and we'll get rolling.
All right. Let's see here. Is the screen sharing?
It's not up there yet.
Okay. Let me go back real quick. Present. Oh, got it. Let's do entire screen. There we go. Anything yet?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. Technology wants to be crazy today.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Here we go.
There it is. Boom. All right, you got it.
All right, cool. Let me go and go from the beginning. All right. So I'm Coach Wingate, OC at Northern Nash High School. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to give a basic overview of what we do, why we do it, why I run the offense I do. So like the first slide said, what I run is called the Power Raid. So it's a mix. It's a blended offense is what it is. So just looking at my history, where do I come from? Skip Holtz, when I was in college, I went to East Carolina University, and I started working for the ECU football team back in 2007. So that was Chris Johnson was our running back. He played in the NFL. We had a bunch of good guys come through, some Super Bowl champions on those teams. And our head coach was Skip Holtz. So working for that staff, things I've picked up along the way is, and y'all can see that stuff. It's just a brief overview of things I've learned everywhere I've been. So working with Skip Holtz, working with Ruff McNeil, that's where I learned a lot of offense was from Lincoln Riley. He was the offensive coordinator there. Even though I worked on the defensive side of the ball, you always see that offense in practice. You learn what they do. You learn what they're going to do, how they do it. And you really I learned the air raid from Lincoln Riley, essentially. Greg Schiano, I interned for the Buccaneers and picked up something there, and then the high school coaches I've worked with. So what I'm saying is everything in my offense, I've picked up something everywhere I've been. And I think that is a key thing that you have to do. Even if you don't agree with an offensive system somebody runs, there's always something to be learned. And that's what's developed my overall philosophy in what we do. So the base of everything that I do, it comes from the air raid. So every formation, every pass play, all of that is air raid based. So that's the blueprint. That's where we start from. We are a no-huddle, multiple tempo team. One thing I've learned in my time of coaching and being around coaches, a defensive coach loves it if you're very slow and you huddle every time and take up the entire play clock, or they love it when you are extremely fast. They hate it when you mix it up because they don't know what to expect. Balance is imperative. We want to be 50-50. We want to be 50% pass, 50% run as much as possible. However, that doesn't mean I'm going to be an idiot. If you're going to let me run the ball every play and get 5 yards per play, well, I'm going to keep on running the ball. So I don't believe in meeting a statistic per se. We believe in multiple formations with the same personnel. So our base is 2x2, which is air raid ace formation. But we do believe in creativity and moving people all over the field. This past season, we ran 63 different formations. And we want to find mismatches. And that's where the formations come from. So how can we find a mismatch? If one of the players, the other team's players is weak in a certain spot, well, we're going to put our best player on that weaker player. And we're going to move people around every week, every time to find that mismatch. I do believe in always having answers. So we are an if-then offense. If the defense does this, then we do this. Well, if they do this, then we do this. So our offense has tons of checks, tons of things that we have. And the keys is to find space, find grass, and find leverage. And we believe in something called the adjuster in our offense, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But overall, be simple and make the defense wrong. So that's the philosophy of what we do and how we do it. So just talking about our base offense, ace 2x2.
All right, Coach, your slide said it's not changing with you.
It's not. Okay.
There it is. Okay, so and then can you go?
Is it following you now?
Now it is, yeah.
All right, we'll just do it from here. All right. So ace 2x2 is where we are, and I'll just show you the philosophy stuff real quick in case somebody needs it. But okay, so ace 2x2, basic air raid. That's what it looks like. That's our base formation. Everything we do is based off of this. So this is home base, like playing tag. If I say get to home base, everybody in our offense knows this is home base. This is where we start. Everything moves off of that. And so with that being in mind, one thing I like to point out is I took over for a team this year on offense that was a very good football team. Now, they just did things differently last year. So Northern Nash was a good football team last year. They just did things a little bit differently than I do. And so I came in, and this year we scored 621 points, 38.8 average per game. And we were 52% run and 48% pass. So we had about 2,600 yards rushing, 33 touchdowns. And then we had 3,000 yards passing, 42 touchdowns. So that's that balance we want to carry. And just showing you in 2021, obviously it was a very good team. They made it to the third round of the playoffs last year. They had 3,500 yards rushing and 1,600 yards passing. So like I said, I'm more of an air raid person. So we're going to throw the ball more. So we had the same quarterback. And he threw 18 touchdowns last year. This year he threw 42. And we didn't let him run the ball as much. So just with the same people, we did things a little bit differently, and it really worked out well for us. We also had an offensive line that had never started together. And on that offensive line, there were 5 people who had never started. And 2 of them had never played offensive line. So I think that's one of the things that are key is you got to find out what you do well and really hone in on that. So for us, what we do very well is that we were very good at pass blocking. So, that's just what we focused on, and everything else built off of that. So how does a blended offense work? Now, the way I do it is air raid is going to be my passing game. Okay. Now, the run game for me is going to be a power gap scheme run game because that's what I like to teach. That's what I feel comfortable with. And so far, every team that I've coached, they're just better at a gap scheme because for some reason it just seems easier. Now, if you want to run zone, run zone. If you want to run the wing tee, run the wing tee. I believe you can mix anything together and make it work as long as you put thought into it and understand why you're doing what you're doing. Okay, so this is just an example of what we do and how we do it. So when we go into a game week, what I'm going to do, everything that you see over here in the 60s numbers on the left is the quick game. Going into a game week, we'll pick out 3 or 4 that we really, really like, and we will teach those 4, and those are the 4 we run that week. On the deep drop back passes, we'll pick 3 that we like that week. We run those 3. So we have different things we can run every week, but we are only practicing 7 pass plays a week. That's it. Okay. And most of them, the kids understand because they just alternate in every 2 weeks. Some of them we never get rid of. So yes, we're introducing new things every week, but also we're not. It may just be 2 receivers switch a different route, but to us, it's a different concept. So for the kids, it's all about what can they handle. But so far, 3 or 4 quick game, 3 drop back that comes from the air raid. That's our pass bank. Now, what we do from there is we add our run bank. These are all the runs that we ran this year. Okay, we were very heavy in counter, and we were very heavy in buck sweep. So those 2 probably never change week by week. So the other 2 that we would pick, we typically go into a game week with 4 runs. It just depends on who we're playing, what defense they do. Like I said, find the mismatch. And so sometimes you just do too much and the kids can't handle it. And you're like, okay, well, let's take it back. Let's fix this. What can they handle this week? But like I said, whatever you may feel as an OC that you want to run, first make sure it fits that your personnel and your people. And if the kids can handle it, do it. I'm a big proponent of that. And so when you look at the run game, what do we do the most? So we ran counter, buck, and inside zone the most. Those were our 3. And then that 4th run we would alternate it between outside zone, trap or fold, and power. So we would kind of rotate one of those plays in, just really depending on the defense that we face. And that would be our 4th run. But our 3 that always stayed, counter, buck, inside zone. And so we got really, really good at those. Now, the pass game, like I said, we pick about 3 quick games and about 3 drop back. And our biggest ones this year were the slot fade. Our screen game was huge, and our 4 verticals. So it really goes back to what can you do well. And that's what we do. So that just shows you how we blend our stuff together. Now, when it comes to game planning, so let's say you're talking about running a blended offense, which is what this is. How do we do it? Well, on Sunday, we look at our last 2 games, and we look at common opponents, and we try to figure out what that base defense is. And one thing I like to tell coaches is just because somebody is a 4-4 cover 3, doesn't mean they're going to run it the same way as another team. You got to figure out the way that they run it. And once you figure out the way that they run it, you learn how you can attack it. We look at 3rd down. We look at red zone. And what we do, if I'm going back to the 4 quick passes, the 3 drop back passes, and the 4 runs, what that does is it builds our 28-play script. Okay, and this goes back to the old air raid, Mike Leach, Lincoln Riley, Garret Riley. They all do the same thing. You have about a 28 to 30 play script. Okay, and I'm going to try to show you that real quick. And so what we do here is we create this 28 play script. Okay, this is what our game sheet looked like at the end of the week. So us as an offensive coaching staff, we come together We figure out what 4 runs, what quick game, what drop back we like against that defense. We draw it all up, and that gives us a certain amount of plays, hopefully around 30. Now, if there's a new concept that we want to run, we'll throw it in there, and we practice it on Monday. If we don't like it, we throw it out. If we do like it, it stays until Tuesday. And so during our team sessions and our install periods and everything else, what we're doing is, this is our practice script that we'll come up with. So during inside drill, we will run all those plays that we had during perimeter, which is 7-on-7. We're running through all those same plays that we had. When we get to team, we're running through those same plays that we had. So if you can look at the total here, we ran 38 plays. This is what we came up with on Sunday. Now, by the time we got to game day, which is Friday, we had cut that down to 28. So you're looking at 10 plays in there that we just didn't like. So we got rid of 10. Now, do you have to be that methodical? No, but I do believe in keeping it around 28 to 30. Any more than that, you're probably just calling too much. Okay. And so that's our open script. And so following the true, Mike Leach, Lincoln Riley, we'll have our run plays, counter, our inside zone, and our buck sweep. Those are our 3. Those are our 3 main runs. We have some play actions. We don't really run RPOs, not the way that everybody else does. But we're going to base everything off of our pass game is going to marry with our run game. So even this is an example. So if we run counter, like it's easy, but in theory it's almost complex to describe. It's like if we're going to run counter, I can call whatever quick game or drop back game I want to behind it without a problem. I just give them the run play, I give them the pass play, and that's it. And it just works together. And nobody really knows what's going on except for the quarterback and the wide receivers. So us play action, I can combine any run with any pass at any time. So yes, there is play action, but no, there isn't, if that makes any sense. To the defense, it looks like play action. To us, it's just a regular play. Our jets, our screen package, quick game, and drop back passes. And so also on this game script on Friday night, we have our 4 goal line plays that we work all week. We have our 1 special play, a rinky-dink play that we may need. Hammer's a goal line package for us. And then the big, medium, and short stuff that you see right here, that's going to be 3rd and long, 3rd and medium, 3rd and short. So I already have those scripted. So if we get in those situations, I just look at my script and start going down my script. So if we've had, in this scenario, short, we've had 3, 3rd downs and 3 and below. If I've called all 6, I'll just rotate back through. I mean, so it's one of those things where I don't have to think as an offensive coordinator. We've practiced them. We know we're good at them. That's our bread and butter. And so that's just what we do there. And so let me just make sure I cover everything. So like I've been saying, 4 runs, 4 quicks, 3 dropbacks, screens, play action, and then any adjustments that we're going to carry into that game. Okay, so what that does, it's on Sunday, that leads us to the script we create as a coaching staff. And there's sometimes drag out fights. Okay, well, which pass do we want this week? Well, I want this one. Well, the wide receiver coach wants this one. And then it becomes, why do you want that one? And you actually have to talk through it and think it out. And that really causes good conversation. And so then that leads us to our practice script, which is all this right here. And then as we practice through the week, that gets us down to our 28-play script. And then we'll have our game day call sheet going into Friday night. Okay, so that's everything we ran that week. That's our 28 plays, all kind of laid out for me in case I need it. Okay, so how do you practice this type of offense? What we do on Sunday is I'll come in at 12 o'clock. I'll look at film. There's a defensive meeting at 2. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock we have a team, special teams meeting. This is just coaches. And then 4 o'clock is our offensive staff. That's where we come up with our new concepts, our plays, anything we want to run that week. On Monday practice, we practice for 140 minutes. And this is just really offense. What I do, we have 10 minutes to install. So whatever new concept or play we came up with on Sunday, new formation, new play, doesn't matter. We will install that first thing on Monday. Position coaches are talking to their kids as we go through the play. Everybody's on the same page. Then we go 10 minutes of routes on air, offensive lines and individual working on whatever they need to. Then we go to inside. Wide receivers have individual drill. Then we have 7-on-7, which we call perimeter. We run jet sweep, screens, passes, anything that attacks the perimeter of the field, that's where we run it. Then offensive line's doing pass pro, and then we have our team period. We got 20 minutes. On Tuesday, we go straight into team screen, or we'll go through the game script. And so every play that we call on Monday and Tuesday is going right down the script. And that script is this one right here. So when we go through perimeter, inside, team, we're going down the script, highlighting the plays, making sure we call every single one of those plays. So by the time we get to the end of the week, we've ran through the same 28 plays 6 or 7 different times as a team. So it kind of handles itself as far as install and knowing what to do. So running those 28 plays limits us to what we do, and it just makes for repetition. So on Tuesday, we're going to go team screen, routes on air, inside perimeter, pass pro, red zone, and third down period. On Wednesday, we do things a little bit different in high school. Something new that we've done. Most people have a full practice on Wednesday. We don't. We have a combined practice where it's almost like a game. So if we need to have individual for about 10 minutes, we'll do it. But then we go straight into game situation. Kickoff return, and we play a regular game. So one's on offense will go, and they'll go against a scout team D. If they score, great. Kick a field goal, kick the ball off. If we get stopped, we go directly into punt. We punt it away, then the first defense comes out against scout team O. And it's one of those things that keeps everybody active, keeps everybody in practice. It gives us a time to really mix up that 28-play script, because now I have to look at this script instead of going straight down the line. I have to say, okay, it's 2nd and 8. What am I going to call here? And it gives you that one last time to check off every play and to say, okay, I like this or I don't. And that's one of those things where it gives me practice as an offensive coordinator in calling plays in situations that you can only get during a game or a game situation. And so it makes me better as a player too. I think it helps the players. I think it helps pace a play. You can't just stand on the sideline and not do anything. If they call punt, you got to go. And so it keeps everybody active and engaged. And then obviously Thursday walkthrough, we got game day. So I was talking about something in the beginning called the adjuster. Okay, so this to me is key. My question to anybody about their offense is, who is your adjuster? Just like defense has an adjuster, offense should too. So, sometimes defenses use their free safety as their adjuster to work on leverage or whatever else it may be. In my offense, our adjuster is the Y and the T. Okay, now who is that person? The Y for me is the tight end, or a tight end type body. If you look at the red Y, he knows that's home base. If I call ace, he knows that's where he goes. That's where he starts. That's always his start position. Every spot that you see on the field is a spot that he has played in either by formation or tag all the way throughout the year. So we put him in different places based on formation or based on tags. So he goes all over the field. Once again, we're looking for those mismatches. If I have a 6'4" tight end, yes, we were blessed to have one. If he's out there on a corner, do you leave the corner on him, or does he cover the inside receiver, or do you put a linebacker on that person? It creates a mismatch. Okay. Another person that we use is our T. All right. That's our running back, our tailback. And we put him all over the place too. So based on play. And I'll give you one example real quick of why we do what we do. So here's an example. This is just the way that we run counter. We run it a little bit different. I know some people know how we do it. Essentially what we do is this. If we're running counter to the right here, our play side tackle has options. He can pass set this defensive end, or he can drive block him, or he can kick him out. Essentially, he's man on block. And I want you to take him the easiest way that he wants to go. If he wants to shoot outside, take him outside. I know that's a lot of unorthodox compared to what everybody else does, but it's just the way we do it. Now, why do we do that? Because we were very good at pass blocking. So we're using that to our advantage. If we pass block, this defensive end is taught, I got to get upfield. And they do. Okay? So our right tackle right here, he's man on this tackle. I don't care where he lines up. If he lines up in a 1-tech or a 3-tech, take him wherever he wants to go. And that our guard and our pullers on counter know to read the open space. Wherever the open space opens, That's where they loop up. Okay. And so what this does, going back to the adjuster part, okay, my tailback, look at where he is all over the place, okay? What we do here is we run this counter. And I don't teach a counter step to our tailbacks. So he's lined up on the tackle, and he gets to shuffle and go. So other teams don't know if it's counter, buck sweep, outside zone. They really don't know. And so I move him all over the place. Here's a good example of how we adjust during a game, and something that offensive coordinators should think about. If we're running counter to the right, first quarter, I'll tell my tailback, I want you to run every counter, every play opposite of where you're going. Okay? So if I want you to be opposite, if we're running counter to the right, you line up on the left. Second quarter. All right, now I want you to go to the pistol. Okay, now he goes to the pistol. He runs the same play. All it does is just change our track a little bit. But he's running the same play. All right, third quarter. Hey, look, we went opposite. Now we went pistol. Third quarter, mix it up. I want you to go same side. All right, so now he'll move over here. And now he knows to do the same exact thing. Line up on the tackle, take off, and then just cut back. So that's one way that we make a quick adjustment during the game that messes with the defense, messes with their read keys, messes with what they're doing. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You got to find ways to adjust. Another way we adjust is with our Y. He'll pull sometimes he won't. Sometimes we will send him out on an out route. And this backer now has to play quarterback, or does he play the out? So it's just small things that we do to try to find that mismatch, try to find that different adjustment that we're trying to make. Other than that, I'll just show you real quick. Our slot fade concept, this is what it looked like. It was our best pass play all year. It's typically like any slot fade there is. Hitch, read open space. If the open space isn't there, throw it deep. And that was really good for us. And then, of course, our best drop back pass was 4 verticals, which we run it a little bit differently than other people, but still the same concepts as most. But other than that, just in summary real quick, the whole thing is about why do you do what you do? Okay. I was in a good meeting about 2 weeks ago. Went to the North Carolina State Clinic, the mega clinic up in Raleigh, and I heard their offensive coordinator, the new offensive coordinator up there, and he was saying, if you're scoring 40 points a game, don't change what you're doing. You're fine. That's what you're supposed to be doing. So if you're under 40 points a game, there's some adjustments that can be made. So we're averaging 38.8, points a game. So it's looking at it like that, and you're like, okay, what can I do to get those 2 extra points that we're looking for? So I know we're close in our offense, but there's always tweaks and things that you can do. Like I said, a blended offense, you have to do what your kids can do. If you cannot throw the ball at all, then you probably don't need to do the air raid concept. But there's nothing wrong with running the triple option and things off of that. So, the air raid and triple option are not that different. It's just different ways of going about it. The wishbone and the air raid are not that different. It's just different ways of doing it. It all comes down to get the ball to your playmakers, create space, and just find mismatches. And essentially that's how we run the power raid, how I run it, how we attack it and progress it. And that's pretty much it. If y'all ever got any questions, reach out. I'll give you everything I got if you need
it. Awesome, Coach. I loved it. I was over here taking notes, especially your practice plan. I was taking notes on that. Big on how to get through all your reps.
Yeah.
And then you can't call it if you haven't repped it. So that was big for me. Guys, if you have any questions, you can throw them in the chat. Otherwise, you can always hit up Coach. Do you have a slide with your contact info?
Yeah.
Let me pull that up, and then hit him up on Twitter. I mean, he has his email, whatever is best.
Yeah. Let's pull this back up, hopefully. There we go. There it is right there.
Yes, sir. They got there. He's got his phone number and everything, guys. Hit him up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Free wealth of knowledge, guys.
Anything you need, just let me know.
Yep. All right, Coach. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man, you're welcome.
All right, good deal. All right, guys. That with that comes pretty much conclusion of the speakers. I have the last 30 minutes reserved for you guys. So if anybody would like to come on and talk about anything, right? You ain't got to present nothing. Maybe you have questions that's maybe too detailed to put in the chat, or you just want to come on and just talk to me. Maybe you want to say hey to me in person. Hit me up, right? Put it on the chat, and then let me know or DM me on Twitter. That's probably the easiest way. DM me on Twitter, and I can put the link in there, and we can talk for the last 30 minutes and get a little dialogue going. Because I have this time blocked off for a reason. Because I don't want it to be like, oh, this was just a clinic, and I came, I learned something, and then I left. No, I want it to be interactive. This is a community, right? Community. I appreciate all of you guys for sticking with me. The second clinic was a banger, and I loved it. Let me know what your favorite clinic session. What's your favorite clinic session? There's no wrong answer. There's no shade being thrown. It's whatever you thought was the best. I'm not going to answer, even though I probably have one. All of them are great. I love them all. But Coach Morgan's, I think, was great. Coach Teague was fantastic. Coach Wingate's was really good. But yeah, holla at me, guys. Talk to me. What do you want to talk about? Last 30 minutes before you got to go back to real life. But if you want to go and enjoy the rest of your Saturday, please, by all means, take off. Just tell me, just drop something in the comments before you leave, before you dip out. We're gonna be like, see ya, appreciate it, whatever it is. Just let me know before you head out, or holla at me. 17 guys, make sure you like the stream, guys, and please subscribe. That it means the world to me. That's the ultimate way to help support me and help support what we're doing as this resource is by subscribing. And it turned out to be a pretty nice day. Sun's out. $76 degrees, can't beat it. Man, either y'all type really slow or what? Coach Jamie Small, thanks for everything. These are always awesome. One day I'll get wise and go to a brewery with my headphones. That's it, Coach. All you need is your headphones. Go to the brewery. Make sure you got a pen and paper so you can take some notes. I appreciate you, Coach. Like I said, if you want to come and talk to me live, hit me up on Twitter at Coach Tatum 90. Right here, like my name right here on the screen says. Follow me. If we make a connection and we talk, I will follow you back. But yeah, guys, I'm here for no 29 minutes, so you might as well say something. And I appreciate the guys earlier that put that they were still here, like Mike Davis and Coach James Dickens, Coach Fawcett, Anthony Johns, those guys. A lot of you guys. I mean, Coach Damian Ivory, very interactive today. A lot of you guys come to my live streams before and are always interactive. So I love that. Appreciate that stuff, man. So I get notifications on Instagram. A lot of our guys run track, and they had a meet today. So I'm kind of like gassing them up because they deserve it. Make sure you gas your kids up, man. Tell them make sure you let them know when they do good stuff. Joshua Stewart, Coach Tatum. With you being an O-line guy, are you more of a zone or a gap scheme, or do you do a little of both? I am a gap scheme guy. Power counter, buck sweep. I count ISO as a man scheme, but since it's not zone, I'm going to throw it in gap. So power counter, ISO. We call it sweep. Outside run, we call it sweep. So we're not zone, but it's pretty much outside zone. We're just reaching and running, trying to get to the perimeter. But yeah, I'm definitely more of a gap scheme guy. That's nothing wrong with inside zone. I think inside zone is good. We did it like last couple of years. It was our inside run. I like ISO a little more. That's what I grew up on early on in my coaching career. My mentor was a huge ISO guy. So that's what we did a lot of. So instead of doing inside zone, we're going to do ISO since I'm calling it. But yeah, more gap scheme. Thank you for the question, Coach. I appreciate that. Love it. Us too. Wingate based. I run a system I got from Lou Johnston that has some Malzahn influence in it, but sweep is our bread and butter. Man, I love Malzahn. If you watch my video on they ran some power read stuff, and in the kick six game, I did a video on it. Love watching Malzahn stuff. I know he was a wing T guy. Yeah, I love it. Coach Fawcett, maybe off topic. The topic, can't talk, guys. Maybe off topic. Do you or your coaches help teach social media to your players for recruitment purposes to get their film plays out? So I'm technically like the recruiting coordinator. It's more of a title than anything. But since I have this presence on social media or whatever, I'm kind of in charge of that. So what I moving forward, I will be having those talks with the kids, making sure their social medias, make sure that their handles are appropriate, make sure that they're easy to get to, make sure their handles are on their huddle accounts, make sure that their bios are very clean and to the point of who they are and their measurables and stuff, and then having their recruiting film that's really good stuff. Like their best plays in the front, make sure it's not too long, stuff like that, and pin it to the top. So yeah, I'll do that, and a lot of our coaches will help with that stuff with their Twitters, and then we have conversations about Instagram, right? Because Instagram is one of the biggest things these kids are on, and they'll have like three or four accounts, right? And they'll be posting all their bad stuff on their other accounts if they do. So making sure that they stay, keep what's on their accounts good, because it tells about their character. So we have those conversations. That'll probably happen in the summer a little more. But it's great question. Let me answer one of my kids back real quick. Keep asking questions. Coach Barber, I see yours. I'm coming to it next. Guys, keep asking questions so we can keep rolling on, right? All right. Coach Barber, hey, Coach, thanks for the clinic. My question is, when counting plays, are tags considered a totally different play. So if we run power and the next play we run power but tag and RPO, is that a different play? I would say no, but that's my philosophy. I don't count tags as another play because I count the base concept, right? Tags are a little bit easier to teach than a whole new concept. So like if I'm running power and then I want to run power read, I don't count that. Well, if I'm running a lot, I'll count it as two plays. But really, if it's the same as for the offensive line, so power reads and power the same play for the offensive line, I don't count it as two different plays. It's just a tag. So that's why I'll say like power series, counter series. Now there's a lot of moving parts. Yeah, you probably will count it. If it's a lot of verbiage and it's a lot of moving parts, you probably want to count it as a different play. But if you already run quick game, right? You already run hitches, slants, outs, fades, corners, ins, or digs, you want to call it, whip routes, stick routes, all that different stuff. If you already do that stuff and you just tag, you're running power, but then you tag a smoke screen and a speed out on the front side, speed out on the front side and smoke screen on the back side. Is that really a new play? No, because those guys kind of already know that stuff. So I wouldn't count that as a whole new thing because those are just routes. Or I would count the smoke screen as a play, but then that's part of your screens, right? So that wouldn't go against your quick game; it would go against your run game, right? But yeah, it's all about what your kids can handle. So I wouldn't worry about how many plays you have. I would worry about how much your kids can handle, right? Because if you have a team of 4.0 GPA kids that are going to Ivy League schools, you probably can put in a whole much more than a team that doesn't, right? But can your kids handle it? Kids can only handle 2 run plays, 2 pass plays in the screen. That's probably what you need to do, right? Don't force it, right? So that's just my opinion. Doesn't have to be right. That's what I was thinking. Thank you for the question. That's an awesome question, though. Awesome question. Again, guys, 20 minutes. If you want to come on and hang out, I ain't doing nothing but chilling. Just gassing up my kids. Fantastic day. Fantastic day. Here we go. Coach Stewart, I need to check out your O-line clinic from a few weeks ago. Any specific guys I should look at to get some help with gap scheme and lineman play? Always looking for ways to help in my O-line play. My videos are good. I mean, they're okay. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. If you're looking for like specific drills or something like that, I have my everyday drills on there, but I don't get really detailed with it. The clinic, let me see who talked about certain stuff. So you're just looking for like individual stuff, Coach? So a few weeks ago, any specific guys look at some drill work? Yes. Okay. Let me go to my playlist because I uploaded them, and let me see if anybody talked about. Coach Brian Wiley, he talked about the basics and fundamentals of A-gap power. That was a good one. Yeah, no one else really talked about drills. Go check out Coach Wiley's. That was really good. Yeah, go check his out. Guys, we're at 660 subscribers. I'm just assuming everybody's subscribed, right? If you're not, shame on you. Anyway, yes. Yeah, Coach Wiley, Coach, check out his. Willie, I think it's Coach Willie. Coach Willie, not Wiley. Willie. Really, really good. And like his team was like in the semifinals in Minnesota, I believe. Yeah, Minnesota. So they're really good school. Man, everybody jumped off. They were like, man, the good people are gone. Now we're just stuck with Coach Tatum. We out. Yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna keep it rolling, guys. Y'all got me till 6 o'clock. Just gonna let it roll. And guys, your questions, they don't have to be football related. You could ask whatever you want. You can ask me what my favorite type of food is. I don't care. I mean, it'd be kind of strange, but you could if you want to. Stay hydrated, guys. Let me know who's still here. Like, I know Coach Barber's here, Coach Fawcett's here, Coach Stewart's here. I assume Coach Small is still here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 guys out of 10. So I don't know who the other 6 are. So holla at me. If you joined late, okay, I know Coach Simpson approved the post on the Offensive Coordinators Academy on Facebook. He approved it pretty late, which is no issue. But if you're coming in from that, after this broadcast ends, use the same link that you got here with, and it'll show you the whole 9 or 10 hour replay. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to split it up yet. I mean, it depends on how much. I mean, they're increasing my workload at the school next week, going into the end of the last quarter. So I don't know how much time during the day I'm gonna get to split it, right? And I don't have to use my time at home. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to split it or not, or if I do, it's like one a day maybe. So I think there were 16 sessions today, and I talked to Coach Wilkinson. I'm hoping that he's down to do like a one-on-one session with his 12 personnel stuff, because it bugged out on him and it cut him out of the session. And I don't know what happened, but he was in huddle and didn't know. So he was still presenting to nobody, which sucks. It really does, because I was really looking forward to his session and he talked for no reason. And I hate that for him. I'm going to try and get his session privately and upload that for everybody to be able to check it out. Because I've had at least 6 people hit me up about his session, which was incredible. People really wanted to hear that. The 12 personnel stuff is really good. So, yeah, let me know who's here, guys. Comment. Be interactive. I don't understand. Like, this is what I'm looking for. OC/OL. Town High School. All you gotta do, right there. If you want to know who you are, where you're from, that way it helps me keep track of who's in and out. If you follow me on Twitter, I don't follow you back. It's because I'm too big time to follow people back. It's that people are starting to follow me a lot more, and if I follow everybody, I won't see like anybody's stuff the way Twitter works. So if we have an interaction, like you DM me and we have a conversation, or you come on my live stream, like I'm telling you to do today, DM me, and I'll send you the link. We'll talk, we'll make a connection. I'll follow you back. Kind of like Coach Yoder. I didn't know Coach Yoder before the other week, before I did my live streams. He came on and we talked. Great dude, right? Followed him. And he came on and was a speaker today, right? Talking about outside zone. So that's kind of how it works. Coach Jay Wilkinson, offensive coordinator at Fayetteville, Arkansas. I'm assuming that's Fayetteville High School in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Good to meet you, Coach. Awesome. Appreciate you doing that. Yeah, that's the format, guys. Tell me the high school and where's it at. Yes, sir. Awesome. A lot of visits going on today, guys. A lot of visits. Had a lot of kids going around visiting. Had guys at track meets. So trying to control that on social media, trying to push those guys. And do this. So it's been pretty darn busy. And I'm moving next week. I'm moving. And my wife is house sitting again. So I have to, after this is over, I'm going to take a shower. And then I'm going to pack up some stuff. So the day does not end after this. But I'm hanging out with y'all. Y'all are my excuse to procrastinate, man. Was there a deep choice presentation today? Coach, there was. Deep choice was Coach Guminsky from Iowa Wesleyan. Okay. So I'm going to try and after this is over, it'll upload, right? All 10 hours of it. Once it uploads, eventually one day I have a minute. I'm going to try and timestamp it, and then you'll be able to find it. Otherwise, you have to just skip through. If you can do the math, so it's a 10-hour video starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you could do the math and forward all the way to 1:30 p.m., so whatever the time difference on that is, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would be 6 hours in. Okay. At the 6-hour point, give or take, skip to it, and you'll be able to see Coach Guminsky talk about deep choice. It was really good. Really, really good. Cool. I'll have to check it out. Not a problem. I'll find it. No doubt. No doubt. Guys, you want to come on, talk to me? DM me on Twitter. Oh, my kids are talking to me. Yeah. All right. I think I'm probably going to wrap it up. No one's going to interact, it's okay. It's been a long day, guys. I appreciate you. Most of y'all probably just have me on the TV and just hanging out, and you ain't even looking at me on a computer where you can type, which is fine. With that being said, I really appreciate everybody for sticking with me. I'll be interested to see if there was somebody that watched all, I think it's 16 sessions. If you did watch all 16 sessions, you hung out with me like I did, shout out to you, man. I appreciate the dedication. Okay. As always, I'm Coach Ian Tatum, offensive coordinator, offensive line coach at Walkertown High School. We're a 2A high school here in North Carolina. We're outside of Winston-Salem. We are maxing out next week. I believe it's either probably the last max out of the year or it's the second to last. And then May 8th, we start our first spring ball practice. And it's downhill from there, man. 38 days left in the school year. And we are counting them down to get to summer and grind, man. So If you like what you saw today, what you heard today, make sure you like the video. Make sure that you comment on it. Make sure that you subscribe. Most importantly, subscribe. We're at 660. We're trying to get to 1,000 before the summer. It is doable. We already went up like 15 subscribers today, which was incredible. So do your thing. It's free, so just hit it. Make sure you turn on the notifications by clicking the bell on it, so you'll know whenever we go live or upload a video. So with that being said, guys, make sure you do right by your kids, man. Love them up. Coach them hard, but love them up harder. And do whatever you can for them, right? Don't compromise your values, but always hold them to the standard. Dominate spring ball, dominate the summer, dominate your first game, win the conference, go to playoffs, win the freaking state championship, man. I'm Coach Tatum. I'm out. Appreciate everybody hanging out, man.